complex in comparison to radiotherapy, and jointly with our colleagues, we commence this process, and we are expecting to receive our first patients in summer. Perhaps you saw cyclotron. We unfortunately were not able to show it yesterday, and to Gentry, and we have two levels where we provide this treatment and equipment. In terms of nuclear medicine, most of you know that in Kazakhstan we have PET, CT, and SPECT equipment, which helps us with research. And you saw our new equipment, PET MRI. It's also being used as of today. And this is mini advertisement of our center. However, if you see that you have patients who need a PET MRI, then you can send them to us. We also have radionuclide therapy and radioembolization, and we have 8 rooms for patients, and we hope that we will be able to have with patients with thyroid cancer, and we have Institute of Nuclear Physics, and we hope that our department will introduce novelties and innovations in future. And of course, we're aiming to commence radioembolization, and everything in terms of facilities is ready, and everything is done in accordance with the security measures. So we have separate rooms for storage, for and for other activities. And of course, we have a separate system for collection of liquid waste, and we have a professional engineer who will be responsible for that. And perhaps non-medical department, this is proton production complex, which was built in accordance with GMP and radiation security measures. And we have 2 labs, and these are gonna be production standard labs, which will allow us to routinely produce certain necessary elements, and in future we hope to launch all new medicines. And of course it will take time. Those who work in production understand that we need to go through validation processes, and as well, and etc. We have for that professionals, and we have the third laboratory, R&D laboratory, which is used for scientific purposes only. Since this is scientific research center, we are aiming not only to do routine standard things. That is why we have our labs, and I hope that as we get our authorization documentation, we will commence our research and scientific activities. Now, talking about science and research and education, well, I'd like to say that our center has a lot of high-tech equipment for which we need good personnel. And accordingly, currently, we are hiring good professionals, and all of us are working on this one idea to build the center of competences. And we have tech possibilities, opportunities, and now we need to also build our human resources so that we can develop activities of our center. And we would like to assist our professionals in other regions of Kazakhstan. We are also aiming to provide high quality of services in terms of radiotherapy, nuclear medicine, and I hope that in future we will be able to conduct joint work. Some centers have great experience. We are a new center. However, since we are located in Astana, we are closer to the ministries, and many things could be done easier rather than when located in regions. And of course, we are also developing the training or education center, and we hope that by the end of this year we will provide professional development courses in different areas. And when I say different areas, I'm talking about the areas where we have competent professionals, and you can also find all information on the website. I'm telling you so that I'm telling you this information so that you know that you can send your professionals from regions to our center so that we can provide training. It's not necessary for you to send your professionals abroad anymore, because when you send people abroad, there are language barriers as well. But here we eliminate this barrier. Of course, we want to commence our scientific and research activities, and starting next year, I think we will commence our activities in full. And you can see our personnel here, but let me tell you that not all professionals are in this picture. Part of them are not in this picture, and currently we have about 150 people working in the center, but we are open for cooperation. We want to be friends with other centers, and I think this is good for our patients and for our country in general. Thank you very much for your attention. Now, let me commence our session. First session is Principles of Radiation Safety.
Introduce our special guest from IAEA, Dr. Vesna Gershon. With the theme Principle of Radiation Protection of Patients in Diagnostic Radiology and Nuclear Medicine.
Very good morning, and the first thing I would like to say is a special thanks to the organizer for inviting me to participate in this conference, and I feel privileged to have the opportunity to visit this center, and I wish you all the best and congratulations to the tremendous, magnificent work you have done here. So, this is our outlines of my presentations, very short global trends, overview on global trends in using of medical imaging, importance of radiation protection of patients in diagnostic radiology and nuclear medicine, principles of radiation protection of patients, justification and optimization in radiology, and justification and optimization in nuclear medicine. So, at global level, there is a tremendous increase of using of medical imaging. Based on the data published in the ASCIA report 2021, every single year there are more and more number of procedures. So in average, you can see that there are 4.2 billion medical radiological examinations annually, 23 million in interventional radiology procedures, 40 million in nuclear medicine, 6.2 million in radiotherapy procedures. That means that medical exposure remains by far the largest human-made source of radiation exposure to the population. So, according to IAEA database imagined, based on the report from the member states, there are more than 93,000 CT scanners installed in the world, more than 27,000 SPECT scanners, and more than 5,600 something PET scanners. In reality, the numbers are much higher because not all member states or hospitals reported availability of their equipment. Based on the all market prediction, business market prediction, this number will grow fast and fast in the future. And obviously, it's clear that the number of medical procedures will be higher, the number of available equipment will be higher, and if we want to speak about radiation protection in medicine, focus should be given to the radiation protection of the patients. Not only because increasing of the number of procedures, but also because increasing of the complexity of procedures. New type of modalities require implementation of all requirements for standards for quality and safety. Why? Because of this, you can see the number of procedures per million and contribution to the collective dose from those procedures. And I will give a little bit more focus on these three modalities: computed tomography, interventional radiology, and radionuclide therapy. Oh, it's obviously why I will focus on this. So, computed tomography, the frequency of examinations in computed tomography is 10%. But the contribution to the collective dose is 61. It's a very common type of modality, and although the number of examination is about 10%, the contribution is high. In nuclear medicine, it's about 1%, and contribution to the collective effective dose is, from diagnostic procedures only, is also 1%. So why it's important radiation protection in medical imaging? Because there is a risk of radiation. That risk depends on the imaging modality, depends on the equipment, depends on human factor, which protocol has been applied during that procedure, and which acquisition parameters were applied. We all know this famous relationship between risk and radiation dose. And in general, we do know that radiation doses increase the risk of cancer development, particularly in young patients. So, but lately, we really have the epidemiological evidences, not just theoretically knowledge that the radiation dose increase the risk for developing of cancer, but based on this study, risk of hematological malignancies from CT, published 2023, now we have numbers which indicate that there is increasing in the relative risk of developing the cancer. And the second big epidemiological study on brain cancer, developing of brain cancer after radiation exposure from CT examinations indicates the same. So not only there is a risk of developing of additional risk of developing of cancer, but also there is a risk of tissue effects, particularly in the high dose procedures, like interventional procedures. Above some threshold levels, it's possible patient to develop skin injuries. Not only skin injuries, but some bone injuries if the procedures is never done in the area of the head. DAI launched an international study to 2022, and we are in the phase of preparation of the report. The study was about patient radiation dose and tissue reactions from fluoroscopically guided interventional procedures. And more than 95,000 procedures were analyzed, and 622 patients were followed. And we noticed that tissue reactions were reported in 10 cases, and surprisingly, all tissue reactions were spotted in the neurovascular type of interventions, probably because the interventional neuroradiologists or radiologists do not have too many options to change the beam projection and use one specific projection. Why it's important radiation protection in nuclear medicine? Because the principles of protections is a little bit specific in nuclear medicine. From available information published in this paper, even if you have the same type of radioisotope, but different pharmaceuticals, you have to have specific approach. For example, in lutetium PSMA, protection of kidneys, salivary glands, lacrimal glands. In case of lutetium protection of bone marrow and kidney. So the second point is very important, that not radionuclide therapy works equally for all patients. So not only the health, the clinical outcome is less, but there is this type of problem. Lower tumor uptakes means higher activity in health organs. So personalized medicine starts with an individual patient dosimetry in every nuclear medicine treatment cycles. Why justification and optimization is matter of the International Atomic Energy Agency? Because the agency is responsible for developing requirements and standards in all fields where the radiation is applied. Obviously, there is a lot of radiation in medical use. And there are two publications related to medical exposure, General Safety Requirements Part 3 and Safety Guide, Safety Specific Guide number 64. So this is the problem. No dose limits apply to patients in medicine. Why? Because there are different patient sizes. Bigger patients need higher dose. There are different clinical needs. We don't need such a pristine image quality always if, for example, we have studies to evaluate the kidney stones, for example. So then there are different follow-up protocols and procedures. All those means different doses. And at the end of the day, we never know how many times one single patient will need the medical examinations. So the first principle of radiation protection is justification. Perform the most appropriate procedures and only when it needed. The second principle of radiation protection is optimization, which means deliver the smallest amount of radiation doses needed to obtain images for the desired purpose or for the treatment outcome. And all indicators, research surveys, show that the first challenges in radiation protection of patients is exactly this one, just justification. And between, roughly speaking, 20 to 50% in some areas, the procedures are not justified. There are many, many reasons why. Because it's a medical domain. There are many stakeholders. There are many barriers. And we promote the principle of AAA, increase awareness, increase appropriateness, and perform audits on a regular basis. There are three levels of justification. The first level, nobody questioned the first level, that the use of radiation in medicine is useful. Yes, it is. The second level is generic justification, that given radiological procedure should be used for a given clinical indication, and health authority in conjunction with the appropriate professional bodies, Society of Radiology, Society of Nuclear Medicine, should develop criteria for appropriateness. And the third level of justification is individual justification, that medical exposure of individual patients is fully justified. And this is probably the hardest, the third level, the hardest to correctly apply in the practice. So always should be questioned the appropriateness of the request for imaging, the urgency, the characteristics of individual patients, and if that new procedures will provide new information relevant for the clinical diagnosis. So on one side, we have the referring physicians. They should know the clinical context, medical history, and they have to have approach of defensive medicine. On the other hand, you have the radiological medical practitioners, and they have to know everything about the procedures, benefits, risk, and limitation of the examinations. And we promote that request for consultation, every order for examination should be taken as a request for consultations versus order for instructions to do the procedures. Radiological departments are not service departments to other clinics, to other departments in the clinics. So there are many referral guidelines. This is from American ICR, appropriateness criteria, then from Royal College of Radiology, UK, and European Society of Radiologists, iGuide, and these imaging referral guidelines remain the most effective tool in ensuring appropriate justification. And you have to have at the country and the national level these type of guidelines. So this is just one example. In the frame of the regional technical cooperation project, we launched a survey and asked societies of radiologists, nuclear medicine, dental medicine, regulatory authority, and Kazakhstan is participating in this project, and we received reply for 18 countries, and look at the answers. So there's no guidelines in 10 of 18 member states in radiology. 12 countries reported no guidelines in nuclear medicine, and you can see that there are the highest percent on unjustified examinations, the feeling of that justifications are not justified in CT, even in PET-CT procedures. So when we want to, how to apply principle of optimization, it's a little bit tricky. In imaging, you have to have certain level of quality. Below that quality, the image is not useful for diagnosis. You cannot go below. In radiotherapy, it's opposite. You want to deliver the highest possible dose, but only to the desired volume you want to treat. So you have to have implemented these procedures if you want to optimize your practice. Regular monitoring of patient dose indices, to establish and use diagnostic reference levels, to optimize your protocols, to use correct protocols for a given clinical needs, to educate and training your personnel and staff, and to perform quality audit. And the second challenge is, again, optimization. What is the reason? One of the reasons is that the development of technology is going too fast, and the knowledge, training level of the staff is not good enough, cannot follow that fast developing technology. So the lack of diagnostic reference levels and lack of operational procedures and optimized protocols is one of the main reasons for not having good optimization in the practice. And again, one example, we performed one study on diagnostic reference level in Europe and Central Asia, and the results were published in this publication. And as you can see, that there are actually the diagnostic reference level, national diagnostic reference levels, particularly in the countries members of the European Union. But in reality, nobody inspects them. Nobody uses them. If you browse on the internet, you can find thousands of articles on diagnostic reference levels. But if nobody uses them, they are just publications. So we realize that that's why the protocols are not optimized. 1, 2 examples on inappropriate using of the number of series, for example, of scan range, even in the follow-up study, that should not be like this. So the work of the IEA is focused mainly to developing country. And we think that the problems are only in the developing country. But we never work alone. Look at the results from these publications, 2 million CT examinations, look at the list of the countries, the top-level countries, and look at the results. So the same clinical indication, the same type of machine, the difference in effective dose, 1.9 to 37.4. That means that the variation in doses used for CT scanning across patients is primarily driven by how CT scanners are used, not to the factors related to the patient, institutions, or machine. You may have the best possible machine. If you don't know how to run that machine properly, you cannot have good clinical practice. So that's why we consider that we have said many times, you have to optimize your protocols. But people very often don't know how to do that, and we decided to develop one comprehensive guide for the most common type of examinations in city in the frame of this project. And this is a unique publication. In this very one publication, we have we implemented the TRIP strategy, and we have principles of justification and instructions how to optimize examinations. For example, if the clinical indications is appropriate for CT, liver metastasis, then we provide the advice in this publication about the number of series, scan range, and we provide advice on the range value of the acquisition parameters of the protocols. And this publication will be available to the participating member states in this project by July. So, shortly about the optimization of radiation protection in nuclear medicine, implementation of individual patient dosimetry, implementation of dose limits, but be careful, now we speak about the organ dose limits, and these treatments require ideal treatment planning. And it's not easy. You have to have software for calculate the doses, and based on this publication, this is the old procedure you have to implement, and it's not so easy how it looks like, particularly to assess the time activity curve fitting. There are different methods, and it's advanced, it requires very advanced human capacities. In the same time, if you have the classical PET-CT with natrium iodine thallium detector, you cannot have accurate enough information about the dose uptake. So, however, you have to follow these these principles. If you have the level 1 categorization of the type of procedure, patient average dosimetry is okay, good enough. If you have level 2 type of procedures, patient-specific dosimetry, and level 3, patient-specific prescription and verification. And this is the list. For example, if you have iodine 131, you have level 2 and level 3 procedures, yttrium-90 level 2, Hofmünd level 2, 3, and lutetium level 2 or level 1. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Vesna.
Thank you.
Если есть вопросы?
If you have any questions.
It's Professor Ola Holmberg, the head of Radiation Protection of Patient Units, IAEA, with the theme IAEA Radiation Protection of Patients Action in Radiotherapy.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you to the organizers for their kind invitation to the IAEA to come here. And as the previous speaker, my colleague, Dr. Vesna Gershon, congratulations to very, very rapid development of all of these wonderful opportunities in medical uses of radiation. So thank you for that. So you heard some of the harder science from my colleague, and I will speak some more about what type of activities that we do in the International Atomic Energy Agency when it comes to radiation protection of patients. In all areas, but towards the end of the talk, I will focus a bit more on radiotherapy. First of all, whenever we speak about safety and radiation protection in medicine, we like to first kind of show all the positive sides. So we want to make sure that we're not only focusing on the risks, but you all know it, of course. You work in the field, so you know of all these wonderful opportunities that we have in diagnostic radiology when using these types of equipment and procedures. We have the image-guided interventional procedures in many areas. We have nuclear medicine, which we have seen some great examples of here at the NROC also. And we have the radiotherapy, which is also, like the other technologies, developing so quickly. And we've seen the protons here at NROC. We also have new technologies such as the flash radiotherapy, which many people are interested in, which provides essentially a massive dose in a single fraction to the patient in less than 1 second. So, you know, it's a wonderful opportunity, but working with safety, I get very nervous when I see this, because I see it as an opportunity, you know, also to maybe, if you're not careful, to make something wrong in less than 1 second. So you have to be very careful when you introduce these new technologies, and this is why we rely on high-end professionals always, like yourselves, to make sure that everything is correctly implemented. Because as in all cases of medicine, we have the fundamental principle of, first, that we should do no harm. We know that on the one hand, radiation saves lives. It's been saving lives for well more than 100 years. And it's a great opportunity, and that's very much on the one hand of the scale. But on the other hand, we know also, of course, that radiation can cause harm. So we have the short-term effects, we have long-term effects, deterministic, stochastic. So we have to make sure that we keep the balance right for this. We heard my colleague talk about the radiation protection issues that come into play for medical uses of radiation. We have justification and optimization. So justification, we know that many unnecessary procedures are performed. We heard the figure maybe 20 to 50%, 20 to 40, whatever we want to say. But many unnecessary procedures are performed around the world. So that means that they're contributing dose and risk to the patients, but they're not contributing sufficient potential benefit. I've illustrated that here with appropriateness criteria from the American College of Radiology when it comes to lower back pain, and so any chronic, uncomplicated low back pain, no red flags, nothing else to indicate a problem. And we can see in the rating of the different radiologic procedures that in fact none of these procedures are usually appropriate. So they would not be appropriate. It's probably more a wait and see approach to observe the patient and not use a radiologic procedure. So if a patient comes into a clinic, lower back pain, nothing else to indicate anything, and gets a CT scan, then we are contributing dose and risk to the patient, but not sufficiently potential benefit. So that's a justification issue. We also have the optimization issues. The level of radiation use should be sufficient for diagnosis or treatment, neither more nor less. And we saw again in a table presented by my colleague the tenfold variation for the same procedure in the same scanner, and if it's not optimized, then we're contributing dose and risk to the patient unnecessarily. So if a patient comes into one clinic, gets some examination on a CT scan and gets a certain level of dose, or goes into another hospital with the same conditions, same scanner, and get 10 times the dose. Of course, I mean, that's an optimization issue. So these are radiation protection issues when it comes to radiation protection of patients. We also have pure safety issues to consider. So unattended events when using radiation in medicine, they should be avoided. We've seen some of these headlines in the papers when it comes to high dose use of radiation like radiotherapy, and we can have, if there's an unintended event, accident or incident, there have been cases of harming patients, even killing patients, and of course, this is something that we need to avoid. This is something that we very much want to avoid, and as professionals in the health area, we are always scared that this will happen, so we need to make sure that we have a good system in place in our clinic to avoid these events from happening, and we need to learn from near misses. I will come back to this later in the presentation. So in general, what do we do at the IAEA Radiation Protection of Patients unit? Well, IAEA, as we heard, it's the World Center for Cooperation in the Nuclear Field, received a Nobel Peace Prize 20 years ago this year, so 2005. In radiation protection and safety in medicine, we do these different types of activities. So we provide safety standards. We have the International Basic Safety Standard and the Specific Safety Guide 46. These are the main safety standards in the area. We provide guidance. So we have safety reports that we publish, all freely available for anyone in member states. You can find them on the internet. We have technical documents that we provide freely. We have a public website that I will come back to. We provide training in e-learning, face-to-face training, webinars, fellowships, scientific visits. So those who are involved in technical cooperation projects can have the opportunity for fellowships in another institution. We give technical assistance directly to member states and to clinics, involve them in projects, like we heard some example in the interventional procedures from Vesna's presentation. We provide tools, direct advice. We also provide knowledge exchange from experts to health professionals, or from health professionals in one country to another country. So we try to make this knowledge exchange through meetings and workshops, reporting systems, scientific publications, and then we also try to build awareness through different campaigns, posters, etc. We're a small unit in the IAEA. There's only 3 professional staff, so we can't do all of this alone. We work together with many other organizations. The primary collaborator that we have is the World Health Organization, so we work a lot together with them, but also all these other professional bodies and international organizations. We become much stronger when we can do these activities in cooperation with other organizations. A lot of the work that we have been doing over the last 10, 12 years have been under the Bonn Call for Action, which is defining 10 actions to improve radiation protection in medicine in the next decade. So I'm going to just focus on some of these types of activities and give some details on that so that you get a feeling for the type of work that we're doing. If there's one thing that I would really like for you to remember from my talk, it's Radiation Protection of Patients website, RPOP, because that is where you find all the material that I'm talking about and everything you can reach from there. So if you Google RPOP, you get the top link will be to this website, and then you will find all the free material and all the frequently asked questions and all the opportunities that you have. It's a very popular website on the IAEA main website and receives around 1.5 million page views per year. You can also sign up for a newsletter from radiation protection of patients, RPOP. We have around 10,000 persons, 10,000 persons who subscribe for this newsletter, which is sent out many times per year. E-learning we provide, you can find it through the RPOP website, 40,000 registrations to date. So it's something where you can find all of these different e-learning courses, and actually only a couple of weeks ago we added a new nuclear medicine e-learning also on this website. You can sign up and you can take these for free, and if you complete them with the questions at the end, you'll get a certificate of completion on that. We do these training courses every year and in all regions of the world, fellowships and scientific visits. Webinars is something we do. We've had several tens of thousands participants to these webinars. We recently, in this week, started a series of 5 webinars on artificial intelligence in medical uses of radiation and the impact on radiation protection. So if that's something that you're interested in, you can find the webinar and all other webinars that have been done previously. They are recorded and you find them on the website, and you can listen to that, and you can also sign up for the next webinar on AI in radiation protection in medicine. We have these free posters that you can download from the RPOP website in several languages, including in Russian also, some of them. And if you see that there's some poster you would like to have translated to another language, just send us an email and we will try to ensure that you can get the other language, the poster in other languages too. We would probably send it back to you for translation, and then we would verify it with some independent person that it's correctly translated. We do short videos. They receive more than 1 million views, like the Safe Medical Imaging for Children is very popular, and these are short 2-3 minute videos explaining for the public, for patients, about some of these procedures and what is important from the point of view of radiation protection. So the last number of slides now, I will focus more specifically on the radiotherapy and safety in radiotherapy, because we also provide this incident learning system called SAFRON, Safety in Radiation Oncology. And this is something that we provided now for a number of years, and you can find the link on the RPOP website for this. So the SAFRON Incident Learning System is a non-punitive, anonymized and voluntary educational and international incident learning system. So it's actually, you can record incidents that have happened that you want to share, but it's anonymized, so no one will know where it happened, but other people can learn from it, and equally you can learn from other people about what are the safety issues in radiotherapy. It doesn't replace the national regulatory reporting requirements of an institution. You still need to do, if it's over a certain level, an incident, you should be reporting to your radiation regulator also. It collaborates with other learning systems, and it contains many events, mainly in external beam radiotherapy, but also some events in brachytherapy and radionuclide therapy. And it contains what happened, what were the things that went wrong in certain cases then in radiotherapy mainly. So anyone can browse the incidents in SAFRON. You don't have to register with SAFRON to be allowed to browse and look at all the 1,800 plus incidents. You're allowed to go in and look at the case histories and look at where in the process it went wrong and everything. But if you want to submit an incident report, you need to register the clinic first, so that we know that we are only allowing real clinics to report. So this is how it looks. It's in the PC screen, it looks to the left, but it's also mobile phone friendly, so it looks like the picture to the right. You can search for incidents with filters, so you can filter out, for example, all the things that have been reported that went wrong at the simulator and that were found by the radiographers, RTTs. So you can see what are the characteristics of certain incidents, what are the things that we should look for, in that particular station. So there are various ways, if you use your imagination, that you can use this for, to look at safety critical steps of the whole process of radiotherapy. And you can actually go into process steps. So you can look at all the more than 100 process steps of radiotherapy, and for example, what incidents are related to acceptance tests or you know, any other step. So you can see how this can be useful when you try to look at your own safety in your own clinic. So Saffron also contains some other material available on the system, training material. We've had support from the US to build this system, and we use IAA regular staff resources for the running of the system. So look it up if you're interested in not making any errors in your clinic. Currently more than 1,800 events. The majority are near misses or minor incidents, but there's also some more critical incidents. And this is what we kind of expect in an event, because we have this type of a pyramid of severity of events. So again, go into the RPOP website and click on the link for Saffron, and you will be able to access all of these incidents. Saffron newsletter, we're working on one at the moment. And the last few slides, I want to look at some of the results from Saffron. We did a paper a couple of years ago now. One of our interns, Mariam Zaray, was the main author of this, and looking at what can we learn about incident causes and safety barriers in external beam radiotherapy if we look at the Saffron data. So the way that this study was set up, all the incidents reported from the start of the system until 2021 were looked at. We excluded brachytherapy and radionuclide incidents, and we excluded those not identifying the cause of the incident, and we excluded those not identifying which safety barriers were effective in the case of the incident. So we got a final study population that we looked at more carefully. And looking at the causes of the incidents of the final population of incidents, the main cause was related to communication. And I think we're not surprised with that. Communication is very difficult, of course. It could be inadequate communication or misunderstood communication or lack of communication. There are various ways of that communication can go wrong. And that was the main cause of incidents. It's not, you know, that the machine, you know, does something wrong. It's the human interaction. This is what is the main cause of these events in clinics. Second biggest type of causes or standards, procedures, and practices. So there could be, maybe there was existing a standard procedure practice, but it was not followed. Or maybe it was inadequate. And there are various variations on that. Safety barriers, the most effective safety barrier we saw was that we had a second check, a regular independent chart check of the charts of the treatment of the patient. So if there is someone who is performing a calculation or something, someone else is independently checking that. That's an effective safety barrier. And there were other safety barriers you can read about in the paper that were of value also. So, final slide I want to promote that we have in December of 2025 of this year, the next international conference on radiation protection in medicine with the subtitle X-ray Vision. So I mentioned in the beginning that we have something called the Bonn Call for Action, created more than 10 years ago. Now we want to create something new and formulate a robust strategy for the next decade. Please mark your calendars. It's possible still to send in abstracts to this conference. It's possible to apply for funding to go to the conference with an abstract. And it's open. We hope to see you there. And December in Vienna is a very nice time. So I think you would like that very much. And with that, I would like to thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Holmberg. У кого-нибудь есть вопросы, коллеги?
Are there any questions?
Information, I think all of us will try to use your recommendation in practice. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Mr. Edward Smith from the National Security. He's a national security specialist from the Office of Radiological Security in the USA Department of Energy in Washington. The title is Security Risks from Radiological Sources, and I think this presentation is going to be delivered online.
Yes. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Thank you. Good
Okay,
morning.
great. All right. Good morning. Sorry I cannot be there in person with you, but I may have met many of you in my visits to oncology centers around Kazakhstan in the past, and I will be there in May and in June, so maybe I'll get a chance to see some of you in person at that time. I've been I'm a national security specialist, as was mentioned, for the Office of Radiological Security, and I work for Pacific Northwest National Laboratory in the state of Washington. And I've been on this program for the last 17 years, and most of those years have been spent in the Central Asia and Caucasus region working on security issues. So this is a little bit of a pivot from your past topics on safety, and the organizers felt it was important enough topic to spend a few minutes talking about security, and that is again the topic of my presentation. As was mentioned, the Office of Radiological Security is a U.S. Department of Energy funded program, and we implement it for them at the Pacific Northwest National Lab. There's three basic pillars to the program, as you can see here: protecting material from malicious use, and that's high activity radioactive sources, removing and disposing of disused radioactive sources. So we may have worked with you if you are replacing your teletherapy machines with a linear accelerator, for example, and that's also part of that last pillar there of reducing the world's reliance on radioactive sources through helping with the transition to non-isotopic alternative technologies such as linear accelerators. So I know you may not have heard of our program, but I know most of you have probably dealing with the IAEA what the last presentation, or a couple presentations mentioned. And I wanted to just highlight a few of the documents from the IAEA that deal with security of radioactive sources. And of course, you may be familiar with the Code of Conduct, which Kazakhstan is a signee to. And the Code of Conduct, states that in good faith that the users in Kazakhstan of radioactive sources will help protect them from being misused by, for nefarious purposes. Within these documents, there are various other guidances on the management of these sources. And, one of the important reasons that you may, this presentation may be important to you is your roles at the facilities you work out may also incorporate, the role wearing the security management hat. So, included in your roles, as in your main jobs, you may have been given the additional role of being responsible for implementing security at your facilities for those radioactive sources. So this is a good document that would provide some good basis for you to manage those sources. And it's used by regulatory bodies in helping establish those regulations, which are levied on the facilities. And it helps the operators in understanding how they can meet those requirements. All these IAE documents are available online and typically in several languages, including English, Russian, French. Another one that's a newer but important guidance document is on computer security, as most of the devices that we use in security have some kind of a digital footprint or component to them. So there's a document that deals with how do you manage your facility and those in computer security. And then security levels. This document describes what the radioactive source at your facility, how dangerous it is, basically based on if it's categorized as a security level A, B, or C. At the facilities that we are cooperating with around Kazakhstan, they're using teletherapy devices, gamma knife devices. Those are all the highest level of security. So the requirements for security and the objectives we're trying to meet are based on that highest level of security. Another document is the categorization of radioactive sources. And again, the categorized sources and when we're looking at teletherapy and gamma knives are going to be of the highest category. And this document provides security measures. It also touches on some of the safety measures involved with radioactive sources based on what category they are in. Typical type devices we're again concerned with are the teletherapy units you'll see at your facilities and gamma knives. And we're concerned with activities ranging from 40, down from all the way down to 40 terabecquerels up to and above. Again, the guidance documents that provide a high level overview of the objectives. And for security level A, which we're going to be talking about today, we're looking at how do we provide a high level of protection for radioactive material against unauthorized removal. So we're, like I said, just discussions before were mainly about safety and how you can protect people from the radioactive sources. And what we're discussing in this presentation is how do we protect those radioactive sources from the individuals or groups with malicious intents in their use. And we need to look at what are we trying to protect, which those documents, those IAEA documents outlined that I described before, and who are we protecting it against and how much protection is enough. And that's what my next few slides will be discussing. So when we talk about adversaries, we need to look at both the outsiders and the insiders, outside external threats, insider threats. So at your facility, and we, again, your role you may not be the main person that has to update security plans and be responsible for security, but if it is one of the hats that you wear as a professional at your facility, it's good to understand, what the climate is in your around your facility, in your city. Are there protests? Is there a big criminal element? Are there terrorist activities nearby? Those things are continual to change. So it's good to understand, what that outside threat is, to understand if you need to take any measures to protect against, protesters or other activities that are going on at the current time around your facility. And then insiders, that can be people usually that have some kind of access to your facility, and they can act, alone or in collusion with somebody. So we'll talk a little bit about, how do you prevent against that threat. That threat is the most difficult one to protect against, but being cognizant of the security at your facility and why it's there, and what your role is in that security will help prevent against that. And that's one of the goals of this presentation, is just to make you more aware of the security features, why they're there, and help to improve the security culture. So besides, the physical, there's the physical and the cyber threats. Again, as I mentioned, almost all facilities now have a digital component to the security at the facility, and we need to make sure that we're taking into consideration both the physical and the cyber. And I know ransomware is one of the biggest ones that hospitals may be facing, and that could impact the security system at your facility if the networks are compromised. So it's important to understand what those risks might be. All right. There we go. Yeah. So getting into the meat of the presentation here and the physical protection principles. So we want to look at what are the components of the physical protection system, what are those functions, and we're talking about the principles of timely detection and response. So these are all things that, again, you should be aware of at your facility. You're using these systems most likely if you're accessing the teletherapy units, and it's good to understand, why those systems are there and what they're trying to accomplish. So we always say that the physical protection system is an integration of people, procedures, and equipment. So, you guys are the people component of that. So we could have the
Thank you. Is there any questions? No?
There's a technical problem, no? Все закончилось?
Mr. Smith, can you? Okay. Anyhow, thank you. It seems we have a technical problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's continue then.
So next speaker will be Boris Dudkov with a presentation about radiation monitoring system from Pribori Oy from Finland.
Доброе утро.
Good morning.
Принять участие не только в
Thank you for inviting asked to participate in this event. We are also participating in introduction and commencing of equipment, and I'd like to congratulate you with the opening of this center. Yes, a lot of efforts have been done, and we hope that many work is ahead, diagnostics, therapeutic and training. I'd like to talk about certain types of diagnostics. There are limited functionalities, which includes registration, collection, archiving of documents. Any other functionality is not included into the radiation control. Currently, here in this center, we have client server structure of the up level. These are separate control centers, which allows for storage and control and automated training.
I didn't realize the outlet I was using was not working.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Is it okay if I can finish through this? I had a few more slides here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Sorry about that. Are we okay? Can you see everything okay?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. All right, I'll proceed. So again, the physical protection system is comprised of people, procedures, and equipment. And I just want to talk about a little bit about those, what the components are, how we design a system, so that as you as a user understand more about why we have the systems installed that we do, and how we use the people and the procedures to implement that technology. So, again, what we're trying to protect against is the malicious use of this material. Our systems are designed, to either deter the adversary or defeat the adversary. Deterrence is hard to quantify because, you don't know how many times somebody may have seen a robust system or seen, employees using the system the way it's intended and been deterred from, attacking that facility. So we concentrate on defeating the adversary using the physical protection functions of detection, delay, and response to help, prevent the adversary from accomplishing their task. So again, the three functions, detection, delay, and response, are accomplished through the use of equipment as well as people and procedures. And we'll look at those in a little bit more detail here quickly. So, we're going to be, you have your access control systems, your intrusion detection systems, your systems to delay an adversary, and then, your alarm monitoring and assessment part of the system. So you may be familiar with seeing these around your site. Typical detection type equipment would include switches on doors that would alarm if a door was opened, sensors, motion sensors within rooms, glass breakage sensors, duress buttons. Again, duress buttons, have a heavy component of a user interface, so there needs to be good procedures on how and when they're used. And so that's the detection component. And then the delay component you'll see around your sites, are again, the heavy doors, the maybe systems that are bolted. Obviously the teletherapy machines are bolted to the floors. That provides delay. Just accessing, there's accessing those sources. There's special, proprietary screws that can be used in the devices themselves that would prevent or delay an adversary. So there's many different ways that we can delay an adversary. And then response is, again, the most critical component, because if there's not a good response from law enforcement agencies, then all that equipment and those procedures, or the people are at risk. So we spend a lot of time also working with response organizations and the sites to help coordinate how you interact with the law enforcement, with your own site guards or site watchmen. So again, to defeat the adversary, you need a timely and adequate response. This just is a little video that shows kind of a facility being attacked, by an adversary. And this is meant to, the timeline running along the bottom. It shows the adversaries, entering the building and a path that they take to the teletherapy device. And it shows a certain amount of delay and then how they get to the device. And this is just meant to show, things you need to consider when designing a system is, how do you prevent an adversary? How where are your detection points along the pathway? What are the various pathways that the adversary could take to get to the target? And what are the pathways they could get to leave? And then, what kind of a response time do you get to that facility from local law enforcement? So in this case, they steal the source in less than 200 seconds here. And a lot of times people question, because they know how much time it takes for the maintenance people to load a source. But an adversary doesn't necessarily need to, do it in a pretty way. They can cut through things and get to that source a lot quicker than most people would think. So that was just a little video to kind of just give an example of one pathway to use as a talking point. And so when we design a system, we're looking at the physical layout. What are the various pathways that an adversary could get to the target? And then we can't, the budget usually prevents protecting every single entrance and exit to a building. So you may wonder sometimes why, we don't protect all the doors and all the entryways. And we take a target out approach because that's a cost-effective approach. And, we spend the majority of the money in designing and implementing a security system at the target itself. So typically you'll see at the bunker room, and then maybe the room outside the bunker room as the two main areas where you'll see your security equipment. So different concepts when we design a system are defense in depth, where we have you'll see there may be a series of things that need to be defeated. Various motion sensors, more than one motion sensor, or two different types of sensors on the pathway that the adversary would have to defeat. So if one fails, the next one would pick up the adversary and detect them. And then a balance protection, so that we look at all the different pathways and make sure that we don't spend a lot of money protecting one pathway and then allow an easy entrance in another way that we didn't look at. So, and then the graded approach is looking at what we're trying to protect. And again, these higher category sources are going to have a higher level of protection. More money is going to be spent in the detection, delay, and response functions than maybe a lower activity sources. So we take a graded approach. Again, you need to look. We also need to consider. We know that the main function of the facilities you're working at are to take care of patients and look at patients' health. So the system needs to be a system that can be operated on a daily basis, and it's not going to be turned off because it's inconvenient or preventing you from treating patients. So those are considerations. Operations is something that we need to consider. This is just an example. You might see this at your facilities, where you have the bunker here, and you'll see some protection outside of the bunker. These different icons represent different types of security features, such as biometric access control system, your hardened alarmed doors, your electromagnetic blocks, your cameras and motion sensors, tie downs. So these are all the different features and the typical layout that you would experience at your facility. And again, these are based on requirements from in collaboration with IAEA documents and looking at international best practices. And then again, the central alarm station, you'll see the same type of thing where we're trying to protect the people at the alarm station so that they'll have time to alert and notify the local law enforcement who will arrive with weapons. So overall, looking at a big picture, we have the requirements that come in from the regulatory body. You understand what the threat is at your facility. The system is designed, to detect, delay, and respond. And then an important piece of that, again, is, testing that equipment, and that you may be involved in that if that's one of your functions as a security manager. If that's an extra job, that's been given to you, is you should consider how your systems are tested. You might have site security plans that would define that. And then, based on this performance testing, you may look at some of the things that need to be redesigned. So there's a continuous loop here. Go back and look at where you're not effective and try to shore up those areas that are failing. Again, people, procedures, equipment. This chart is just meant to show all the different types of elements that might be involved, from your guards to your equipment, to your other employees, and then within that you have your site security plan. You have how are you protecting information? What type of training are you doing with your employees? What's the access management procedures that deal with each of those different, from the guards to the employees? What type of maintenance program is there on the equipment? How do you budget for the sustainability of that equipment? So those are all things that need to be considered in a sustainable security system. And then again, one of the reasons for presenting this to this audience is because you all have a role in security at your organization, whether it's just as a user or as someone who is involved with more deeply with designing the systems, or being responsible for testing the systems, or managing the security contractors that come in there that maintain the systems. So understanding your individual responsibility is important, and making sure that everybody knows they have a role in security at your facility. Again, the equipment is only part of it. Having a good security culture where everybody feels like understands why you're protecting that equipment and how is important to improve that security culture. So we want to see, when we visit facilities, that people have a good attitude towards the security, that it's not a hindrance or something that's thought of as unnecessary. They understand why it's there, and that everybody feels like there is an ownership, and they're part of that process of keeping that source secure. So that is my presentation. So in a summary, again, our organization collaborates with the IAEA and other international organizations to look at the best practices, and then we use those IAEA guidance documents, like the code and other guidance documents, to help us understand, what the activity levels were and what the goals are, and safety and security measures for those facilities. We try to understand what the threat is at those individual sites, and then work with different types of trainings to ensure that the people and procedures are as much a part of that system as the equipment, and then working with law enforcement to ensure there's a good timely detection and response to the facility, and that response is adequate to help to defeat the adversary. So I know this is a very high-level, quick overview. This is about a week-long course that I condensed into 15, 20 minutes. So I hope it kind of gives you a little bit of an understanding of, why and how the security systems and at your facilities are implemented and designed, and what your role might be in that, or may help you think about what your role might be in that process. So thank you for your time, and if there's any questions, I could field those. And sorry again about the technology glitch.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Smith, for your time. Actually, we don't have time for the questions. I hope you will
Okay.
still be online with us. If anything, we will write you down. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Так, и
Okay, Boris is the next. You are invited with his presentation on radiation control, the Finland OYO organization. Good day. Happy to see you again here. I think we were interrupted here when I was talking about the three-layered system of the SRK. The upper layer is the client server, which is in premises in the security department for the data storage and the data reflection. As for the lower layer, we used to say instrumentation. Here are the short list of the equipment that we have. That's hands and the contamination control system, and also the radiometers and detectors of the gamma ray, and also detectors of the neutrons, and the instructions that you've listened to yesterday, where we have the data online, the radiational situation in the room. For the average level, we can say about the commutators, the communicators. That's the three-layered system. Why do we need it? This way, we use the approach of we are not tying into the manufacturer to their standards and protocol of the data transfer to the non-standard interface. So to speak, now once we have the necessity to connect the additional building, during the self-implementation of this building, we deployed several instrumentation and also connected the communicators. And then using the Ethernet cable, we connected both buildings. In the upper level, we, at our work area, the radiation protection service started to show one building, and after that, a second building. So to make it more comprehensive and added a couple of layers and floors and without connecting to the specific manufacturer or vendor. So it is all done very quickly. Respectively, the system, once it's in operation and the standards as a manufacturer protocols like a TCP and a MATFAC, it displays the working area on a display, and the specialists of the radiation protection do not wait too long on the data. Everything works very simple, and the diagnosis is provided very quickly without special. In archives, in servers are kept. There are no the industrial server which are installed, which are really maintained. The most important thing it allows, in case of the failure of the certain components, or for like a hard drive or a certain, without waiting the long procurement process, since everything happens very quickly, the server keeps operating very long, and after a while, if there is a necessity, they can replace that hard drive. The same applies with the working personnel. There were the cases with the failure of the operation of the, after 10 years of operation, we can select any type of the laptop or the system which look like this kind of constructor. As for the of the ACRK in the radionuclide diagnosis during the operation of the therapeutic accelerators, there are some factors to be focused. First of all, that's the peculiarities of installation, taking into account the clean rooms where we have installed a couple instrumentation points, and not all the vendors, not all the manufacturer is including such things in their cost estimates, the material that they are using, and the way of the installing that they are doing in the buildings. This is what we have to pay attention, and we include them as an integrator in the system, where it will be installed and how that's going to be installed and what surfaces they will be installed. And some of the detectors are very heavy, and if there is the thin walls, and need to make sure that these walls will hold this equipment. Once we are working with a series of equipment like accelerators and cyclotrons, and in most cases that's the dosing systems which are presented in the market, and using the peak controllers that are on that place, or kind of small controllers where they are processing the signals once the signal passes in a high amplitude with a certain duration. So by default, the controller, there are the 3 sigmas, it will annul the signals. So therefore, we have to include the equipment where there is an impulse measurement, and with a higher amplitude upon the low duration of the signal. The main thing I would say that I would tell, that's the particles with a high frequency. In most cases, the manufacturer of the radiation protection equipment, they prepare the equipment for the natural nuclides. This is the natural decomposition of the uranium, and the energy that we are watching during the measurement, and sometimes it's a neutron with 3 mega electrons, and that's in plants, and during the extraction of the uranium and the processing, and also during the processing of and there are no higher energy. The standards are so the manufacturer do not include them in their design documentation. When we are talking about on a linear accelerator, our colleagues from the institution, they were evaluating the dosing. On a diagram, we can see that the 43% in the contribution of the total dosing, the neutron with the energy is more than 20 MeV. There are lots of equipment and devices which have the ability to measure the range of this kind of radiation, and sometimes the 43% is the dosing load, which are not registered in most facilities with this type of equipment, in linear accelerators, so on and so forth. And the most interesting thing that in standards of either in Kazakhstan or in Russia, such things are not told, and they are not watching that kind of parameter in their requirements. Somehow they do not include them in their design, and the biggest load which goes towards the personnel who are working in the control room, they do not take that into account. We think that we got a good personal equipment, protection equipment, that we are sure that the neutrons will not pass through, but they got a higher penetration rate. Yes, there is a big section of the interaction, but ignoring that 43% of the dosing load is kind of not normal thing. A little bit about what kind of equipment we install during the tour. You can see this type of device. That's the data processing unit. This is a gamma detectors and a neutron detectors, which are connected to each other, which we're monitoring in a live mode, and the results of the measurement are sent to the control room's computers. And the similar equipment, which is not quite relevant, this is a portable device, FH40, the compatibility of which was compared with the fixed equipment. And if we want to evaluate the radiation state of the room, we can enter that room and measure the radios, and it doesn't require any kind of additional devices or some sort of or procurement, etc. The main gamma detectors, the small ones, which are connected to the certain device, and so you can install that at the entrance room. So there are the cyclotrons and the linear accelerators. As gamma detectors, we are using the detector which are based on the ionization chamber and with a wide range of the energy range, and with a high sensitivity at the low and high doses in the two ranges, so they could, like I've said before, that they evaluate the high frequency particles, which are not standard to the non-typical equipment for the radiation control. However, here we decided to use it. And this is what we are proud of. That's the Thermo Fisher Scientific. This is a neutron detector, and we call it Vendy. There are lots of publications in CIS countries, in Western countries about this detector is used as a reference device for the for measuring of the high frequency and low energy and angles. So usually it is used for the scientific purposes with this kind of neutron detectors. For controlling of the contamination of hands and legs and feet, there is the standard 6BC line. We have provided it to Kazakhstan, and they have been using that for 5-10 years. This is very reliable equipment, and everyone knows about it. For controlling of the workstation, this is one of the red eyes that I think everyone is aware of it. And for controlling of the rapid control of the irradiation, it says that the thermoluminescent personal dosimeter, but it's not so. This is only which came to replace the previous version. So the Ross atom, they are using that in their new construction areas, like in Bangladesh, like in Turkey. Perfect dosimeter, got a good alarm system to evaluate the dosing in a certain shift. So I think this is one of the best dosimeter, and I haven't seen the better equipment than this one. So this is the layout of our facility, which are shown on the slide. There are several colored lines, and they are connected to the certain uninterrupted devices, and the system, if there are no light or power in the facility, it will be operating some sort of operations which are conducted and during the commissioning of the SRK, like a perforator which was connected into the plug or socket. It is kind of very sensible for the power and load, and we can disconnect from the entire grid to make the work more comfortable, and then and not to ask the workers to disconnect the perforator. And there are the individual or independent grids. So the numbers of the rooms are shown in on the slide where the detectors were installed. So everything looks like this. We were able to take a picture by the end of the installation works, and I was truly happy to see that there are not prominent devices. So if it's not visible, so it means that they were installed very carefully, and if there doesn't look like a foreign object, so then we can count that our installation activities were successful. Thank you very much. If any questions, you can ask now or anytime during the break. Our stand on the first floor, I will provide a consultancy anytime. Thank you, Boris, for your presentation. I think then that the discussion will be during the coffee break. Our next speaker, Adilbayev Nurlanovich, the radiation safety and radionuclide therapy, the first steps. the Center of the Radiational Medicine, Semey.
Құрметті әріптестер, ең алдымен сіздерді құттықтаймын.
Greetings, distinguished colleagues. First, I'd like to congratulate with the opening of this center. I hope it will be beneficial for the people of our country, and I hope you will have success in all your endeavors. Dear colleagues, I'd like to mainly focus on therapy, radionuclide therapy, because we know everything about diagnostics, but in terms of therapy, we are the only center as of now. And I hope that this center will join us soon so that we jointly develop this direction. Our center was launched in 1947 for the first time, and since then, we know the radionuclide therapy was used, and the first time chemotherapy was provided in our center as well. Of course, initially we had just one doctor, one nurse, and one lab professional, but currently we have about 600 personnel who is involved in therapeutical procedures for cancer. They do diagnostics and etc. Our center is, in terms of radioactive facilities, is category 3. We use isotopes, and in that we are unique. We use cobalt, we use iodine, fluoride, technetium, helium, and other, and we use cyclotrons, accelerators, and etc. But our main focus is on liquid radioactive waste, production of different radiopharmaceuticals, and we also provide therapy using radiopharmaceutical, isotope diagnostics, and radiotherapy, as in many other centers. How do we ensure radio safety in therapy? We have different methods, for example, special ventilation for dynamic radio safety. Also, we have 15 rooms, as you can see on this slide, and all liquid waste goes to a special system, and we use the monitoring system, as a previous speaker mentioned, and in each room we have additional system which detects the remainder, for example, exposure, so that we can see how much dosage is still remaining, so that we know when to discharge patient. And we have special requirements for iodine, and there shall be certain activity in the patient. And therapy is conducted in accordance with the protocol 148, where the fixed dosage is defined. So it may start from 296 to more than 1,000 mbq, in for thyroid cancer from 3,700 to 1,100. And there are different categorization. It depends on the volume of the thyroid, on the remaining tissue, if it's a thyroid cancer, and etc. And I decided not to include here how we measure, but I think it would be of interest to you to see how we do measure on annual contribution or annual intake of radioisotope by our professionals. If we look by isotope, there are traces, yes, because we work with open sources, and these sources, they dissipate, and they can be found in the air. And in 2024, we see the highest indicators for our pharmaceutical specialists, but we have sanitary and epidemiological requirements for MBK and TPK, and this is within a threshold. However, let me just once more reiterate that there are traces which can be found, which can be traced, and it is our goal to make them zero. And I'm not gonna elaborate on all these activities because you know about them. But let me talk about barriers we face. We are the pioneers and we always face certain issues. However, certain problems require comprehensive approach with the ministry and other agencies. So that's the direction we need to work on. Actually, there are two directions. This is competences of personnel and procedures. In terms of competences, there are two groups who are responsible for radio safety, engineers and medical physicists. Well, for engineers, everything seems clear, right? We hire them, we look at their university degree, then there is certification once in 3 years, and also the sanitary and epidemiological control and the Committee of Nuclear Energy, they conduct control for their qualification, but for medical physicists, there are nuances. We hire them. They have a physicist, nuclear physicist degree, university degree, but there is no certification for them. In legislation, it's not enshrined, I mean, certification for physicists, and there is no control on the part of the state or the government. So this is the problem we need to ponder on, and we need to make certain decisions and adopt legislative acts so that we have this control. Because yes, we hire people, they have a university degree, but they also require additional training, and this training is tailored by each center. And the ministry provides certain funding, and this allows our personnel to go abroad for studying, and it allows for a room to growth. However, there are no specific qualification requirements for this type of specialists, for this type of professionals. Last week, we visited Tomsk Polytechnic Institute University, and we studied their experience. They do professional development for their professionals once in 5 years. So they hire graduates from the university. They provide professional development courses to them, and then they work in these centers. And in accordance with the Russian Federation legislation, they have to undergo professional development courses once in 5 years. There is also Euratom agency which requires from the member states to ensure qualification requirements for professionals working in radio safety and medical physicists. And what is quite interesting is that there is a concept of expert on nuclear physics, which gives additional opportunities. It doesn't mean that each center will have their own way of life. It means that such professionals could be grouped. The like unified rules for all of them, and this opens additional doors. We also visited foreign countries, and in foreign countries there are also such experts who develop requirements for nuclear physicist professionals. However, in our country, we do not have such strict requirements. And if we talk about treatment for our patients, then there is such a concept as principles of radiation safety ensuring. And my colleagues already talked about that, but the most interesting thing for the therapy is optimization principle, which is not possible to be used 100% as of now, because currently we have fixed dosages for patients. They are not calculated. So if we want to introduce the principle of optimization in radiotherapy, we need to make the dosage very accurate. So every patient shall have a dosage which is required for him, not higher, not less. So it shall be theoretical dose. So in other words, we need to introduce calculation method for theoretical dose, to do internal dosimetry if necessary, as for example in when we have many metastases in bones and etc. And our colleagues from the US already conducted such procedures where patients patients' life were prolonged despite their very dire state, and for many years they were able to continue their treatment, and the effect was quite positive. In our center, we have a linear dosimetry, which we received under the IAEA project, which allows for personalization, individualization of such dosages. However, this software has certain, problems. Yes, it gives certain opportunities, but if there is theotoxicos, then of course it's not calculated very precisely. So, yeah. We have this desire to do internal dosimetry, to individualize these dosages. However, we do not have the necessary conditions. To create such conditions, we need to change protocol. It needs to be improved in terms of personal dosages for patients. Here I mean in therapeutical, precise, necessary dosages. Moreover, I saw that you have this special the cupboard where you divide the iodine, then use the dosimeter in order to see what is the dosage. Then we use certain cups, we add water, and etc. There are nuances, of course. For example, when we give certain dosages, the last stage is when in the cup there is a little radioactive material, and it's a very small cup, 50 milliliters, and it's difficult to measure the precise quantity of the left material. So in order to do that, we need to change our approaches. Also, in therapy, for example, usually when you talk about radiation accident, for example, this is when, for example, a tube was broken and we had a liquid on a table or on the floor, and that's what's the nuance here. Radiation accident requires to take 10 mbk of iodine. If we give to the patient 5 gbk, then 10 mbk is a very little dosage. If such accidents happen, usually it is considered radiation accident, and we need to send a report to the committee to invite experts on the facility. So we have procedure for actions if such accident happens. But if we if we follow all of these procedures every time, then of course this could put our work on hold, our activities on hold. So perhaps we need to use encapsulator, which will enable us to minimize dosage for experts on radiopharmaceutical, and encapsulator is another solution for the problem that we face. If we talk about regulations, all of you know that we follow not only local Kazakh regulations, but since our legislation isn't comprehensive enough, we also follow European and the US regulations and of other countries. And there are many documents which are foreign and not ratified in Kazakhstan. These are standards for diagnostics, for example. We use even DRL in a practice. This is mostly for diagnostics, but this is the principle which we use in therapy. But again, we are the pioneers and we have very little experience in this regard in our country, but slowly we are making the necessary steps. Okay, solutions. Of course, we are doing all of this already. We are already moving towards a solution, and one of the solutions is providing certification to our nuclear physicists because it is a necessary process. There shall be a certain level of control, there shall be a certain template which will allow us to move forward. But this is the issue which shall be considered by the group of experts, which will include medical physicists, radiation safety specialists, and labor inspectors. For example, it is often happen that we have issues related to labor conditions. For example, for how many years they are working, what is their schedule, shall they be given milk, for example. It's just general things I'm saying about. So there shall be labor control as well. And we also need to develop national standard on radio safety. We need to develop audit of medical centers, because now no one monitors what kind of sensors are being used in facilities. For example, sometimes we use sensors which with a very limited functionality. That is why we need to conduct such audits as well. We also need to review clinical protocols. We need to establish national database of individualized dosages, and we need to also amend qualification requirements for all professionals working on radio safety. I was trying to cover everything in these 10 minutes, and I'm happy to answer your questions if there are any.
Very short comment, Dr. Alilbayev. I have a list of questions for you, but as you're coming in 2 days in Vienna, we can discuss on Monday. Thank you.
I just connect with the WhatsApp because my colleagues goes to the Vienna. I'm still here. I'm still here. I just with the WhatsApp.
But you are official participants in our technical meeting on radiation protection in nuclear medicine.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, colleagues, we are behind the schedule. I think we have to speed up. Kanal Abulkhanovich, Kurchat of Kazakhstan, on systems of the radionuclide environment. Distinguished colleagues, thank you for presentation. First of all, I would like to congratulate entire Kazakhstan, all our citizens with this memorable day, since this center demonstrates, to my point of view, is that level that Kazakhstan could achieve in nuclear medicine, and it is so great, and I'm truly happy and proud of that we achieved this level. We are pressed for the time, and I will try to expedite my speech, and there will be the presentation. I would like to provide you a brief information on the radiological situation in our Kazakhstan. Just a short brief about the nuclear technologies in the city of Kurchatov. So we have a facility of administration production purposes. We are working on a basis of the two nuclear electrons accelerates. That's the ELU-10, ELV-4, and also marketing the radiologically modified products which are used in agriculture and medicine and so on and so forth. As for the radio environmental situation in Kazakhstan, as you know, Kazakhstan is a very unique country where we have lots of determinants, including the induced and also the natural, which differentiate us from other parts of the world. That's the induced contamination. During the Soviet period, our land was used as a place for the nuclear trials and for the nuclear weapons on both purposes, for the military purposes and also for the peace purposes in the central part and the eastern part, western part of the Kazakhstan were impacted nuclear tests, including the semi-nuclear polygon. Is very unique facility. We don't have any analogs in the world, given the accessibility of such areas, and the area of this area is almost 20,000 square kilometers, and it is accessible for the international collaborators, scientists, so to speak. There are the ongoing activities to the handing over of the land for the agricultural purposes. Regarding the works at the semi-nuclear polygon, starting from since the day of the independence, Kazakhstan took this land. Unfortunately, we didn't know anything, and during this 30 years period, we were able to conduct the scientific tests and the investigations, which we can upscale to entire country. The experience of our country in this area is very vast. So on the screen you can see the map of this polygon, and also that the agricultural and the livestock operations are not sanctioned. That are the farmers, that's the administrations, and the winter shepherd areas, and also the International Nuclear Agency shows the number of the nuclear tests in the area where they conduct the livestock operations of such as the radionuclides as the cesium-185. There are 300 areas. In sometimes in this kind of trans-uranium isotopes, Kazakh people love meat and hummus, and our National Nuclear Center had an opportunity to conduct this kind of studies on radiobiological, including the radioenvironmental, based on the parameters of the radionuclides in the environment, also in the radiobiological directions on the exposure of these determinants to the human body and also the animals and vegetation. As a result of these comprehensive studies, we derived set of data that was used for the environmental condition, and they evaluated the dose to the population which could have used these territories for the various purposes, including I would like to note that we received lots of data on accumulation of the radionuclides and also allocation and distribution, and also extraction or eradication from the human body. And these data were used for the radioecological approach. There is a methodology in Kazakhstan. We call it standard approach. This approach do not take into account all the determinants. You can see that there are lots of white spots in nature which were not studied at all, and we are Due to this, this radioecological approach, as part of the, we try to prepare the integrated approach and vision and take into account all the determinants and take into account the contamination of our territories, which allowed us to conduct assessment, which allowed us to evaluate the adjacent areas and also the territories of the Semipalatinsk polygon, excluding the trial pads where the nuclear weapons were assessed. Uh, Assessed for the further operation or exploitation of this area for agricultural purposes. So the dosage of which was below 1 millisievert. As for the territories which are beyond that area, uh, and those footprints of the radionuclear weapons were tested were too low. Even when we are using the products in these areas, and the dosage of the induced irradiation should not exceed the permissible thresholds. Nevertheless, Kazakhstan was conducting this kind of radioecological tests and studies. In the beginning, we found 10 areas where the nuclear weapons were tested. Some areas were not studied at all. For instance, the Baikal operation, that's the ballistic missile with a nuclear head that was launched from Kapustin Yar military base towards the Priazorsk area. This bomb fell into the Aral-Karakum area, unfortunately. Until this day, this area was not studied, investigated. So the employees of this facility initiated 2 projects, expeditions to these areas, and these investigations are ongoing, and we hope that we will get results this year. As for the induced sources of contamination with the uranium mining and also the oil and gas industry, so the access to these areas of the subsoil user is very difficult. Even the governmental agencies have no access to investigate and examine these areas. Due to this, the employees of our agency conducted at the areas that were handed over to the government of the uranium objects. What did we reveal? And that the radiological situation is in a stable however, there are some sites that I would like to draw your attention that which pose some danger to our population. As an example, I will show you one of the field. This is the hill. That's the ore, which unbooked ore. In 1960, 1970, they were not commercially viable to recover. However, the reserves were sufficient, and there were the entrance unsanctioned, so to speak. They broke the integrity of this radiological object. We don't know why, but the results of the year 2023 have shown that these mines had the unsanctioned access to them. However, so there are the wells into the mines or the cellars into the mines. There is there was a process of the caustic injection, and what interesting is that these facilities were located 4 or 5 kilometers away from that places. So the depth of these mines is So they have to take the certain measures with the tail residuals of the contaminants. Oh, that's the storage, the waste storage areas, which are located close to the localities. There are the radioecological problems. Everything that took place under the ground, that was buried, and as you can see that on a picture, these substances goes to the surface, that, so to speak, the production of uranium. The same situation with the oil recovery. A large amount of the sludge that goes to the surface. We have to solve this kind of radioecological situations. In brief, I would like to say that I joined to my colleague with her previous presentation on measuring of the dosage. Unfortunately, the radioecological service of Kazakhstan sent the indicators in the form of the Excel spreadsheet, and the evaluation of the doses of the personnel in the uranium mines are measured manually, which stipulates the deviation from the measurement. Apart from the irradiation, there is the inhaling and the breathing issues, and I think that this is sufficient, that this is the global problem. And moreover, I would like to say that the lack of the unified database which could have integrate the data from the dosage, including the induced operations and artificial contamination, since we have 1.5 million of people who were impacted on a dosage of the 1.5 milliliters. The Kazakhstan is a very unique country which can give in area of the epidemiological studies and in terms of the stochastic studies. In future, if we start taking into account that the dose per population per capita for the induced and medicine and also artificial and natural contamination. Moreover, I think that's one of the main thing in medicine, like in our sanitary rules, the right dose are written in outpatient index. They are not systemized, they are not integrated. The person who passed the 2-3 CTs and he took the 50 millisievert dosage, and you know that the order which stipulates the increase of the risks of the acute leukosis. So this is very principal question, and for the present, Kazakhstan has to initiate 2 big projects. That's the creation of the ecological map, which enables systematization of the radio facilities, and also creation of the national registry or index of the dosage, which could estimate the cumulative dosage per person that they took from the induced operations or natural operations or emergency irradiation. I would like to say that by us, we received the technical specifications from the Ministry of Education, and I hope that the Ministry of Education will support that, and by 2027 we will be able to initiate this kind of large-scale projects. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you so much, Anat Abulkhanovich. A very interesting presentation. I'm pretty sure that the healthcare specialists are not aware of it, but we will have additional questions. Colleagues, let me finalize the session on the radiological protection, and we are behind the schedule. I apologize that we are working without any breaks. Let's start next session, the production of the radiopharmacological drugs. Moderators, you are invited to the stage.
Коллеги, здравствуйте. Давайте продолжим вторую секцию.
Dear colleagues, let's continue with session 2. First statement will be by Ms. Grishanovich. She's going to talk about current approaches to validation of quality control methods for radiopharmaceuticals and analysis of typical errors. Good morning to everyone. I'd like to see my presentation on the screen. Dear colleagues, I'd like to ask you to focus 10 minutes. And if you have any questions, I think you will be able to ask them following this session. Well, we will divide the control parameters in two categories. Well, these are not official terminology, so that just you understand the essence of my report. There are standard and specific parameters of quality. Standard parameters, these are, if we follow them, we do not see radioactivity. You can see examples on the screen. And the regulations, this is the EU validation documents and the guidelines on validation of analytical methodologies which are approved by the collegium. And specific requirements, you can also see, when testing, we detect radioactivity, and we cannot just follow validation methodology in full. That's why we need to use methodology for we use guideline, which is similar to office validation for standard parameters of quality, but you can see what types of the methodologies shall be validated in what quantity. I can show 4 errors, most common. This is not full complex of validation procedures. Sometimes something is omitted. For example, the activity, for example, isn't measured correctly. Often validation procedures are done in accordance with some internal rules which do not comply with the guidelines. And often before conducting validation procedures, the dosage isn't defined for radiopharmaceuticals, especially if this is production. And when it's done internally by the organization and people who do the validation, they ask for counseling sometimes, and sometimes they do not know either about standard dosage, neither about diapason, and it leads to certain complexities. Also, we need to define the maximum volume of injection, which also shall be included in the instruction on application. And if any of these mistakes were made by you, dear colleagues, then this means that your validation was done incorrectly. Why do we define diapason of defined activity for such types of methods, such as purity or volume activity, which is often used for half-life, and this also pertains to the precision of methodology. And for quantity methodologies, radiochemical purity, or for example, radiochemical impurities. Also, we use linear methods when developing certain methodologies. You have to have certain project of methodology, which shall include geometry of measurements. This could be either syringe or either a preparation vial. And the number of parallel measurements shall be at least 2, but if you also include half-life, then minimum 3 or even 4 can be used. And the time interval depends on half-life of radionuclide, which is the base for radiopharmaceutical. So what needs to be done? The diapason of activity. For example, first we include the analytical data. Here we take the range from 80 to 100, and we also include 0.1 milliliter, and we calculate the dosage which can be used by calibrator from 80 to 120. Also, we calculate such characteristic as algorithm of calculation velocity, and we do a series of measurements which depends on half-life of radionuclide, which is used for radiopharmaceutical, and this shall be not more than 80 mbk for our example. And as for algorithm, you can see this on the slide. Here we also see GPM. If you are doing the volumetric activity measurement, then if activity is high, then this is non-linear. This is not what we need. That is why when defining linear, we use show that your range of decay is linear. Also, we need, for example, radiochemical impurity. We take the volume for analysis, 100 microliters. We can show threshold figure, which is 100 mbk in milliliter, and volume activity will be not more than 5 mbk per milliliter. And often these methods are used by chromatographic methods, well, only by chromatographic methods. This is liquid or thin layer chromatography. As you know, two methods could be used, for example, signal noise, or, for example, another method, but we do not use it because we use chromatography method. We calculate only signal noise. We do chromatography of a solvent, and we can, for example, solve 100 milligram of impurities, and then we do the chromatography. We calculate the signal noise. It shall not be more than 10. And the last problem which we face is that people do not define the maximum volume of injection of pharmaceutical. But for standard quality parameters, here you see, for example, endotoxins, and all these norms are for maximum volume of injection, as you can see on the slide, or on the daily standard, daily norm. We wouldn't be able to calculate the threshold meaning if we do not consider all of these parameters. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have very complex questions, you can ask them during the coffee break. Thank you very much for attention.
Let's move on to the second presentation. Gurin Andrei will speak about the role and responsibilities of the authorized person in ensuring quality and safety in the production of the radiopharmaceuticals. Hello all. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this conference, a high level of the organization. Happy to see familiar faces. All of you are my colleagues, and let me start my presentation. So why did we come up with the idea of present this work? Since in the Republic of Kazakhstan several years ago, the exact I'm a bit worrying. There were not procedure how to become the designated person. This procedure is needed for the person who are manufacturing the radio pharmaceuticals, and just several years ago they had to pass the competence upgrades and also send to the Ministry of Health so the certificate of the competence upgrade, and they were including that into the index. But this index, to find this registry and download the outputs were difficult. In 2016, the Eurasian colleagues take a decision on the procedure of the certification, and everything got streamlined, and this procedure describes everything, and we know how to do that. In 2017, the designated person passes the qualification, but tackles with the issues that the entire committee which conducts the certification, they are not able to certify our Kazakhstani specialists. And we are forced to return to the Ministry of Health and reapply, and they are including that into the index. In 2023, this procedure was simplified, and nuclear medicine took the first standard, and I will share my experience here. On this slide, you can see the structure of our center. As you can see on org chart, we are answerable to the general director according to the order. There should be, it doesn't contradict to the order if there are two designated persons and they are separated by their activities. And as for since the manufacturing area is small to our center, finds it convenient that there is only one designated person. And the designated person has to stay online around the clock since the operation is ongoing 24/7, and It's not possible to stay awake, and this kind of paths of production foresees the presence of another designated person during the absence of the main designated person. And also there should be the designated person on a pharmaco-supervision. And one more thing, that the designated person and the head of the center is the conflict of the interest. It sounds like he cannot be the head of the center. We have to take that into account. The designated person, who is him? He is the specialist responsible for the issue of each series of the drug according to the GMP standard. And this is a key question. And this is the question where we can close our eyes and can get vanished from that location. And if there is a GMP standard, that's the qualification upgrade and the validation. And the designated person has to understand and has to know all the ropes of the GMP. And upon inspection of the area according to the regulatory documents of GMP, the inspectorate inspects not only the GMP documentation, but also they are inspecting the orders, internal orders that they received from the Ministry of Health, and so on and so forth. So the main activities is the quality control and the validation of the documents, and I will show about that on my next slide. Key competence of the designated person. The designated persons, apart from his staying online 24/7, he has to take a decision, so to speak, that there is a nuance. Not all the things that shows on a device or instrument is correct. It means that there are the cases when there is a ongoing production or manufacturing. At the stage of the analysis, it says that the drug doesn't pass the manufacturer. The task of the designated person to reveal, to identify this incompliance, or that was because of the human factor, or that was other issues. For instance, everyone know that if someone has a recirculation of system detector, if there is a natrium sodium NaO3, if the analyst use not fresh, which was used more than 3 days, there is a possibility that the peak of the would happen on the 3rd minute according to the pharmacopoeia. The peak of the glucose should happen or initiate on a minute 10. It means that the separation of the phtor-monocellulose of phtor-monoglucose, if it passed the minus 10, so there shouldn't be any breakdown. So the regulatory documents. The thing that I've already told, that apart from that, there are the GMP orders of we have to get certified through them. Let's say that the licensing and there the inspectors say that you got a plan, and we got on our manufacturing area. On this manufacturing area, there are the raw materials and the requirements to the storages, that the quarantine, there should be the storage areas as the rejected area, or the rejected area should be isolated from the common territory of the storage. There should be the locks or the separate premise. However, there is a requirement. It's not written in GMP, but it's written in licenses of the farm activities, that the deputy of that area should have the medical or pharmaceutical education. We are not a drugstore, but we are falling into the licensing of the pharmaceutical activities. Okay, next. So regulatory base, at least there should be the designated person, like I've said before, on the licensing. So according to the GMP rules, etc., so on for forth. Even though the health code says that all the pharmaceuticals to be produced should comply at least to the pharmacopoeia. We should complicate that. We can complicate it and also make it more strict, but shouldn't simplify the things there. Who can be the designated person? According to the order, there is a list of the things or criteria to be the designated person. That's the chemical and the chemical pharmaceutical and the chemical technological area on the right side. That's the modules should have or should possess by the designated person. But there is a thin boundary. The specialist who is working in the area of the pharmaceuticals, he can be the physicist or nuclear specialist. He doesn't need additional studying of the modules, despite of the fact that the knowledge base which they get, they can provide you. You can pass these courses, you can take these credits, but for the physicists, there is an exclusion for those employees who are working in pharmaceuticals. They are not. They're allowed not to pass this kind of additional trainings. This nuance is currently being discussed, and those committees which provide the certifications, they say that in the future, in the nearest future, physicists should pass this kind of trainings. How to become a designated person? We need to pass the qualification upgrade and also the certification by the designated person in Kazakhstan. Like I've said before, such base for the getting of the designated person is not available. Therefore, we have to go towards where they have such commissions. We passed such procedures through the Sechin University. We initiated an agreement, and that's another story. You are concluding the agreement, and then you are getting the data. This agreement can be taken personally, in person. We are in Almaty, for instance, so you can take it personally, and thanks, there is a possibility to send a courier or delivery guy and get so he can pick that up in Moscow and deliver that to Almaty. As for the qualification upgrade, that's the highest level. Those who will pass this, there is not only the radiopharmaceutical, it includes everything, starting from the microbiology, from the big pharma, the drugs, the tablets and pills. You pass everything 2.5 months. I think that is unforgettable stuff, and we have to and to become a designated person, you have to work hard. And moreover, by the end of the education, you are passing an examination test. You will have 2 attempts, and if you fail first attempt, you can try the next time. So there will be 2 stages. The first stage is testing and then interviewing. So only 1 try. You will have 3.5 hours. There will be 300 questions, and everything should be answered without the right to fail. I'd like to summarize that the designated person is not a is a big responsibility, since that the manufacturing of the drugs is, and the chemist may fail or make an error. However, designated person has no right to make any mistakes or error. If there is a nuance or the synthesis was wrong and there is a data and a chromatography, and he knows everything, and instead of he has to print out the synthesis graphs, he has to understand everything, because the consumables are very expensive in glucose synthesis, and we can tell that we always got a time to cancel, and this shouldn't be passed. And as for the incompliance revealing and also and find out that was a human factor, and if you got a time, for instance, you got a 1 hour, and according to the pharmacopoeia, we are ready to, if we're ready to produce the drugs, and if it doesn't pass that the quality control, and it goes to our clinics, and we conducted the full analysis, and anytime can call them and say that we do not allow them to be used, and that we had so many cases like that, and when the human factor and like solutions didn't match, and that happens quite a lot. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. No questions from colleagues. So let's move on to our third speaker. So, organization of the production unit at the Center of the Nuclear Medicine and Oncology of Semey. Kalyaskarova Bibgul Anisovna. Good day, distinguished conference participants. Let me show my short message regarding the organization of the production unit of the Oncology Center in Semey. I'll try to fit my agenda. So the success of the oncological diseases is not possible to imagine without development of the nuclear medicine. To my turn, this part of the medicine is directly related to the organizations which produce the efficient and safe drugs which are used on radionuclide therapy, and the diagnosis. The optimal ones are the presence of the cyclotron complexes and facilities in big medicine centers. In this matter, Astana is leading. So we have 3 medical centers where we have a cyclotron production units. In 2021, on the base of the regional oncological dispensary, we created the center of the oncology center of the full cycle. By saying so, there is an own production unit which supplies the pharmaceuticals, and also there is a separate radio diagnostic and radiotherapy departments. In our center, we supply with all necessary equipment and devices for the provision of the radiomedicine. So center includes the departments of the radioisotope department. The center has 2 PET-CT, UFET-CT, UFET, the new gamma ray, and the department of the radioisotope therapy from the first day of the establishment of our center. So department provides the radioisotope therapy. There are 15 rooms. Each room has the comfortable utilities during the treatment period. Now let's talk about the production unit. The production unit consists of 2 areas. That's the logistics and procurement of the and also supplying and provision of the radiopharmaceuticals. So the production pad has 1,200 square meters, and they are located underground, and the cyclotron area hall is located there, and where the engineers control of the cyclotron, and then the bunker which the cyclotron is located, the technical engineering room where the electrical utilities are located, and also the chamber with the saturated or enriched water, and also the storage area where we keep the spare parts, and also the technical room where we we are supplying with gas of the entire production area. Also the workshop, and in the workshop we conducted maintenance, and also on the first floor there is a sanitary room, also the centers for the personnel, also the place for the issuance of the radiopharmaceuticals, and also entrance control area. So on the first floor there is also the production area, where we conducted the synthesis of the quality control of the radiopharmaceuticals. It starts from the number 115 from the right to the left. So it starts from the gate where they have the emergency shower. In room 160, that's the room for the storing of the consumables and raw materials during the synthesis and control of the radiopharmaceutical. And the room number 118, which starts from the gate, and also 118/7, that's the synthesis laboratories. 117, that's the packaging, and 121 is the drugs storage, and the 122 is the big room. That's the sorting room where the pharmaceuticals prepare or manufacture the radiopharmaceuticals. And then there is a small room, the room for storing of the archive samples, and also the room for the controlling of the materials. This is how the clean area looks like. And on this slide, you can see that the radiochemical laboratory synthesis, and the quality control laboratory. The personnel of this production area consist of the 2 designated deputies who are in charge of these activities, and there are 2 radiochemists, process engineers, and also engineer of the cyclotron, and a senior radiopharmacist, and a specialist of the quality control, and the radiochemical and analyst. There are 22 persons in our staff, including the green personnel, and the group of personnel are equipped with the PPE. That's the first is the coveralls, and also the vests, and also the cap and the goggles, and also there is a personal, and they got a personal dosimeters. So the work is conducted during a shift, only one shift, and the duration of one shift is only 6 hours. The engineer of the cyclotron, he comes to work at 5 a.m., and then the engineer at process engineers arrives after that, and the radiopharmacist arrives after them. Then so this is the list of the radiopharmaceuticals. So that's the 184 fluorodecosis, and the 186 fluoro, and the 187, that's the PSMA. We also use radiopharmaceuticals which are provided from the Nuclear Medicine Institute. You know that the Nuclear Medicine Institute is our the best place from where we can get, and the quality of which we are not allowed to doubt. And also they use the older isotopes. Something went wrong with my remote control. So the production of the radiopharmaceuticals as you can see, there are nothing new. In all described methodologies, you can imagine that with this workflow, first of all, they are preparing the radionuclide 18F in a cyclotron, and then they are sent to the laboratory of synthesis, where the radiosynthesis and analysts are working on the synthesis, on treatment and processing, and then sorting them into the vials. And then all the things are sent to the quality control laboratory, where they're sorted out for the compliance of the requirements and the characteristics of and also the pharmacopoeia requirements. And after getting the results and the permission, the radiopharmacies. They are sorting out into the syringes and passing through the radioisotope diagnostics. So here I'll try to make it shorter. In February, we initiated the production of Torxma 176, and there are also the quality control. And here again, nothing new there. The main parameters are there. That's the radionuclide frequency, the originality, the purity, and also the sterility, and so on and so forth. And that's the results of the analysis of the Q&A QC analysis. Laboratory, that's the pharmaceutical, that's 18176, that's the safety test, that's the radionuclide purity, the radiochemical purity, and the analysis of the solubility, and also analysis of the radiochemical purity using the high intensive chromatography. I won't stop about it too long, and if there are any additional information, you can get in touch with me during the breaks, or you have my contacts. You can send me a message, and there will be the specialists of the PAT, and they will provide you additional information. And then the next radiopharmaceutical that we are going to present, that's our delivered weekly from the institute. With a special equipped vehicle. Then we conducted a receipt of the radio drug. Then it passed the entrance control. That's the entrance control consists of the integrity checking of the package, presence of the labels and the data on the stickers, and also all the accompanying documentation. After that, it goes to the department of the radionuclide therapy, where the radiopharmacist therapist prepares the radio individual for each patient. And the pharmaceutical based on 99 MTC, that it is obtained from the generator from the institute. After the receipt and passing the entrance control, the radiopharmacist got received from the generator using the varying lyophilizides. They use that the radiopharmaceuticals straight sorted into the syringes individually per client, per patient. So the documentation system of this area is that's usually the first and second layer documentations. That's the various standard operating procedures and the controls and the maps, instructions, the technical regulations. As for the qualification upgrade, that all the specialists of the production unit pass the systematic qualification upgrade, and also qualification upgrade and internships are passed in our country and also in various facilities, and they're also passing the training in worldwide centers, and also they take a part in international workshops and seminars and trainings, and also get the publications from. As for the international cooperation, the specialists of the production unit took a part in various and still taking a part in activities like CAS 6011 and CAS 6013. Those are the projects with the technical cooperation with the AIA. There were the 7 persons of the production unit passed the training of the leading European units of the nuclear medicine. We procured the production equipment and for the medical equipment, and also there was a possibility to participate in international conferences of the Western countries. And according to the third project, that's a joint with the leading centers of our country. We developed the concept of the nuclear medicine development in our country, and we developed the professional standard on this area, and also a standard and educational program in a subject of the nuclear medicine and priority directions. So the main thing is that's the preparation to the GMP standard inspection and also certification, and also expand the pipeline of the radiopharmaceuticals based on the radionuclide 18F. That's the short information about the structure. and also principles of our operation of our production units. If there are any additional questions, we'll try to answer. And I thank you very much for your attention. And also using this opportunity, I would like to express my gratitude to the Presidium and our committee for the preparation of this holding of this conference of such scientific professional level. I wish the entire colleagues to have such a wonderful building, and I wish you success in your interviews and also the great implementation of your scientific projects. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bibigul. If there are any questions? If no questions, I think that the questions will follow during the coffee break. So the next presentation will be given by the Igor Pakorov, Solutions for Organizing Quality Control of the Radiopharmaceuticals.
Dear colleagues, good morning. First, allow me to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this event, and I'd like to congratulate with the official opening of the center, and I wish you success in introducing all technologies that you are planning to implement. And at the beginning of my presentation, I'd like to say that we are all used to the fact that digitalization is here with us, and our even communication with the government agencies and banks is mostly online. And at work, most of us still put down the results on paper, or sometimes use Excel tables, and considering this type of document preparation in such complex productions, such as production of radiopharmaceuticals, this leads to the loss of integrity of data, which of course impacts the end result. And I'd like to note that digitalization of such processes as production of radiopharmaceuticals is not an easy task, because many IT professionals, they do not have the necessary knowledge and expertise to consider all the factors which affect the end results when producing radiopharmaceuticals. And we have LabLogic company, English company, which has 40 years of experience in development of equipment which is used during the various stage of radiopharmaceuticals productions and in general for radiomedicine. And professionals of this company, based on their experience, created and continuously develop a lab information system, which is called Petra, which has been developed for radiopharmaceuticals producers, so that they can comply with all the norms and regulations. This allows for optimization of the process, its standardization, e-management of data, provides for data integrity, it distinguishes access, and also controls the tools which are used during the production. And the structure of the ecosystem is quite simple. All elements which are used in the production of radiopharmaceuticals interact with this system, starting from cyclotron, module calibrators, and etc. All elements interact with this system, and then the report on the batch is prepared. And if we look at the time frame, if we look at the management cycle, this can be shown in this type of diagram. We start from planning a batch where special module transforms online request into the concrete batches, then reports of the modules imported in the system and compared to the initial plans. Then there are preliminary examination in accordance with the protocol on a daily basis. The test is conducted, and there are step-by-step instructions which allow for compliance with all the necessary procedures. Then the production stage, and at this stage, data on cyclotron work and synthesis modules data is submitted to the system, and they are then integrated in the report on a batch. Then for helium generators, there are information on each generator, on the present activities for planning specific batches. Following production, there is standard quality control stage, which allows for direct data collection or import of reports uh, from all tools or elements used in production. And there is also audit journal for manual quality control. And there is a special package which is used for single management of all chromatographs. And there is an integrated opportunity for automated quality assurance, which is compatible with tracers. And following quality assurance, then the produce is ready, controlled, the status of a batch available for review from any station connected to the system, and then the end product could be provided to the patient by the authorized person who uses special signature, and the whole process is finalized by the preparation of report. Everything is consolidated within one database, and the final report is saved in PDF and can be used from any workstation. And all rules and regulations are applied in quality assurance, in management of stocks, and in work with requests. Let me just cover briefly each stage. In terms of compliance with regulations, the system allows for electronic signatures use, also for audit control with accordance with the CFR. The user settings can be set here, and the level of access can be also set for different roles. And here also personal information on training is saved. The system automatically saves which person went through what kind of training, and accordingly the level of access is given. And also here is another section with several modules. Module for sales, modules which allow for review of the last version of the standard regulation, and it also sets notifications for authorized persons about the review of processes. Also for documentation, there is module which allows for access to all forms of documents, not only for those who are controlled in a formal way. That's what I mentioned previously in terms of integrity of data. So in this system, you have access to all documentation which is used throughout production process. There are also requirements for specifications. The system allows for event control, and reports on non-compliance with specifications could be automatically prepared during the production, extracted, and given to the module of corrective and responsive measures. Also a module of amendments made or changes made into the process, and this is in accordance with GMP requirements. Here, any change can be applied, and it's reviewed in this module, and its implementation is monitored to the final stage. Also, a module for corrective and responsive measures allows for fast documentation of all corrective measures for improving the quality of process and preventing of recurrence of such problems. And also this allows for effective documentation during each stage, any corrective and responsive measures with the necessary evidence document. Also, we can set notifications here, which can be generated as a response to a new event, or which can be used for group messaging or sending notifications on important tasks for service maintenance or calibration of a tool. Also, there are trend module which analyzes any changes which are made in the module synthesis, for example, Bash radionuclide frequency, and etc. And at any time for any batch, you can follow the trend for your production. Are there any, for example, gaps that need to be taken care of? So also we have module for tools park management, and here we can follow the status of all tools. Review of model as a calendar helps you to navigate in a situation for example, recurrent maintenance or calibration of devices. There are also separate module for stock management. Here we have the module of barcodes, which it can save the current barcodes on give new ones, and you can use them in accordance with the objectives. Also, warehouse control method allows for supply chain control, and the status of technical material, for example, the stock for quarantine and use in accordance with GMP. So yeah, there are automatic generators. There is a principle of first came first issued, also guarantees good management. Also, there are warehouse of radioactive materials, which allows to control type and general accumulated amount of radioactivity, and also monitors current radioactivity levels in accordance with the licenses at the facility. There are separate modules for requests for orders, so the consumers can place their requests or orders in the system, and you can set what customer can place what kind of orders or requests. And for created online requests, it can be sent directly into the system. Also, here is detailed planning of a production batch at one site, where as an input data request for a single or multi batches can be used, and online order or online request system is used. This tool allows to verify that a request can be worked on considering all the available resources. Also, there is full integration with online request, online order, and unique prices and rules can be set. And level of access gives information to the price only to authorized persons. And the solutions I've been talking about is aimed at batches management for radiopharmaceuticals, and each method of production is like aligned for each pharmaceutical and for each batch. And apart from that, on the basis of the following ideological foundation, the company also proposes various systems for various radiopharmaceuticals, because the production facilities could have several of those, and quality assurance and other processes may differ. And radiopharmaceutical specialists, they produce those drugs in a different form. They can be delivered in a different form. It all depends on specific request or order. There is also spectrum solution, which is aimed at radiopharmaceutical professionals, and we can see main differences. So they can, on the side, two systems can be used, or one or the other. If production is manual, then spectral system can be used, which provides for management of orders, and which is aimed at the quality assurance. Unfortunately, my time is limited, and I cannot elaborate on equipment which the LabLogic produces. I think many of you know about them, and if you need additional information, you can approach me during the coffee break. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо за доклад. Есть ли вопросы?
Thank you so much. There are questions. Sure, go ahead. Thank you. Interesting information. Two questions. First, regarding the license for the software. Can we use it in Kazakhstan? Yes. Second question. As for the validation of the entire system, does it require it? Actually, the company provided the validation protocols for their entire equipment. They are integrated into the IS. If someone wants to order, there are no fixed value or price. It is connected to the developer. You can get in touch with the developer. What do you need? What kind of devices? What are your goals? And they can configure the software, and then they arrive to the site. And within 10 days, they deliver training. The configuration and training will be interfaced with the developer, and there will be some kind of translation. However, as for your task that you want to implement, you will be talking to the developers, and they will create the customized product. They are customized per each individual facility according to GMP. There is a understanding of the validation of the computerized systems. If it's integrated, yes, undoubtedly you can do that. Thank you. Thank you. If no question, let's move on to the next speaker, Banu Chaparova, the production of the pharmaceuticals under GMP standard. Good day, distinguished conference participants. When I first came across to the pharmaceuticals, that's the speed and control of quality. I would like to stop in key aspects. There is a question that we have a couple hours, and within these 2 hours we have to synthesize and conduct a QC and also produce that in adequate quality. And here I have shown 6 key steps. That's the production of the pharmaceutical, then there is a quality control, like my colleague said before, during the production of the pharmaceutical. We, according to the GMP, we can give the conditional permission. Since our drugs has a long life period, and since that the testing for the purity and the sterilization and the GMP allowed that there were the empiric rules that there is a conditional permission as soon as we finished the testing, and we've validated that the drug is sterile, and also it provides the final decision for the production. want to note about these key aspects without the quality control. What's the quality assurance and the entire cycle from the receipt of the raw material and the qualification and validation, and also all the works and all the synthesis is conducted through the analysis of the risks and the monitoring of the quality control. And here I would like to highlight the key aspects that we have to follow and during the production of the first of all, that's the documentation, the key aspect of the documentation of that when we are documenting the processes and tracking all the changes. And in future, we can minimize any kind of risks for the production. And here I would like to also note that the formulation of the staff and also certification of the personnel will provide us the high level of the radiopharmaceuticals. And like my colleague said before, the compliance with the class of the GMP, we have to use the qualified equipment, and also all the processes are to be used during the production should be validated. The ergonomics of the production is a key aspect, since during the designing of this kind of projects, we have to pay attention to the not only for the airflow and pressure or the cascades of the pressure, also we have to control the cascades of the transition of the personnel, of the raw materials and the consumables, and also coordination activities. The radioactivity, since our drugs are sterile but also radioactive, we have to take into account the regulatory norms according to the ROK law during the handling of the radioactive materials and also wastes. And here I would like to exemplify the ergonomics of our premises of the clean room, where we show that the key aspects of the airflow to be designed, and also the personnel movement, also entrance of the clean area is conducted through the entrance areas, and also the permission or permits of their by their access grade and their competence. And during the clean room, we have to pay attention to the air ducts like HVAC and also HEPA filters with the sterilization of from the radioactive particles and also mechanical solids. In this case, that we have to take into account to the parameters like that's the cascades of pressure, that's the physical chemical parameters like a pressure, temperature, the humidity of the room, and also we have to determine that the clear movement of the personnel in confined areas where it's possible. In the production of the radiopharmaceuticals, we have to use the confined automated systems. Why do we need it? First of all, we supply the sterility of the drug, and then we provide our safety of our operators during their operations. During the work, we have to there could be the various difficulties, challenges, and risks. And due to this, if we're talking about the first GMP rule that was established in 1916 in the U.S., the regulation of the production of the radiopharmaceuticals was first conducted in 1990. After 30 years there was an impetus rules, which implies to the third article of the GMP. I would like to say what kind of challenges we can face and what kind of solutions do we have for the present. First of all, that's a production of the radiopharmaceutical with a conditional permission, since it has a short period of life. And also there is have to mark them taking into account the radioactivity during the production of the material of the drug, and also, like I've said before, that the autosynthesis and the using of the hot chambers minimize any kind of the crescent reactions. The serial production, during the serial production, we provide the HEPA filters and the cabinets, and also the highly qualified equipment and personnel. And also we have to conduct the routine analysis of risk. During the risk analysis, we mitigate the possible consequences rather than usage of the rejected products or deviations. The qualification of personnel, since that the radiopharmaceutical is a highly targeted area in our country, and we have to use the fundamental reserve of the staff in our center. We are planning to create the educational center and the competence center that will be forming these staff reserves in future. Like my colleague said before, in routine production, there are the various conflicted situations and also challenges. And one of the examples of that I would like to show you, that's according to the GMP requirements, there is a purity zones as per the ABCD. There are the clean and dirty zones by their zonation. And we have such cases, there is some sort of contradiction. GMP requires the positive pressure in class A and also radiation safety of with a negative pressure in a dirty area during the working with the radioactive materials. What we can do in this case, the usage of the barrier filtration, the HEPA filtration, and also the air ducts, and that will provide the negative pressure according to the radiation safety, and also the sterility according to the class A with the positive pressure. Since I have described it before, there is appropriate equipment to be installed, and the cyclotrons are we are receiving from the National Research Center. We are getting this Q180. There are the proper production of the four. That's the thorium, helium, and gallium, and hydrocarbons. According to the GMP standards, during the production, we are not allowed the various types of the radiopharms simultaneously. And our center is equipped with the 3 laboratories of the synthesis. The first laboratories, 2 are for the routine activities. The first laboratory will be working with the isotope with the thorium and nitrogen. And the second laboratory will be working with the gallium and carbon. And the third one will be working with scientific activities. So the laboratory of quality control is the heart of our production, which we can comply all the requirements and also produce our drugs to our patients for the diagnostic purposes. Since we are pressed for the time and the maximum results and the minimum timeline, so we have to follow the main principle of the GMP. That's the integrity and transparency of all the process. In this case, our laboratories of the quality control is equipped with a GNM system, which centralized all the data after the analysis of the series, and after that, process them. And thanks to this, and we are not losing any data, and we are following the transparency and also efficiency. And undoubtedly, in this case, we can conduct the simultaneous risk analysis. Can we show the next slide? Our center plans 11 radio centers. One of them will be produced in Kazakhstan. We have R&D and cyclotron laboratories in our countries, but also there will be the clinical practices. Thanks for your attention. Thank you. Are there any questions? No questions, so we can summarize and move. And the second session has been finished, and we're giving the floor to the session 3, the theranostics and the molecular science.
Ladies and gentlemen, мы начинаем захватывающую секцию.
We are commencing our very exciting session on theranostics, and I'm glad to welcome Professor Farsad from Italy, who are here with us today. And can you please, dear colleague, introduce yourself and use your microphone, please? Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm Yana Nikolaevna. I am from Moscow. I'm doctor endocrinologist, and yeah, we have to move fast because it's almost lunchtime. Dear colleagues, I'm glad to welcome all of you in the sunny Kazakhstan. I'm from the sunny St. Petersburg, and I'm glad to see that Moscow and other cities and countries are joining us today. My report is going to be, and I'd like to see my presentation on the screen. My presentation is on clinical priorities for the development of nuclear medicine and theranostics. As you know, theranostics became a headliner in the nuclear medicine around the world. And once we found out that in the past, when we were treating our patients with radioactive iodine, we were doing theranostics. We just didn't know about that. So now everything is built on the background of radiotherapy when we talk about the bone metastasis, for example. And currently there are new directions, and we need to focus on the most perspective um, things which will contribute in identification and treatment of patients and improving their quality of life. As you can see, theranostics started from the endocrinology. The iodine showed very well in treating thyroid, and this was the basis for the development of other things. And currently we can diagnose and systematically and selectively treat diseases. And just to look at this is the patient who at the same time first goes to the research with choline. That's what was first used in for prostate cancer. And now look at this. 10, 15 years ago, we were blind, but today we have this opportunity to identify and treat prostate cancer metastasis. And of course, we look at biomarkers, and this is what tells us when diagnostics shall be used and when radionuclide therapy can be used. Today we say radiopharmaceutical therapy because there are many radiopharmaceuticals currently. Just look at thyroid cancer as an example. This is one narrow disease, not very proliferated, but look at the list of theranostics which can be used for treating thyroid cancer. And there are many other diseases related to thyroid dysfunction. So then it will depend on how we prioritize them, etc. In Russia, we used iodine 123 for diagnostics. Now they say it's expensive. It's isotope we can use 131. However, if we look at these slides, phantom slides of use of the iodine for diagnostics, different types of iodines, you won't see the difference. However, if radiologists look at this, you will see that the difference is actually huge. If you use 131 for on the right and the other iodine on the other side, so this is the precision, difference in precision, and this allows us to distinguish accumulation, which is important, and this focus gives us this precision. That is why it is very needed to use the correct iodine, and we use mostly 131 for thyroid cancer, but T23 gives us more opportunities for diagnostics, and we shall understand that. And 123 has more sensitivity, and it lacks the effect of silencing. Okay, and the radio also load is important. Here we can see the main list of radiotheranostics which are used currently. So these are those theranostics which allow us to treat in addition to the other therapies which we already have. And the radiopharmaceuticals, they do not compete in priority. They compete for effectiveness, and sometimes it even replaces the traditional, conventional methods. And in oncohematology, for example, such medicines as Bexar were applied, went through clinical trial. However, they haven't been used enough, and that is why they were not approved. It is a great medicine which could be used for lymphomas, but our clinical community, they were not ready for this. So it's different fate when technology and advancement is ahead of time. So we shall be ready. For example, we have Sofia, Glutater, Brevicto medicines, and there will be others. Zedra, for example, is not produced anymore because of the low demand and very high price and low marginality. And Progenics company stopped producing it, although it's a great therapeutic medicine for neuroblastomas, for paragangliomas, and etc. But we are moving forward, and we are opening new modalities for diagnostics. We are combining different methods, and at the same time, professionals, by getting double competences in radiology and hematology and in surgery, soon we will be we will need to expand our competences, because gamma rays use and this everything is stepping into surgery, and during the surgery we can for example discover something what couldn't be seen through the CT, for example. So we need navigation tools, and in this example, this gamma probes can be used. And so now is the question, to what extent are we ready for these technologies? Do we have competences to apply them successfully? Another direction, apart from nuclear medicine, fluor navigation, so fluorophore can be used for identifying new tumors, but in depth you cannot find that, but you can use gamma probes. So you can combine different technologies and get additional opportunities. You can see, for example, gamma probe here, which can be used endoscopically and to find the cancer of prostate cancer. We also see this integration concept in implementation. So we are talking about our opportunities during the surgery, during preparation for surgery, post-surgery, for example. That's when we talk about safety of treatment and other aspects of the treatment. So the question is, to what extent are we informed, and to what extent can we use this? And on this slide, you can see the use of lutetium and radioactive iodine. Patient had neuroendocrine tumor G3, very metastatic. You can see how it metastasized, and you can see that this was a patient who was dying, who went through the surgery and different types of therapy, and nothing worked. And she was given actinium, Totatel, and just look at the effect of it. So patient went to zero 0.1. She responded very well. There were very good regression. Currently, she's undergoing the 6th cycle, and she's alive again. And now she is even planning to buy dacha for herself and this person who was dying just some time ago. So we see the effectiveness of this. Also, when we tell about the effect CAT, most of us compare this to PET. For example, we think that SPECT is a new method and PET is an old method, but we know that these are complementary methods because with the CT emergence radiology didn't fade, so these are just two complementary technologies which can be used for different purposes. If we looked at uh, receptor visualization, there are 5 types of receptors, and they are expressed differently in tumors, and these receptors also differently affect the biology of tumor on its secretal activity. Especially this is important for neuroendocrine patients because they die because of the implications, because of the complications of the secretal functions. So just look at these receptors. They impact the secretal activity of the tumor. And when in G3 we use knowing that patient has G3 and its fifth receptor expression, we use NOT, and this is Baum's work, and it shows that if we choose the right regond, then means success. And here you can see in yellow those which are tumors which affect quality of life a lot. This is blastomas and other types of cancers. And today, for example, pulmonary small cell cancer, small cell pulmonary cancer, for example. And this combination of methods allows to improve quality of life of these patients. In the Russian Federation, unfortunately, nuclear medicine has its difficulties, and we need nuclear medicine specialty. And there are nuclear biology, dosimetry, planning, radiation sources. These are all different things. And radiotherapy is a local treatment, but radiomedicine, radiopharmaceuticals is a systemic approach. These are different planets. And in this regard, the compromise is brachytherapy, which combines isotopes with the precision, with the locality, and many things can be implemented as gamma radiation or electronic. And just look at how these methods interact with each other, how one can be navigating the others. And these chains are built thanks to us because we use non-conventional endovascular technologies, and we need navigation, we need precision, we need to make sure it's safe for our patient, especially this method as HIFU therapy, which allows to treat tumors without cutting into the body. But we need to make sure that navigation is in place, and these are methods which are cross-sectional, which are complementary to CT and ultrasound navigation and other. These are methods which are good foundation, and we can reach ablasty, minimum invasiveness. This is at the cross section of technology. Just look at what can we achieve by moving brachytherapy, and this was done in the private company, in the private clinics. And it was easier to do it in private clinics. So we combined CT, SPECT, and brachytherapy, and with PET-CT navigation, SPECT CT navigation, we improved situation, and now we got the international patent for this technology, which gives us an opportunity to further improve it. So these are just first steps. What are we aiming for? We are aiming for personalization, individualization, because not all patients require high dosage of radiation. Many can respond to less than 40 gray of radiation, but we want to differentiate who needs small dosages, for whom it is going to be sufficient. That's what we call ALARA principles or AHASA principles. So we need to give the necessary amounts so it is good for anti-tumor effect, and this is what we call the management of biokinetics. We also need to take into account bone marrow and etc. This is direct dosimetry. Just look at the molecular medicine. For example, currently radiogenomics is developing around the globe. Thanks to the molecular tests, we can predict the possibility of diagnostics using glucose, using iodine, and treatment using FAPI and etc. And those medicines which we use as selective and multi-targeted inhibitors, they allow us to strengthen this effect. They do not compete with each other. They do not make other more toxic. So this is the main benefit of the theranostics. And when we looked at prediction, we identified that number of mutations lead to the accumulation of good iodine, others inhibit. So it's another factor which could play a role in predicting resistance, because we as doctors, we are afraid of metastasis when they cannot accumulate iodine anymore, when we cannot use iodine for treatment. And of course, these cuts on years of life of our patients. Of course, there are also AI possibilities, and when we say AI, we are talking about machine learning, but a person who knows how to do it shall be involved into the machine learning. The bad teachers, they cannot have poor students, right? That is why the AI shall become our assistant, our supporter in decision making, in the quality of decision making, in the speed of decision making, in increasing the precision of the treatment, in the prognosis. So if we look at it as assistant, then we will make our steps forward much faster and fast forward our research. There is a research that says if you look at the cascade at the depth, then on the basis of these mutations, on the basis of this knowledge, you can predict the biological value of the PET-CT, for example, and it's been showed then the higher the signal pathway, the higher the efficacy of PET-CT. And this is personalized precision target biomedicine in the era of which we are living. There are many possibilities, but they're all cross-sectional. There are no new direction. There is interference, so to say. So we need to think how to develop in a harmonious way, multidisciplinary way. And we understood that we need to establish a new association which will diminish barriers among different professionals. So we established this association, and currently we are partnering with other associations around the world. We are diminishing these artificial barriers, and these associations has many members as of today, those who think alike as us. So this is trans-sectoral, transatlantic, transborder association, and we love to debunk the myths and to diminish barriers. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо большое, Павел.
Thank you very much, Pavel Olegovich. Maybe you have any questions? I think there are no questions. We are on our agenda. I don't think that there are questions.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the director of Nuclear Medicine Department of this beautiful National Research Oncology Center, Dr. Ekaterina Liugai, for her kind invitation, and also all other colleagues of nuclear medicine, Berik, Timur, and all others. And I would also like to congratulate for this excellent organization of the conference. Well, just to go ahead.
You may go on, please. Your speech and the presentation will go.
Yes, but I do not see anything. It's the no, that's the end. It was the end, so I will be at the beginning. Can we start with the first slide? Because I have to. No, that's not the first slide. So, well, I have nothing to enclose. I would like to begin my talk by saying that Kazakhstan and South Tyrol have many things in common. We have beautiful lakes, we have high mountains, and we have also similar modern structures in Kazakhstan and South Tyrol, where I live and where I work. So I would be really glad to welcome who is interested to our hospital in Central Hospital of Bolzano and to our Department of Nuclear Medicine, where really I would appreciate to have everyone who is interested in PET-CT imaging. So in the next 20 minutes, I would like to talk about the clinical challenges in brain tumors, the role of FDG and the other radio tracers used in PET-CT, and talk about what we should know as physicians, as clinicians, and also as who deals with diagnostic imaging about PET brain tumor imaging, and also give you some future perspectives and the take-home messages. Well, according to Global Cancer Statistics 2022, brain tumors has the 19th highest incidence rate, and despite all newly introduced treatments, the mortality rate of brain tumors is still high. It's the 20th highest mortality rate among all cancers, and what matters is that the survival rate of brain cancer compared to other common cancers like breast and the melanoma or colon is quite high, and it depends obviously between the different grades of brain tumors. The grade 1 and grade 2 tumors, we have quite slow growing tumors, and in grade 4 we have really short survival rates of slightly more than 1.5 years. So it's a big difference between different grades of brain tumors. And we have, as physicians, different clinical challenges in brain tumors as physicians who deal with diagnostic imaging. First of all, distinguishing between tumor types and grades, understanding the tumor heterogeneity, achieving precise tumor location, and also defining proximity to critical brain structures, and of course, predicting tumor behavior, treatment response, and progression. So that are our challenges, clinical challenges. And in all these settings, the multiparametric MRI imaging is the gold standard and the best imaging method for that. But there are still some specific clinical settings which MRI needs help, and there are doubtful imagings and findings. And we will see if PET imaging could help and what could be the role of PET imaging in this setting. Well, everybody knows that the FDG, fluorescence glucose, was the first and the most common tracer used in PET imaging. But probably not everybody don't know that the first clinical indication of FDG in PET was to characterize the metabolism of brain and also to identify brain tumors. But it was quite early clear that to pick up the brain tumors with FDG will not be so easy because of the high physiological uptake of the brain. So is there any role for FDG PET in brain tumors and brain metastasis? Well, if we look at the NCCN clinical practice guidelines of this year, there is, regarding the primary SNC lymphomas, there is a role for FDG PET, basically to rule out other sites of disease. So it's important to perform a whole body PET CT, FDG PET imaging in these patients. But I have to underline that that's important because up to 5% of SNC lymphomas show also systemic involvement, basically in older patients and patients who had Epstein-Barr virus positivity. And we find the systemic involvement of these lymphomas basically in lymph nodes, and if the extranodal regions are involved, basically in testis, breast, and peripheral nervous system. And we know that FDG PET is superior to CT in this setting. But I have also to underline that the Lugano classification do not recommend the use of FDG PET for therapy response assessment. Looking again at the NCCN clinical practice guidance of this year, we see also that the PET CT with FDG may be very useful to find by limited brain metastasis or by extensive brain metastasis of unknown primary tumor a very good impact, and we can conclude that the FDG PET is useful for brain tumor imaging in these two settings by CNS lymphomas and by finding the primary in patients with unknown primaries. And there are also the new published ENM, IANO, RENO, and CNM guidelines for brain metastasis evaluation, and I would recommend everyone to look at that. But we don't have only FDG. We have also many other traces that could be used for brain imaging in pets. They are characterizing different metabolism, and they have different mechanism of uptake. But basically, the most interesting traces that are used and usually are commonly used in PET CT are the amino acid tracers. And we have basically 4 tracers that are usually used in different centers for brain tumor imaging. We have fluoroethyltyrosine, we have fluoro-18 dopa, we have flucyclovine, and carbon-11 methionine. They are the 4 mostly used amino acid tracers for brain tumor imaging in different centers, and they have different characteristics. And we should be aware of different characteristics of each tracer. The fluoroethyltyrosine and the fluoro-18 dopa, they are modified natural amino acids. They quantify amino acids transport, and they are transported and not metabolized. The carbon-11 methionine is metabolized, is quantified protein synthesis rate, and it is a natural amino acid. And the flucyclovine is a synthetic amino acid analog and quantify amino acid transport, but there are 2 systems characterized by flucyclovine. There's system L and system ASC. So basically what I underlined also before, that the first 3, the fluoroethyltyrosine, fluoro-18 dopa, and the methionine, the uptake is characterized by the 2 systems, by amino acid transport system of LAT1 and 2, and the flucyclovine is characterized by the 2 system, LAT1 and ACST2 system. So the first 3 tracers have a comparable sensitivity and specificity of tumor tissue, but what regards the flucyclovine, we have not enough data in literature about the usefulness of this tracer in this setting. So I would say the preferred tracer for brain imaging is still fluoroethyltyrosine, because it's mostly used in most centers in the world for brain tumors. We can use it also in a dynamic way, and that is the advantage of fluoroethyltyrosine. We have additional parameter to use, but of course we have also prolonged imaging time. DOPA is also useful because it can be used not only for brain tumor imaging, can be also used for other tumors like neuroendocrine tumors and thyroid tumors. But the results about the significance on dynamic imaging is very controversial. And we have also striatum uptake that could disturb the identification of tumors close to this organ. Regarding methionine, is a very good tracer, but we have to have a cyclotron. You have, fortunately, a cyclotron on site, so it could be a very good choice to use methionine. And flucyclovine, as I said before, what we know yet that we have lower uptake in oligodendroglioma, but it is also used for prostate cancer imaging, but we do not have data, sufficient data about the glioma imaging. Well, what should we know as nuclear physicians and as clinicians about the fluoroethyltyrosine tracer? We have to know that we have physiological uptake sites, vascular uptake, pineal uptake, and mild striatum uptake. We should also know that there are many benign lesions that could take up the tracer. It is a wonderful paper published in 2013 of the Innsbruck group in Austria about all benign lesions that could have fluoroethyltyrosine tracer uptake, and it should be everyone should be aware of these benign lesions that could have the tracer uptake. What is also very important to know about to be aware of the flare phenomenon, patients who had surgery up to 20% could have also tracer uptake in the margins of the surgery. Of course, the tracer uptake is more intense in the first weeks, and it will eliminate in the months after the surgery. But we should be aware that 20% of these patients will have tracer uptake after surgery. It's also important to note that up to 30% of all low-grade gliomas do not show any tracer uptake. That oligodendroglioma, also if low-grade, may have high uptake compared to astrocytoma of the same grade. That's also important to know. So we cannot distinguish between different grades just looking at the images and just looking at the intensity of the uptake. And what is extremely crucial to know that the photopenic defects on FET PET may have higher risk of harboring higher grade gliomas. So that's a very important point. The Jülich group, there's a German group that are very active in studying the usefulness of FET. They showed clearly that the progression-free survival of these patients with photopenic defects are lower compared to the others, and that was independent of the previous systemic treatments of these patients. So that's something you have to keep in mind. What is also important to know that the FET imaging allows us to use the dynamic curve. So we know that we are able to distinguish between low and high grade gliomas. We are also, it's helpful, the dynamic uptake is also helpful to allow us to distinguish between the benign post-treatment alterations and the progression of disease. And that is something that is not so easy to recognize with methionine or fluorodopa. So the negative scan of FET allows us to rule out grade 3 and 4 glioma and lymphoma, but the grade 2 astrocytoma cannot be ruled out because we know that 1/3 of the low-grade gliomas do not show any uptake. And the positive scans have a very high positive predictive value for neoplastic processes. And what we also have to underline, as I told you before, as the oligodendrogliomas grade 2 tumors could also have a high tracer uptake, we are not able to differentiate between high-grade gliomas and oligodendrogliomas grade 2. What is extremely important, and often the radiologists think that the tracer uptake is like the contrast enhancement, but it's quite different. The uptake mechanism, as I said to you before, depends on the transporter, amino acid transporters. So the blood-brain barrier damage is really slightly influential on tracer uptake. It has his influence, but not so much as the contrast enhancement. So it is not surprising that we have discrepancies between MR imaging and PET imaging. So we have different tumor delineations, and we have a different way to assess the tumor response. So it's quite often that we see different images between PET and MR in the same clinical situation. So that's because of the different uptake mechanism of the contrast and the uptake of the tracer. So looking again at the challenges of the MR imaging in this setting of characterizing glioma patients, that's not always easy to target the multiple or heterogeneous lesions with MR. The extent delineation of non-enhancing tumors is not so easy, and that's not easy to distinguish between tumor recurrence and pseudo-progression, and tumor response and pseudo-response, and also identifying patients with favorable outcome to innovative therapies. So in all these settings, the MR has more difficulties, and in all these settings, PET-CT imaging could be helpful, but mostly I would say to distinguish between tumor recurrence and pseudo-progression, because specifically in this setting, it's very important to detect early the tumor recurrence. And here I would just show you there are many papers published in this about this topic, but I would just underline one recently published publication. It's about the borderline findings of MR that were characterized by fluoroetityrosine PET, and the authors, they are from Jülich, again from the German group, and they studied 439 patients, and they divided the findings in 3 categories: clearly positive, clearly negative, and borderline findings. And they were all doubtful findings on MR. And the results are that quite 2/3 of patients could be cleared up based on PET-CT imaging, and only 1/3 of the patients had still doubtful findings after PET imaging. So I would say, if we look at the difficulties of MR, that in 2/3 of patients with doubtful images on MR, PET-CT could be helpful. I think it's a good success of PET-CT imaging. So looking again at the clinical practice guidelines of NCCN, we see that also NCCN recommends to use in this setting PET-CT. Also the EANO guidelines introduced recently the PET imaging in this setting to distinguish between pseudo-progression and true progression. And also, that's very important, also the radio-oncologist recently introduced the use of PET-CT imaging in this setting. So that all underlines that the literature published in the last years demonstrates that the PET-CT could be very useful in this setting. So the last 2-3 minutes, I would like just to show you the, in my opinion, what could be the future perspectives of PET-CT imaging in this setting. We have new pharmaceuticals, basically, that are really promising. We have the ability to evaluate innovative therapies, and also, of course, the use of artificial intelligence and radiomics could be helpful in PET-CT imaging. The evaluation of innovative therapies, as you know, vorasidenib is one of the new drugs introduced, and in this setting, there are many papers that shows the usefulness of PET and the superiority to MR imaging. But I should also mention that the new guidelines published last year by Natalie Albert, standardized the methods of PET-CT acquisition and the interpretation of images by PET-CT, and that's really important that we use all over the world the same methods and the same protocols. And of course, the use of intelligent intelligence is showing a new perspective. But in this setting, I have my doubts because we have the publication have very relatively small data sets of well-characterized cases. There is really significant variability in imaging protocols across different centers. We have limited standardization of diagnostic criteria, and there are really subtle differences in imaging characteristics, for example, between benign signs after treatment and recurrent disease. And we have complex pattern recognition because we have diffuse infiltrative behavior of brain tumors. So it will not be easy to have soon valuable radiomic methods and artificial intelligence methods to be used routinely in brain tumor imaging, in my opinion. So what are the take-home messages? When to use which tracer? The FDG is very useful. You have to use total body FDG PET by primary central nervous system lymphomas. You may use and you should use FDG total body to detect extracranial malignant lesions in patients with brain metastases. And for primary brain tumors, I would use amino acid tracers, and they give different information compared to MR. You should keep it in mind that it's really different. It helps to define depth-pool MR images and to distinguish between tumor recurrence and pseudo-progression and tumor response and pseudo-response. And the potential uses of amino acid tracers are to characterize the malignant progression of low-grade gliomas, to define the targets for biopsy and for surgery and also for radiation therapy. For radiation, as you saw, the guidelines are recommending PET-CT, and also for assessment of novel therapies, PET-CT is useful in my opinion. So thank you for your attention.
Grazie, профессор. Следующий докладчик Жиембаев.
Our next speaker, Mr. Zhiembaev. He's from the Nuclear Medicine Center of the Hospital of President's Affairs Administration. Good morning, dear participants. Actually, Aygul Bulatovna should have participated here, but she was feeling not very well. That is why I'm replacing her here today. Today, I'm going to talk about lymphomas. with the use of just give me a second. I want to see my presentation on the screen. What the nuclear medicine needs is research methods and our radiopharmaceuticals. In the world currently there are many types of oncological diseases and many types of radiopharmaceuticals, and we know that not all radiopharmaceuticals are actually valuable in diagnosis of pathologies. We know what are lymphomas. These are malignant liaison of lymphocytes, and they can be divided into two Hodgkin's and non-Hodgkin's lymphomas. And fluorodeoxyglucose it has higher sensitivity in diagnostics of lymphoma, and the small cell lymphomas are exclusion, but in general the sensitivity is high, and PET-CT helps in categorizing, staging, and following the response to therapy. In 30% of cases, we see the change in the grade of disease. In 62% of cases, we see change in tactics of treatment of patient. Also, there are dual criteria. For example, PET-CT with glucose for a patient with Hodgkin lymphoma. This is prior and post-treatment. We see results. Also, there are such indicators as chemosensitivity. For example, following the first therapy, the PET-CT can be done, and we can compare the visualization prior to treatment. And also, following first chemo courses, we can do PET-CT and assess the effectiveness of the treatment and make prognosis. For example, this is patient with Hodgkin's lymphoma, and we see positive response to a treatment. And here patient, for example, has one score of DeVille. Here B-cell lympholeucosis. Following treatment, we give one score of DeVille. This is a patient, 36 years of age. Following treatment, we see progression, 5 score on the DeVille scale. Here we see 60 years of age patient. Following treatment, 3 scores, not full metabolic response to the treatment. To assess the effectiveness of the therapy, I think this is a good method of identification, method of research. Also, PET-CT with glucose has its limitations. For example, it is sometimes difficult to differentiate proliferatic changes, hyperplasia, sarcoidosis, and the effect on bone marrow. For example, also there could be faulty negative results, and moreover there could be a phenomenon of pseudo-progression, and in accordance with Lugano classification we have additional category of response which is not definitive response. In such cases, for example, on following treatment courses, On our visualization, we can see residual tissues or lymphatic nodes which accumulate such materials or medicines. And clinicians may assume sometimes full response to the treatment. And in such cases, it is recommended to have morphological verification from all lesions, and then in a few months do another PET-CT. We tried to do PET-CT for such patients, the PET-CT with fluorothymidine and fluorothymidine 18 is not included into the DNA chain. It remains in cells, and we can see proliferation activity of these tumor cells. So in other words, this medication is accumulated in places where there is proliferation. We also know that in tumor cells, proliferation activity of cells, it is higher than in a normal tissues. And here, for example, we see a patient post-treatment. In accordance with Duval scale, we give him 2 scores. The clinicians had concerns that here a patient perhaps still needs a treatment and perhaps there are some residual tissues. However, we do not see any accumulation here. And with PET-CT, we also verified that there was a full response on the treatment. Also, here, for example, a patient following a treatment, we see focuses of isotope accumulation in the neck lymphatic nodes, and clinical morphologic data shows the clinicians assumed there was full response. However, several months after, we see these focuses, this accumulation of fluorothymidine, and we can confirm full metabolic response to the treatment. And here, 1 year post-treatment, we see focuses of accumulation of fluorodeoxyglucose, and we couldn't understand if it was inflammation or lymphatic proliferation. And in accordance with FDG PET data and fluorothymidine, we see this active accumulation of this drug in here and proliferation. So fluorothymidine is more specific for tumor cells, and it shows this proliferation activity. It also can differentiate from inflammation, and it shows either it's active tumor or inflammation. Also, we use fluorodeoxyglucose, and clinical use is limited as of now, but can be used for specification. This is our personnel, and we know that nothing is done by a single person, but by a team. Thank you.
У нас будет замена
So there will be the replacement of the presentation. There will be another Northern speaker. The experience of the RFP in UMC. As you have already understand, there is a coffee break, so it's in another room. Good day, distinguished colleagues. I'm the radiologist of the corporate fund of the UMC, the Department of the Nuclear Medicine. I would like to share my experience in the pharmaceuticals which are based on 68 gallium. That's the FAPI, the dotatate. Can you open my presentation? Yes, you can tell about it. I'm gonna stop on the relevantness of this thing. And there are registered 20 million new cases of the cancer and 10 millions of deaths per year. But the development of the PET technologies and new radio pharmaceuticals allow us to conduct the diagnosis timely, and that way help the patients to get healed. And we use the gallium generator. We get that from the core isotope from Germany. The half-life is 271 days, so we can use that throughout the year in one generator. Every year we get 3 elevates, so that's approximately 12 or 18 patients. Let's stop on the pharmaceutical that we used in our department. That's the FAPI. They are used for the visualization of the various neoplasms. Especially, they are useful in brain tumor, and also the liver, and also the pancreas cancers. If we speak about the mechanism, if the cancer-associated, so to speak, the fibroblasts, this fibroblasts can comprise of the 90% of the cancer tumor, the cancer-associated the fibroblasts, or RAF, we can call them RAF. Easy to remember that way. Like I've said before, we use them in all cancers where we have its own peculiarities. So the next one is the dotatate. They are mainly used for the neuroendocrinic tumors, especially in the peculiarities of them is a overexpression of the receptors, and respectively with them we got a contact with our contact, and so the application is quite standard, like in other drugs. Localization, staging, monitoring, the efficiency assessment, the same. So the next drug is SAMA. Like we know before, they are related to the membrane of the antigen. They are in the tumors of the prostate. They are increased at inverse proportionally. Here you can see the correlation of the PCA and also the sensitivity of the PTCT. If you look at so the level of the PCA, so the purity is less than the sensitivity of PTCT is 90% already, almost. As for the contradictions, they're standard. Let's stop at our evaluation. That's the evaluation of the diagnostic efficiency and the clinical significance of the radiopharmaceuticals, since we are one of the pioneers in Kazakhstan who started on working on this. Stopped working. And since September last year till the last month, we conducted 3 studies and one of them was conducted with DOTA 36 with the PSMA 45, and the rest of them were FAPI, and 1/4 of them were males, and the rest of them were females, the age of which varied. Since there is a childhood cancer, and starting from 1 year to up to 88 years, such a variance you can see. We used our equipment PT Philips. We have two equipment, as you can see from our studies. These pharmaceuticals can be used in wide range of the oncology sector. Let's see these examples. This slide shows the female with the breast cancer. As we can see here, the FAPI shows manifests itself very good. In a tumor mass, there are lots of RAF. So the next patient is the child, the youngster, so to speak, with the sarcoma Jung. As we can see on a Jung sarcoma, there are the quite number of the RAF. And here we got a patient with a body of cervical cancer with the various metastases, and there are lots of metastases, and there are visible on a PT-CT since they contain lots of RAF. So the next drug is a DOTA-TAC. We use that for the neuroblastoma for in a confined space. It manifested itself very good. And here is the PSMA. I would like to say that if there are the oncologists, you may find it interesting. The PSA of the patient was 5 nanogram per millimeter. In a PT-CT, we can see that. So this kind of picture. So gallium-68 shows itself very good in prostate cancer. And here is the cancer with metastasis. Let's talk about the prospects. The initial studies have shown that the implementation of these radiopharmaceuticals in the standards of the diagnosis and monitoring can significantly increase the accuracy and evaluation of efficiency of the therapy. As a conclusion, I would like to say this drug's very good. In terms of our country is large and population is 20 million, and we are spread across the country. It's hard to concentrate the people in one place. In this situation, there is a necessity to conduct a PT study, but we don't have a cyclotron, a very expensive equipment, and requires lots of time. And there was a regenerative, they show that can be used in remote locations. There are the PT centers without the possibility of construction of the cyclotron complex, and used the generator isotopes. That's it. Thank you. The questions will be followed later. Our next speaker is Baldur Maral, the nuclear medicine physician, the CME, the PT-CT of the diagnosis of the prostate cancer. Good day, distinguished colleagues. Today I would like to share the experience of the implementation of the radiopharmaceutical 18F PSMA in prostate cancer. We produce this pharmaceutical in our facility. For the present, we know that one of the widespread tumor is prostate cancer. Every year, we identify 1.3 million new cases of prostate cancer, including in Kazakhstan, we register 1,200 cases. For the 100,000 population, we got 6 cases PSMA is a protein which is located on the surface of the cell of the prostate gland, and during the transformation of the normal cells into the malignant cells, there is a increase of this cell by 100 times. According to, as for the indication of the CT PSMA, that's the staging of the prostate cancer with a high and very high risk. That's the 7 scores or more. Also, the diagnosis of the biochemic recurrence of the prostate cancer after the radical prostatectomy, there is an increase of the PSA above the 0.2 grams. After the irradiation therapy, so there is a PSA more than 2 nanograms per milligram. So diagnosis of the biochemical persistence of the prostate cancer, that's not only the decrease of the level of the PSA after the surgical manipulation, and then the using it for the further biopsy of the prostate cancer when the previous one couldn't identify. Also, the differential diagnosis of the local risk recurrence and after post-operational changes of the patients who passed the radical prostatectomy under the non-clear results of the MRI of the abdomen. That for the present, there are lots of ligands, and the most widespread the Gali 68, the PSMA Gali. But there are no the randomized study which shows that that certain type of the substance has more sensitivity rather than another one. Therefore, both substances are used quite often. If we compare the Gali 68 and the 18 phthorium, and both of them are used for the theranostic purposes for the subsequent therapy based on TRAP60 radio, and the thorium has more specificity for identification of the local recurrence, and also since it doesn't accumulate in a bladder, and that way we can see the change in prostate gland. So Gali at the same time has a better specificity in identification of the metastatic sources in the liver. So then the Gali during the identification of the biochemical risk is more sensitive, since it's more sensitive for the 0.4 nanogram per milligram. So physical accumulation of this drug, that's the salivus and also the pancreas. And I would like to show a couple cases during application of the thorium PSMA. This is the patient, as you can see, with a high risk. At the moment of study, he had a PCA level 18 nanograms per liter. And here I would like to show that the lymphatic node with a size of 7 millimeters. He had a normal structural, all the fat gates, but it is the metastatic, and the CV max is above 7.8. By showing this, I would like to say that like another studies like a CT and MRI, we could have noticed this kind of lymphatic nodes, and unfortunately it is showing some colorization of in the bones, that there is a metastatic cells, that this substance shows the sensitivity at the stage of when there are no structural changes in the bone. We can see some accumulation. However, this is not manifested in all patients. So the next case is about with the osteogenic gastromatosis, and we can see that his PSA level increases and decreases at the stage of the study. He shows some increase of the level. This patient was shot with the glucose, and the glucose has a low specificity of the prostate cancer. On the glucose, we can see that in the bones there is a heterogeneous accumulation, And this patient was shot with the PSMA, and you can see the source in the bones, and they're accumulating the substance very well. So the next patient with prostate cancer, during the identification of the cancer, his PSMA was, and this patient was shot with the PSMA, as you can see. He had a very active prostate cancer, and also this patient has in abdomen and also in some sources in his bones. So the next patient is with a metastatic bone, and after that he had a biochemical recurrence, and according to the pictures we can see that there is a active cancer process, but with the glucose so we can't see anything. Then the patient with the prostate cancer, patient in a high risk group, and the PSA at the level of study was 42.7 nanogram per liter. And in a glucose study we couldn't find anything, but in a PSA his lymph nodes, which were small, of 4 or 5 millimeter, and here we can see that there is active accumulation. And this patient in his bones, the same that we have noticed in bones, so the same sources are shown in the second PSMA. This shows that there is active process. As a conclusion, I would like to say that the thorium PSMA is roosted of the prostate cancer, but it accumulates not only the cancer cells, but also we can say that we can identify its accumulation in the low differentiated tumors of other localities. So in my example, in my experience, I can tell that I have seen the cases where the phthora PSMA were accumulated in a low differentiated cancer of lung. So that's the interesting cases. I think that this was very informative to you. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Mikhail Azat Igorovich, a radiologist and nuclear of the irradiation therapy and ultra sound visualization, Astana. Good day, distinguished colleagues. Maksat Yerkenovich, when he was delivering his speech and the dissertation on PET-CT, he set me a task, and I hope that we will manage with this agenda. I would like to focus on an immunotherapy of the lymphoma, which is one of the developing area. We're not gonna go about the methodologies are used in the community of the diagnosis of the lymphoma and the efficiency assessment. Everything has been told. I would like to tell that the PET-CT is the golden standard of the efficiency assessment and in the therapy of the lymphoma, no matter how it was. What kind of types of the immunotherapy we use in treatment of the lymphomas? That's the monoclonal antibodies and inhibitors of the CAR-T of the immune answer, and also the immunomodulators, and also the CAR-T therapy that we are waiting for in a large scale. I would like to stop on a few things which are very important for understanding why we are delineating the immunotherapy here. There is a big group of the drugs with the help of which we conducted the immunotherapy. That's the control points of for the inhibitors of the immune response, which blocks the PD-1, PD-L1 the interaction, and respectively they make it bare. They make the bare lymphoma from the attacking of the lymphocytes. That's the big group, and CRT therapy, that's those lymphocytes which have the CAR ligand, which will be effectively attacking the cells of the lymphoma. Here I would like to draw your attention on a complex immunological microenvironment of the lymphoma tumor. We can see it here. Here we can notice that the yellow ones are the glutathione transporters. Apart from the cells or exposures cells of lymphoma, there are lots of the areas where we can accumulate it, stores it, and also you can remember about it. Results. 15% of the patients of the immunotherapy, they can have the metabolic flash in the background of the positive dynamic of the self of its health, and there is a increase of the accumulation of the phthora glucocorticoid and other sources. And at the meantime, among these 50%, the true progression is confirmed only in 10%. This tells us that first of all, we have to identify this small group and also delineate 90% of the immunotherapy with appropriate treatment that will benefit them. So existing criteria of the immune response to the lymphoma doesn't fit to the lymphoma. So that part with the structure of the Lugano and the five-stage evaluation with other criteria, that the actual way that there is a good response, we apply the adapted criteria of Lugano, and also we do not worry about it. So overall, when we see uncertain results, like an increase of the volume of the visualized tumor, is not always the proliferation of the lymphoma cells due to the, so to speak, the saturation of that zone with own cells, but also the immune response, but also can be vice versa on the stimulation of the growth of these cells during the metabolic flashes. And if there is a suspicion on progression, according to PT data, without clinical worsening, we are including the definition, this one, and before we confirm that the certain progression. So the main task is to prevent the cancellation of the potential efficient methods of treatment. So the uncertain, so indeterminate responses, that's the volume of the tumor by the diameters, by the control sources. So, and also any time during the treatment, or the increase of the by 50% of one of the lesions, or 50% of the tumor can be decreased. That's the fixation of the radiopharmaceutical in one or more lesions without the dimension criteria. At the same time, so the lower the number is present more interest for us. So it prevails the appearance of the new lesions and respectively on activity of these things. And when we use that, as for the indeterminate response for the, as per the computer CT data, it is not important. So intensity of the accumulation, which can allow us to decide whether we should continue the therapy or not, depending on the condition of the patient, whether he got improved or not. What we need to do when we faced with this indeterminate response, and depend on the type of the response we are monitoring, we have to watch and wait, and after 12 weeks for the indeterminate response, for the true progression will be that the further increase of the sum of the measured tumor site, and for the indeterminate of the second type, that's the creation or appearance of the new tumor sites, or the volume of increase of the volume of tumor by 50%. And on a third type, that's the increase of the dimensions or appearance of the new tumor sites. And then we can say that's the true progression. So the fake progression during the recurrence of the Hodgkin lymphoma, that's the tumor dimension which preserved its size till the 12 weeks, and the immune response could decrease this tumor by the metabolic criteria. After the last course, the second type, respectively here, we have the increase of one of our massive tumor sites, so with the accumulation in the area of liver, upon the decrease of other tumor sites, there were not, despite of this, expressed increase of the 8 course of the conglomerates of the exposure. We tried to tolerate a little bit, and then we received the immune response, and also you can see the new tumor sites, and you can see that with the blue arrows it shows that the new tumors on the 8 course. We can see that the full regression of the early new and old tumor sites. At another situation where we can set the true progression. So on the 4th course, so we are setting the indeterminate response of the third type while increasing of other tumor sites. There is the increase of intensity of the abdomen and also the prostate area. So in future, this patient had more new tumor sites, and also the previous tumor areas got expanded. So that's the sign of the progression, and it required some therapy. Why it is important to preserve the hope for the continuation of the immunotherapy? This is because the continuation of the immunotherapy after the progression leads to the slowing of the tumor increase. So if we continue that, we are guaranteed that there should be the results, and also use of the immunotherapy can allow use of the chemotherapy in the future. I would like to stop on with the prospects that we can move forward. As part of the oncological center, there is a PT MRI, which allows us to combine 2 modalities and to derive new data, and the new data is accumulated here for the rapid assessment on a divisional weighing of the images, where after 72 hours we can see that the whole correlation of the metabolic activity, and also the decrease of the restriction on the diffusion on an MRI. Sometimes we can use that the ICD that, like you see on the screen, that's the residual metabolic activity in a conglomerate of the lymphatic nodes. That at the same time we can see that the duplication or expansion of the true diffusion index, which corresponds to the positive trend of this patient despite the activity that they had a meteosomnoscopy, which didn't confirm of the residual tumor cells. And here we can that the MRI shows that the more adequate results. And I think this all requires additional studies. Need to remember that during the immunotherapy there could be in severe form the non-tumor complications, and the 10% of the patients of the entire volume they can bear that in mind, and also can understand that's the non tumor complications, so we need a comprehensive approach to each patient. As a conclusion, I can say that the PT-CT standards for the evaluation of the efficiency of the therapy in the restoration of the lymphoma, we have to take into account that the immunotherapy may lead to the pseudo-progression in the metabolic flashes. The criteria LYRIC gives the instruction regarding how we need to evaluate the responses, include introduction of other modalities may increase the specificity of the diagnosis. So the further prospects, that's the introduction of the and building capacity of the radiochemical parameters, and also determination of the glycolytical activity of the tumor, of the metabolic volume of the tumor, and also distance of the distant tumors, which is also very difficult to do since the entire line is automated, but there are lots of work which confirms that this could be effective. And also the studying of the microenvironment of the tumor in and the further studying of the hyperheterogeneity, and also studying new radiopharmaceuticals or the ones that we're used quite a long time, like we've voiced already, like timidine, and also or there is the mentioned PDL1 in the drugs that are trastuzumab in AT silicon, and so they are required the further accumulation and further studying, and also we got something to do to work. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome the following speaker, Tuyana from the Endocrinology Center. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm going to talk about radioiodine therapy for highly differentiated thyroid cancer. Let me start from the background. Historically, it is become that radioiodine therapy is being used for more than 80 years, and the reasons for thyrotoxicosis, autoimmune and not autoimmune diseases of a thyroid, and as of 2018, the disease case 18,000 for 100,000, which says about the relevance of the methods for treatment of thyrotoxicosis. I'll try and be brief. We're almost aligned with schedule. So, Grace, disease is the most common reason for thyrotoxicosis. Usually, initially, the conservative therapy is used, and there are patients for whom this type of therapy could be very low in terms of prognostic when they have high antibodies, and when thyrotoxicosis continues to be present. These are usually candidates for radioiodine therapy as a initial stage of therapy. When conservative therapy has low prognostic effects, these kind of patients can be deemed as candidate for radioiodine therapy. And you can see the table, the grade, where we see the larger the volume of thyroid, the higher the antibodies, and the older the patient is, the less there are chances for remission. And the goal of the treatment to achieve hyperthyrosis, and we already know which candidates are good fit for that. And any treatment has contraindications which are absolute or relative, and this is relative the presence of compression syndrome and the volume of thyroid. And in practice, for radio iodine therapy can be prescribed for patients with any volume of thyroid, and the Graves' disease is often the reason, as I mentioned, and there are active tumors, and these are elder people usually, and for whom radioiodine therapy doesn't have pathogenic consequences. Since these are elder people, usually we use conservative therapy with minimum dosages, and it has minimum side effects and can be deemed as a primary treatment. And in this group, the treatment can be used for hyperthyroidism. And in this little table, you can see what pertains to what and how the patient with Graves' disease looks. These are usually young people with high antibody titers. These are sensitive. These antibodies have high specificity and sensitivity, and moreover, usually they have autoimmune pathology, diabetes, or other disorders. Those with thyrotoxicosis are usually people who are elder, and they could have subclinical indications, and those who have active tumors, the radiopharmaceuticals uptake is usually not very good, and there is androgenic suppression of surrounding tissue. And the important stage is preparation. All patients shall exclude the intake of stabilized iodine from food or medicine. And there are also certain nuances in terms of preparation for radio iodine therapy. And on this slide, we can see the European calculations in terms of dosimetry and activity. And for any method, there are advantages and disadvantages. For Graves' disease, there are we see dosages for achieving hypothyroidism, and we see the dosages for iodine 131 as well. I'd like to talk about clinical testing results, and we had large patients sample, and the important aspect here is that goals of treatment are achieved 18.5% more frequently if we use individualized dosages. In other words, when we used individualized dosages for thyrotoxicosis, for those we see that hypothyroidism is achieved 18% more frequently. But of course, any treatment has side effects. I'm not going to elaborate on them. There are early side effects and late-stage side effects. And besides, I'd like to know that another important stage, our specific patients who get radio iodine therapy, following the therapy, they shall follow certain rules so that they follow the safety rules. Another social disease which we treat by radioiodine therapy, this is highly differentiated thyroid cancer, which is proliferated among men and women. There are certain subcategories of it, and probably many knew about this slide, certification of risk of recurrence of disease under initial surgical treatment. I'm not going to talk a lot about this table, but I will talk about the activity of radiopharmaceuticals. The certification of risks is a fundamental thing that we need to know. And for a risk group, we do not recommend radioiodine therapy. We usually monitor the patient and observe tumor progression. And for moderate risk group, we can do radioiodine ablation, considering the risks. And of course, we are mostly interested in a group with high risk. We do high dosage radioiodine therapy with activity more than 3.7 GBK. And preparation for radioiodine therapy with thyroid cancer and thyrotoxicosis patients, so we exclude the intake of stabilized iodine, and we also need to stabilize the TTG indications. And this table on risks of recurrence. Well, we monitor patients, and they are grouped, and this allows us to identify the following practices. So this is how we can group our patients, and depending on that, we can regularly monitor using our lab tools, and if necessary, do additional visualization method using iodine 131, using PET-CT. Thank you very much for your attention. This is our team. Thanks for inviting us to this event. Thank you very much, Tatiana Nikolaevna. And the next floor is given to Bayan Atantaeva. She's going to talk about experience of implementing radioiodine therapy in the Center of Nuclear Medicine and Oncology of Semey, Kazakhstan. Greetings, dear colleagues. I'm going to share our experience of implementing radioiodine therapy. First, I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference, and such conferences and this center, I believe, open new horizons for Kazakhstan. And my first profession, and I started my work in Ognitsk, where I was working as in a nuclear medicine area. And yeah, I have good memories of those years, of the start of career years, so to say. And since my presentation is similar to the previous speaker's presentation, we already know what radioiodine therapy is used for, and in accordance with the global data, thyroid cancer occurrence grows during the past several years. We see significant growth, and the tumor type could be different. We know of 4 types of such tumors, and there are genetic mutations as well. And due to such occurrence of the disease, the 5-year survival rate is quite good, and the situation in Kazakhstan is similar. We see the increase in thyroid cancer occurrence in Kazakhstan and in Abay region, which used to be East Kazakhstan region previously. Well, if we look at statistical data, we see 3 to 7 people on 100,000 persons. And if we take the semi-polygon, nuclear polygon, and partially Pavlodar and Karaganda region, here we see different fluctuation and peaks of disease, which could be different from the Republican rates. In terms of radioiodine therapy, its advantage is accuracy and effectiveness of impact because it has certain characteristics in pathological side. We see a high uptake of dosages, and the radiation of tumor is achieved from within, not from outside, and it allows to damage the healthy tissues to the minimum, and procedure is quite simple. It can be done once when patient arrives at the clinic, and since this conference is on oncology, I'd like to say that radioiodine therapy is a method which doesn't have any alternative, especially when we say about prostate cancer. And in our department, we use radioiodine 131, which is produced by the institute in Almaty, and it's similar to its analog, to its foreign analog, and due to a unique mechanism of iodine transportation in the site, the high concentration of dosages is achieved, and these patients are usually treated inpatient. Radioiodine therapy is usually used for highly differentiated thyroid cancer. First stage is surgical treatment, and then first total thyroidectomy, and then ectomy of metastasis, and then radioiodine therapy. And we also take into consideration the risks about which my colleague mentioned previously. But again, we look at the volume of the tumor, we look at mutations and metastasis as well. And when it comes to the data which we gathered, our nuclear medicine department was opened in 2021, and you can see that in 2021 we treated 217, then next year 621 patients, and we were the only such department in Kazakhstan, but currently in this facility another department is about to be opened, and till recently we received patients from all regions of Kazakhstan, and you can see that mostly these are people from Almaty and Almaty region and from Astana. And in 2024, out of 591 patients, and this is thyroid cancer, and they are our priority, and there are also alternative diseases, but usually not so many. If we do the analysis on gender and age, mostly these are women, 85% and 15% of men, and peak is women from 30 to 60 years of age, women and men. And if we look at stages, then first and the second stage prevails. However, it depends on MKB10. As you know, thyroid cancer by age before 50 and after 50, and sometimes patient with first and second category has very aggressive cancer. And literature shows the following results. So this is full a positive effect of treatment when stenography was conducted. We see that thyroglobulin decreases, but sometimes there is also increase in titers. The analysis of cases I'm really sorry, there are problems with the sound, technical issues. As you can see, in 2024, we see diffusion accumulation in thyroid with the proliferation to neck, and then we see weaker accumulation. The second patient, 75 years of age. This is patient from CMA. CT, when he was accepted, thyroglobulin was high. This patient initially identified this enlarged lymph nodes. Then therapy was conducted, and there was metastasis of and
У данного пациента при проведении посттерапевтической сцинтиграфии, которую мы проводим на 4-е сутки, наблюдались фокусы накопления в области щитоязычного протока и в ложе обеих долей щитовидной железы.
There are technical issues, technical problems with the sound. Translation is not possible.
Но без накопления изотопа. И поэтому пациенту при выписке было рекомендовано проведение ПЭТ-КТ с FDG, и в принципе через 2 месяца пациент было проведено ПЭТ-КТ, и как вы видите, на ПЭТ-КТ наблюдается накопление FDG, то есть у пациента вот как раз пример случая радиойод-резистентного, то есть не отсутствие накопления радиоактивного йода. Пациент, третий случай, клинический, 36 лет, Кызылорды, она у нас вот прошла 5 курсов радиотерапии с 21 по 23. Пациентка изначально наблюдалась с 2008 года, у нее неоднократно было несколько операций, тем не менее пациентка, в принципе, когда у нас к нам в первый раз поступила, учитывая все ее гистологические заключения, начали проводить радиотерапию. Как вы видите, при первом поступлении тиреоглобулин составлял 866, антитела к тиреоглобулину 67. И уже на 5-м курсе тиреоглобулин снизился, тем не менее антитела к тиреоглобулину повысились. И при первом поступлении на посттерапевтической сцинтиграфии отмечались признаки участка накопления в ложе обеих долей щитовидной железы, множественные узелки в обоих легких. И при последнем поступлении у нее уже накопление в ложе щитовидной железы не наблюдалось, множественные узелки обоих легких с фиксацией изотопа были плеврит и перикардит. Как вы видите, вот картина в 2022 году, и при проведении последнего курса пациентка было проведено 5 курсов и 27 тысяч она набрала, поэтому пациентки уже дальнейшие курсы радиотерапии уже не стали проводить. И, как вы видите, картина выглядела в легких в 2022 году, множество накопления с активным накоплением, и в 2024 году это накопление уже практически не наблюдалось. Так выглядит наше отделение на 15 коек. Это коллектив нашего отделения. Мы, естественно, в отделении плотно работаем с нашей инженерной службой, то есть это радиохимики, фармацевты, инженеры радиационной безопасности, медицинские физики. Благодарю за внимание.
Спасибо, Баян.
Постаралась
Интересное
уложиться.
сообщение. Да. Успехов, да, и, как говорится, все коммуникации, вы знаете, работаем вместе. И заключающий доклад, к сожалению, по Павлу Костучелю не смог приехать, но его замещает профессор Форсат с докладом на искомую тему. Новый инструментарий ПЭТ, новые ПЭТ-сканеры с большим полем зрения. You're welcome.
So, the next speaker is online, I hope, if it isn't technical problems. It's a great pleasure, and I'm honored to introduce Paolo Castellucci. He is one of the most experienced nuclear physicians in Europe in PET-CT imaging, and he will speak about the new PET scanners with large field of view, and I'm really happy to introduce him. So please, Paolo, the stage is yours. Castellucci.
Yes? Okay. I disconnect the camera. So thank you for inviting me. And I know you are very late, so I try to be very fast. So let's move very quickly to the next slide. That is not working. Why it is not working? Okay, here is it. Following the evolution of the camera, for example, we had in the photographs in the last few centuries a significant evolution in imaging. We moved from a difficult long procedure with very low quality images to user-friendly and quick procedure, increasing sensitivity, spatial resolution, contrast, and temporal resolution. This happened the same, more or less, in the field of PET scanning. Taking as an example the evolution of PET scanning in our facility, we moved in the last 25 years, more or less, from a 2D, no digital, without CT scanner to the new whole body, very fast and sensitive scanner. Of course, with a much better resolution, sensitivity, and quality of the images and fasting of the imaging. So we move from a low quality and long procedure in 25 years ago to very high sensitive and quick procedure nowadays. But let's go very quickly and see what's the large long axis field of view, how do they work, and which are the main advantages versus the standard tomographs. So you know that the standard, the short axis field of view tomograph PET, they work in this way. So they have a field of view of about 14-24 centimeters, depending on the manufacturer, and the patient is moving bed by bed, covering more or less the half of the body, most of the body, or the whole body. And it takes usually like 7, 8, or up to 12 bed position. And if we consider a couple of minutes per bed position, it's about 24 minutes to have the whole body scanner. The long axis field of view, they work in a different way. They are constituted by a ring of 8 rings, like 8 PET scanner in a row, or 6, 8 PET scanners in a row. So they can cover all the whole body in just one bed position. This is the main advantage and the main difference between the short axis field of view and the long axis field of view. So the long axis field of view cover in one bed position the whole body between 150 and 200 centimeters, so the whole body. So the first advantage of long axis field of view is a significantly lower acquisition time. So we don't have to move the patient in the scanner, but the patient stands still in the scanner, and you have just one bed position. This, of course, is not the only advantage, since the count rate is much, much higher. So the second significant advantage of long-axis field of view is the fact that they have a much higher sensitivity, just because the detectors are so large that they can acquire a much higher count rate. And has been evaluated that this higher sensitivity can go up to 40 times.
И, конечно же, оно может увеличиться в 4 раза. И что касается клинических преимуществ этих сканеров, мы можем получить более хорошие сканеры с более лучшей чувствительностью. Мы можем отсканировать пациента с использованием более лучших снимков, которые могут продолжиться до полураспада и который может продолжаться до 18 часов после того, как вы его закачаете. И, конечно же, как и ранее мы говорили, самый быстрый способ для получения лучших снимков либо артефактов на данный момент это либо сокращение артефактов на верхней части, которые показывают еще одно преимущество. И третье это с этими сканерами мы можем изучать динамику по различным осям и по нижней части, которая может продержаться более 6 минут, либо до 90 минут. И, конечно же, для клинических целей и либо изучения это очень важно. Я думаю, что это очень важная часть изучения. И в конце дня с этими новыми сканерами у нас можем получить результаты. Будем ли мы подавать более низкие дозы с низким временем по приобретению, конечно же, по отношению опухолей. Здесь презентация, где мы ввели 1,5 миллиграммов на килограмм, и в течение 20 минут мы реконструировали снимок. И здесь можете, что в течение 20 минут по приобретению, что мы получили такие же результаты. Даже если мы введем половину дозу и просто отсканируем пациента в течение 2 минут, тогда у нас будет уже снимок очень хороший указ. Это не только это было изучение касаемо опухоли мозга, и на слайде слева мы можем заметить, что снимки обладают очень хорошими качествами. И таким образом, даже с Cardio 11 мы можем получить более хорошие снимки. Ну и противоположное. Что касается активности, вы можете уже совмещать циклотроны. То есть здесь продолжительность сканирования составляла 10 минут. И стандартной дозой мы слева получили очень хорошие снимки. И посередине у нас закачали 23 мегавекторов. И здесь время регулирования составляло 10 минут. И это очень важно для онкологических пациентов и также и педиатрических пациентов. Мальчик 13 лет, ввели 70 мегавескораль. И, конечно же, и каждый из вас видите, что здесь идет более низкое время потребления. Было закачано 1,5 мегавескаля на килограмм. И доза была из-за того, что были некоторые сложности с печенью, Вы знаете, что педиатрические пациенты, они двигаются, они постоянно двигаются, и в некоторых моментах появляются ограничения. И также с этими снимками мы можем использовать потенциальное использование снимков, либо абстрактных картинок, которые показывают. И еще раз покажу вам некоторые примеры между коротким доступом и, конечно же, длительным доступом. Здесь идет уже стандартная визуализация. И здесь вы можете видеть, что вполне невозможно, что нормальное приобретение были замечены на тех этапах, когда которые продержались всего лишь минуту. Это не только теоретическое преимущество, но также еще и практическое преимущество. Еще один кейс – это многочисленные регионы были видны, но посмотрите на контраст и, конечно же, выраженность на выражение Y. В течение 5 минут у нас такой же более лучший результат. И еще один невозможно увидеть это без парадимиссионного модуля. Но посмотрите на эти разрешения в течение 4 минут. Еще один пример. Тот же пациент. Здесь был больший доступ, намного лучшее разрешение, с легкостью выражаемым, где находится наша опухоль, наш пораженный участок. Сказать, что чтобы мы могли определить, точно ли находится это в печени или нет. Это еще один очень впечатляющий пример, который были в других презентациях по раку. Здесь у нас снимки ПЭТ слева и сверху, то есть, а снизу у нас уже идет более длительный период воздействия. И мы можем заметить, что на стандартных подходах мы не можем получить такие четкие снимки. Таким образом, давайте перейдем, посмотрим на наши предварительные. Участвовали 102 пациента, которые прошли через ПЭТ. У нас мы можем сказать, что 90% парных снимков совпадали по общей позитивности и негативности, но у 32% пациентов были выявлены дополнительные находки по ПЭТ-ЛАФОВ. Это все приводили к изменению ведения пациента. И, конечно же, это очень важная и интересная часть. Я думаю, что в следующие годы, что данный стандарт будет использоваться во многих частях по всему мире. Что касается клинических преимуществ, ускоренный рабочий процент, более высокая пропускная способность пациентов, здесь более повышенная чувствительность и пространственное разрешение, улучшенная точность диагностики. Не забывайте о исследовательском потенциале. Это неинвазивное исследование всего. Вы можете делать ультразамедленные изображения и получать те сканы, которые невозможно получить через стандартные снимки. И это многопараметрическая визуализация для более глубокого понимания. Позвольте мне завершить с этим снимком. Я посетил Астану 2 года тому назад. Я был частью этой группы. И меня встретили будто как короля. И я, конечно же, у меня хорошие воспоминания о своей поездке. И, конечно же, спасибо всем за то, что организовали. И мы, конечно же, с нетерпением ожидаем вас.
Мы нагнали порядка 20 минут, но тем не менее мы ровно через 1 минуту должны передать секцию в руки радиотерапевтов. Спасибо всем.
Спасибо большое нашим модераторам, коллеги.
Thank you so much for our moderators. We have a short announcement. You can go to lunch but later at 1400 we will have a workshop on a PSMS, and our speaker, our guest, Professor Krylov Vasily from Ogninsk, is ready to share his experience. That would be in a first floor in after half hour, and that will be after lunch. And after that, you can come back to this session.
Я вот с ним ротация была. Дали, разрешите. Да, конечно. Да, вы переписки стоите. Дали давно, я только ее я имею в виду, что мы с ней в ротации были. The pleasure. Thank you very much for knowing you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day. В общем, мы с ней в ротацию были в отделении вашем, когда вы были заведующим. Когда Дали была, я, мы с ней вдвоем в общем. Да, я помню, помню. Вот из этого время изменилось. Ну, 20 лет там. Да. Я просто помню тебя в других формах. Была? Я по тебе не узнал. Я же не придумала. Я вот эта девушка, которая... Все, понимаешь, сапожники. Всем ребят, я всех очень люблю, всех вспоминаю, мне периодически с Костей принимаю, с Мишей, сейчас не помню, приеду специально защитить. Все, как говорится, все цели не меняют, только новые горизонты ищут. Да, важно просто. Ну, туда и надо попасть. В итоге нам туда и нужно попасть. Вау, хорошая презентация. Да, правильно. Я вас подавай. О, спасибо, да, я видела. Я подписываю. Давай, фотографируем. Говори сразу. Там этот может мешать. Вниз. Раз. 3, 2, 1. Еще раз. Спасибо вам большое. Так у меня твоего контакта нету? Да, давайте. Давай. У меня монитор такую штуку просто сейчас скачал. Вот. Давай, скорее. Бутылочку забирает моя. Of course, please, take a lead. Yeah. I'm actually, I will also do one catching the flight. At 6. So I will Так, программа наша.
Speakers attend the meeting online, you know? Dr. Mark will be attending this conference.
Dr. Mark? Which Dr. Mark?
First one. У него будет видеозапись.
So it was
online. Do you know how many? I don't know actually.
Let me see. Where are we? We are right here. This one. Dr.
Yeah, Andreas Mark.
So he will not be joining. He already recorded the presentation. So I think they will just show the recording of his presentation.
Okay. And the other speakers?
No.
Yeah, you don't know.
I don't know anything about that. I just know that Maya is not presenting. So this talk is going to be cancelled.
Oh, okay. 11 speakers we have.
Yes.
Already. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Let's start.
Would you like us to change the schedule for you to go sooner? Would that be helpful?
No,
No?
second.
This will be okay?
Yeah, second. I am the second one.
Right now, it shows that I'm second.
Really?
But we can definitely change around.
That's fine.
Are you sure? And you're right here, right here.
What time?
So that's fine.
It's okay.
This okay, Henry? Yeah, that's perfect. I think we're just waiting for Fatima, and then we can start.
Yeah. Russian, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You are educated in Russia?
No, I'm educated in the United States, but I was born in Russia.
Yeah.
Получается, вот эта видеозапись будет. Это.
Стоп. Значит, Андреас Мак.
Он сейчас будет.
Он сейчас онлайн.
Онлайн.
Выходит.
Потом вы.
Ага.
Потом это запись.
Запись.
Потом онлайн.
Это тоже онлайн.
Да.
Окей. Ага, понял.
Дальше кто у нас идет?
А вот профессор, который рядом с нами, она будет потом.
Он тоже в записи.
Это запись.
Да. Потом Иванов.
Ага.
Он здесь.
Он здесь.
Эти даже здесь. Майя не будет полностью, можете его так вот вычеркнуть.
Может быть, я тогда, если мы успеем, я тогда после.
Да.
Где-нибудь вот здесь, вот так, перед Майей.
Майя не будет.
Ну, я имею в виду, да.
Если что, вот ручка.
Угу, спасибо. Ну что, поехали. Do you want to introduce the session?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sounds good.
Should we wait or start? Should we wait?
We should start.
Start?
It's because it's already 1:30, 13:30, so I don't know if many more people will actually join us.
Good. Yeah.
Начнем?
Добрый день, коллеги. Мы начинаем нашу сессию. Пожалуйста, рассаживайтесь на свои места.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to hypofractionated radiotherapy session. We will moderating the session together with Dr. Timur
Можно
Metin.
музыку убрать?
Музыку можно убрать?
Again?
Music. No,
Music.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to hypofractionated radiotherapy section. We will be moderating this session together with Dr. Timur Metin and Dr. Fatima Nalgieva. In this session, we have 12 distinguished speakers from different regions of the world. And our first speaker is from Switzerland, Dr. Andreas Mack, professor and head of Swiss Neurosurgery Radiosurgery Center. Dr. Mack attending the meeting with online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your introduction. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'd like to report on a clinical experience at our center in Zurich, and we have installed the rather innovative ZAP system. So please let me briefly lead you through this topic. I think we have to remember that radiosurgery is a borderline area between neurosurgery and radiation oncology. It uses spatially precisely shaped irradiation to treat small, well-defined structures from different directions. So I think we know that the advantages of radiosurgery are it's often an alternative to open surgery. It's outpatients. We use high doses, thus delivering a high biological effect. We have a high tumor control, and this is only possible by using extremely steep dose fall-offs at the edges. It all goes mainly back to this neurosurgeon from the Karolinska, Lars Leksell. He was a pioneer back in the 50s, 60s, and I know his son personally, and he told me that back in the 50s, Lars Leksell suffered from the fact that 40% of his patients simply died to open surgery back 70 years ago. So if you look at the time scale, what happened, everything started with experimental ideas with protons in the US. Then we had the gamma knife principle, first U model installed in Stockholm. And then in '82, the idea swapped over to the Linux, and then the floor stands came up. So we had the first floor stand in Tübingen, where I derived from Germany. Later on, the gamma knife further developed. In '99, the new neurosurgeon, John Adler, went to Karolinska due to a fellowship, and he was so convinced of his methodology that he said, we need a system for the complete body. So he developed or had the idea of a cyberknife based on a KUKA robot, and further developments concerning the gamma knife, therapy, latest version of the cyberknife. And then in 2020, originally Varian came up with a gyroscopic idea and had developed a lot of patents and technologies, and they internally decided to not bring the product on the market. And then John Adler, who was a consultant at that time, founded his own company ZapX and took over the idea and introduced this innovative technology to the market. So what it's all about, I think we all know that a big problem concerning side effects is a penumbra. That means the shadow around the target is the one which is limiting concerning side effects. And if we can reduce the distance, if we can reduce the source side and improve the collimating system, then we can reduce the amount of side effects. So if you look at this variety of machines on the market, on the left side of the dashed line, you see the classical machines for the complete body. The classical Linac, which has a SAD of 100 centimeter and the cyberknife with 80. And on the right-hand side, you see the distinct machines developed for brain and neck only, and they have a strongly reduced SAD, 40 with a gamma knife and 45 with a ZAP. So if you go to the intracranial devices and look what the differences concerning beam arrangement are between ZAP and gamma knife. You see that ZAP even has more degrees of freedom from which the beams can reach the target, and it's not allowed to treat from the top because ZAP wants to avoid any exit dose to the body, which is a nice idea. So this is our machine in Zurich, and this is the linac, which is mounted to the inner shell, and it uses a collimator wheel in order to deliver very, very little scatter. It's 16 centimeters of diameter and out of tungsten, which has a very high Z. So we have almost no leakage, and this combined with a very short distance leads to an extremely steep penumbra. So I hope that this very short animation will work. I'll stop it after a few seconds. It's just for you to see how the beam arrangement is and how everything works. So everything is totally enclosed, so you can stay within the treatment room during therapy. These are the two shells moving around each other. The patient is going to be pulled or drawn in. The revolving unit is closing. The door is shutting. Now you see the patient the inside. You see there's daylight coming in from right and left. The yellow wrapped part is the linac. We have the very short distance of 45 centimeters. You see two cameras between and below the collimator wheel. So the holes are conically drilled to deliver very, very little scatter. Now you have 2 scans, 2 to 3 scans at the very beginning to verify the position of the patient in relation to the DRRs. You see the live images, there's an offset, and the table will correct for this offset, and now you're allowed to treat. Now you will see the degrees of freedom of the patient within the machine, so you can reach the complete head, and you can go down to C6 of the spine, and now you see the degrees of freedom of the machine. So the one is the main axis, and everything is within an inner axis which is tilted by 45 degrees. And during therapy, everything is moving at the same time. And at the end, you have an overlap of a huge amount of beams all intersecting at the so-called unit center point. So that is the principal idea. And this is a step and shoot approach. And I think that's enough to understand the principle. What indications can we treat? These are the classical indications which are common for intracranial radiosurgery. So we have benign brain tumors as vestibularis schwannoma, meningioma, pituitaris, neuronoma, glomus jugulare. Yes, we can treat malignant as well, METs, glioblastoma in a recurrent situation, chondrosarcoma, chordoma. We treat uveal melanoma with a special suction cap to stabilize the eye. We have AVMs, since we work very close together with interventional neuroradiologists, and we have, to our surprise, quite a lot functional disease because a lot of dentists refer patients to us. So what is the procedure? So we use a mask, we heat it up to 70 degrees, we put it over the face, and in the dry out process, the mask has a patient individual print, and the patient has to wear the mask during CT and therapy. For MRI, since we use 3 Tesla imaging, we have no mask, and we overlay the MRI images to the CT data. And there's a dose planning process, patient fixation, the machine, and the treatment. So what is the treatment procedure, dose planning? So what we do is it's a multi-isocentric approach, similar to what the gamma knife does. So you have a three-dimensional target, which is kind of filled in by spherical dose distributions, and you can optimize concerning collimator diameter, the exposure time, the weighting of the shots, and at the end, an optimization of the overall treatment time. So this is some indications. This is the vestibulare schwannoma. You see that the isodose lines are very close to the target. This is just due to the very, very short distance of the source to the target. This is another one, a very small one. Here we have a pituitary case, which we often treat together with the neurosurgeons in a combined approach. So at the first step, they have a transforaminal surgery, and the residual amount, which is closely located to the chiasm, will be treated by us. So this would be an inactive tumor close to the pituitary. And this is a very challenging point. That would be an active one. And if you look at the lower pictures, you see how we can manage to keep a certain distance to the chiasm, so we don't, we can keep the constraints. Meds at eloquent situations, we treat together with the neurosurgeons, and we use a pre-resection methodology. So we treat 48 hours prior to surgery, thus not allowing to have any cells, malignant cells, spread out during the surgery, and we avoid to treat very big resection areas. So that is a big advantage. So that is a big topic in Switzerland. So we can treat multiple meds similar to the gamma knife, that's sure. Meningioma is a nearly ideal case, not only because we can treat them, but they're clearly to be distinguished in imaging. And since they're most often benign, you need a rather fair dose. So this is an almost ideal indication. Shortly on the uveal melanoma, we have a specially developed methodology by Oraya Zeiss. So that's a very small suction cap directly put on the lens. It's evacuated. So we need no retrobulbar anesthesia. We need no stereotactic frames. We need no tantalum clips as necessary in protons. And we do not need ruthenium plugs. And on the left side, you see a follow-up. So they excellently shrink within more than a year down to 1/6 of the volume. So we're very happy with this, well, rather new setup to treat uveal melanoma. AVMs is more a challenging concept due to defining the nidus. And we follow the concept of Ben Carlson, with whom I worked in Frankfurt together. So we use very little staging concepts. So we have a restriction concerning the volume. Let's put it to, well, rather between 10 and 15 cc. Trigeminal case, you all know that the pain derives from a triggering of the nerves, of a vessel to the nerve, and radiosurgery used to come at last in the chain. And there are two concepts to treat trigeminal cases. One is the French school, using a distal point in order to prevent any damage to the brainstem. There is a rather modern approach by the Pittsburgh group. They say they want to go close to the brainstem, close to the Obersteiner Redlich zone, because it is expected that a lot of the pain management is at this entry zone, or the overlay between central and peripheral nerve system. And this is what we use, and we have very, very promising results of more than 80% total pain relief without any medication anymore, and relatively little numbness effects. So that would be a typical case for trigeminal. This is another one. So trying to wrapping and summarizing everything, we have to keep in mind it's not only on the mechanical accuracy of the machine, it's not only on the imaging on the other side. All limbs in between lead to an uncertainty. And we try to keep the complete chain on a daily basis below 1 millimeter. And we have several checks to look for that with phantoms and simulations. And we don't allow a patient to be treated unless we can reach this goal. So in summary, I think the importance of radiosurgery has changed. The methodology has increased in importance. The classical principle of temporal portioning the dose to different sensitivity, the classical fractionation schemes that patients come over several weeks is kind of being replaced by geometric portioning of the dose into many, many individual beams. High resolution imaging with high spatial fidelity is essential because the better the imaging, the lower the necessary margins. The overall accuracy of the system, we call it the hitting accuracy, plays the overriding dominant role. The scientific data is tremendous. I mean, there are millions of patients treated with gamma knife and more than 300,000 with the cyber knives, more than 2,700 papers. So I think the evidence is absolutely given. Concerning the special device SAP, it's a dedicated intracranial device with which you can also treat spine lesions in the upper regions. It's innovative. It uses a gyroscopic beam arrangement with two shells. It's a multi-isocentric approach between 4 and 25 millimeters. Collimator sizing is totally self-shielding. You need no vault, but you have to take into consideration that the machine weighs 28 tons. It has very, very low penumbra. Up to now, I think yesterday we treated the 430th patient. The preliminary clinical results are very, very promising, although we have to admit we have clinical experience of 3.5 years now. We need more long-term follow-up to really create credible results. So I think I'm through. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Mark, for your comprehensive presentation. Is there any question from audience? Yeah, I think no.
I think there is a question, yes?
Yeah.
Are you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Is it possible to use this technology for hyperfractionation?
Yes, you can. If the volumes are rather big, or we have the fear that there might be some swelling or side effects given, we can go to 3 or 5 fractions, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
I guess maybe one more question at the end. If someone were to come to you for advice, you know, someone is building a new clinical center, and someone is asking, well, you have experience with this technology. Does it make sense to invest more money into this new technology versus just buying a regular gamma knife? What is your current opinion on the clinical advantages of one technology versus the other?
Well, I've worked with the gamma knife for decades in the 90s. So I think the methodologies are quite equal. The problem which we face in Switzerland is that the gamma knife is getting no permit anymore because of the cobalt problematic. There's this code of conduct by the EIA saying that the countries should try to minimize the amount of radioactive material in medicine and environment. So that was the reason that we were not allowed to have a gamma knife in Switzerland. And since the radiation protection legislation is rather similar in Europe, several further countries now switch to the SAP technology because they are afraid that every time you have to change the sources, you run into administrative problems. So I think this is one of the reasons. The second one is, I think, the idea with a gyroscope to address from even more directions is very attractive, and so I think it's a very attractive idea. And you need no bunker at all. With a gamma knife, you need a slight bunker, and I think the costs are similar. So I mean, it's more than comparable.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. This was wonderful first talk for the session, and I think we have to move on to the next one.
Yes. Next speaker, our next speaker, Dr. Timur Mitin, professor of the Department of Radiation Medicine, Portland, US. Stage is yours.
Activate the microphone, please. Great, thank you.
Что-то со слайдами. Вот сейчас появится.
Okay, something goes wrong with the slides. Now it works. Okay, now, good day all, distinguished colleagues. Why I selected this subject for our today's presentation, because in the beginning, when we were planning our session, we wanted to discuss about the hyperfractionation and also use of the induction chemotherapy in so I selected the subject of the carcinoma, and this is very rare and is less studied in the clinical. At the end of my presentation, I will show you 3 cases who were treated by me within a year. It is also important to know how to help these patients using the best practices instead of using the NCCN's erroneous practices within a year. This is in my academic center of America. For the leading center, there will be the launch of the protons in Central Asia. There will be more patients. So it's pity that in this conference there are not too many surgeons, but before conducting the surgery, they have to discuss with the MDT. And after that, those who are in this conference can stop the hand from the scalpel. So as you know, so sinusal carcinoma, and unfortunately, when we said that there is a high, in most clinical recommendations, the multimodal treatment is recommended, and most centers start with surgery. It is not. It's not surprising. So that's the first methodology for the surgical patients. So here is the article that was published in 2011 by the MD Anderson, Texas, which turned in the MD Anderson Center and also in other clinics, in which the physicians thought that's just a publication, not the CCR's recommendation. Let's review this publication. 95 previously untreated patients with the SNUC treated between MD Anderson Center from 2001 and 2011. 18. In induction chemotherapy prior to local regional therapy, they thought that they will pass with the induction chemotherapy. So the induction chemotherapy was the following: cisplatin and the acetaxyl. And if renal insufficiency, hearing loss, or it was replaced at the GSS given to patient of older than 65 years old. And after the finishing of the chemotherapy, the patients were passed evaluation for the clinical response. By the results of the endoscopy and the diagnosis and the MRI and CT, they were determined either there were the full response or the partial response. There were 64 from 95 with the tumor, they were responding to the tumor, and the group with a minimum response, either with a local progression. There were 31 patients from 91, and then some of them uh, were operated, and some of them were passed with the radiotherapy. And after that, you can see that several of them were taken to the surgery after the report of the CRT treatment. Let's look at the methods. The definitive radiation therapy should begin within 4 weeks after induction chemotherapy. They were using IMRT in the MD Anderson, the standard dose. So the one that we use for the tumor, 1.8 and 1.7 in gray infraction, and also the radiation therapy with the 2 cycles of the platinum etoposide. So in general, the chemical and the radiotherapy had won in terms of the so that's not a statistical in terms of the total survivability. This is not the main conclusion of this study. So when we are analyzing them based on their response to the induction chemotherapy, please pay attention for the patients with the clinical response to the induction chemotherapy had better performance rather than the disease-specific survival rate. There are the blue and orange lines, and the responders without the response, they were associated with the total survival rate. That's the orange and the green lines. Unfortunately, this wasn't randomized at the trial. We cannot make a conclusion either one of the local or the second one will lead to the better results of the survivability. We can also conclude that there is an association anyway. This association to me was very convincible in our center. In MD Anderson, we were using this approach as 3 cycles of the induction therapy and also the decision on of the chemical beam irradiation therapy on the sensitivity of the chemical therapy and the rate of the induction chemotherapy. So by the results of the retrospective analysis, the MD Anderson one side of the retrospective analysis, and the results were shown in a Congress in 2023. In this study of the induction chemotherapy, according to the protocol, consisted of 2 cycles of the docetaxel and the cisplatin fluorospil. After 2 cycles, they were evaluated for the response. If there was a response, they were given 1 more cycle, overall 3 cycles, and then they were moving towards the radiotherapy. If after 3 cycles they were not response, they stopped the chemotherapy and they started surgery with further adjuvant radiotherapy. According to the protocol, the 31 patients enrolled between 2008 and 2020, and the response after 2 cycles was in 82% of the patients. That was a very sensitive tumor for the chemical therapy, and also there were local recurrence, and they passed the surgery after the chemical and radiation therapy, and they have to be monitored so as to timely to see the recurrence. As for the toxicity was 18%, the local control was 53.6%, and also the DSS rate was 75% among the patients who passed without any clinical response and no CRT response. The difference was there was no difference. So there was a local treatment, and the proper selection of the treatment could provide the better or worse sensitivity to the chemical therapy. Unfortunately, the NCCN's recommendation was not didn't highlight what we discussed regarding the induction chemotherapy with a follow-up decision whether they have to get it for the further treatment. As for the ESMO's article quotes these results in Indian. Please pay attention. In a ESMO recommendation, there is a neoadjuvant chemotherapy and also the local control area based on a response of the neoadjuvant. And other things that the proton therapy can be recommended to the patients with a SNAS, and also either radical treatment or adjuvant treatment. The recommendation on proton therapy is included in the current recommendations of ESMO. Let's take a look at the three clinical cases in my practice. The first patient with a SNAC diagnosis determined in October 2022. He had 3 cycles of cisplatin in etoposide. I would like to draw your attention that I always tell to the patients with nasal complexities to go to the center in Seattle. This patient didn't want to go to another city and decided to take the photon beam therapy. He received the 75 gray irradiation with a selective irradiating of the neck area. I've seen him a couple months ago. There were no progression of the disease of this patient. So the second case, the patient received her diagnosis. She passed 3 cycles of cisplatin and etoposide. After the cisplatin, it was replaced to the after there was some kidney issues, and but she didn't receive the clear response. But after all that she received a clear response, she came back for the consultants to discuss the chemical therapy. She listened to my advice and went to the Seattle to pass the proton therapy. I don't have their plans, and I got only the prescription on doses, only the 66 grays, which corresponds to the standard irradiation dose, based on 1.5 and 1.6, which can be used at the equivalent dose. So the proton therapy was finished in May. In 2024, there were some suspicion on recurrence based on MRI image. The patient passed the surgery, and the surgeon has shown only the inflammation of that area, and the patient is still being monitored. And another case that the patient came to the clinic in February 2024, we were planning to conduct a treatment with a new adjuvant therapy, but while we were preparing her to the chemotherapy, there was some kind of leakage of the brain fluid. And after the surgery, the patient came back to discuss a new adjuvant therapy, and the patient decided not to go to Seattle to get proton therapy. Therefore, the patient was advised to the hyperfractionation treatment twice a day. This is based on the clinical trials that was conducted in this MD Anderson Center, that was shown at the lowest risk of the distant side effects of the hyperfractionation. And the patient was taking twice a day the radiation treatment with the carboplatin and dasoplatin. After 6 months, she became well without any recurrence. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Timur, for your presentation. Colleagues, do you have any questions? No questions. I would like to draw your attention, if in your practice, if there are such patients, my recommendation, the NCCL's recommendation, is not a golden standard and doesn't provide a good point of view. And if you are reading, please bear in mind that the standard NCCN is prepared by the regular physicians and doctors, and they're not accepted, or some results are not accepted, or say that they're not randomized results. But to my view, the methodology that we see by the numbers for the present are considered one of the proper in this kind of situation. Therefore, when in your center there are more and more the patients from another cities with this kind of tumors, please bear in mind that for this kind of disease, we have to start from the induction chemotherapy. Thank you.
Следующая презентация в записи, правильно? Следующая презентация в записи.
So our next speaker, Professor Jean-Luc Le Schwauer from Zurich, will deliver the presentation in video on transformative technology Aurora. In parallel with this, the accelerator with the MRI, with the translative technology. And can you please turn on the record?
The first LINAC MR system in the world. You all know about MRI-guided LINACs, and this is really the topic of the day. However, we believe that the Aurora LINAC MRI is bringing a completely different approach to delivering radiotherapy treatment. Quick reminder on why are we using MRI for guiding radiotherapy. Obviously, the quality of imaging is extremely important. To have a better definition of soft tissues, a contrast of the soft tissues is what allows to improve the treatment quality. Second, having an MR image on board allows you to do real-time adaptation to your treatment based on the move of the organ or the reduction of the tumor. Third, this quality of treatment is reducing toxicity and improves the diagnosis and the prognosis of the patient. I give this as an example of how much an image that is driven by an MRI allows to adapt to the change of a patient tumor. Looking at the initial simulation to the fifth fraction, you do see a dramatic change of the contour at every single fraction. And this is what you cannot see and cannot do when using the original CT for simulation. What is different with the Aurora RT, the first parallel LINAC MRI? First, a 0.5 Tesla magnetic field, a superconducting magnet rotating together with a LINAC. So a real gantry with a beam's eye view LINAC, an asymmetric bore, 110 centimeters, that is unknown, the capacity to treat with modern delivery technology, VMAT, not only step and shoot or sliding windows. The fact that Aurora integrates with commercial TPS or existing OIS is a plus in terms of cost, but also training of people. So yes, you can use Eclipse, you can use Research, RayStation, ARIA. So those are products available in your hospitals. The system is based on a 6MV LINAC, 600 grays, C grays of dose rate, 120 dual cross-leads MLC. So a very modern technology that has been implemented into Aurora RT. The biggest difference, probably outside of clinical differences, between Aurora RT and other systems is the high throughput. We are talking 15 to 30 patients per day. So we address really the issues of the legacy systems with the MR LINACs. Modern treatment delivery, VMAT, IGRT, or adaptive treatment, no array, electron return effect or no electron streaming effect, optimum contrast to noise ratio, and a number of other parameters that make a difference. 0.5 Tesla has been chosen based on publications and is demonstrated being the best system, the best energy, in that type of application. Why is it? When you have a perpendicular magnetic field to the beam, like the old systems in the market, or when you have a very high energy, 1.5 Tesla magnet, you are creating electron return effect and electron streaming effect. Looking at this slide here on the left, you see the traditional X-ray beam of a normal LINAC, an e-shower, we call it, pretty focused with a slight fan effect. Looking on the right, you see what is happening with a phantom when you look at the impact of a magnet on the beam when the magnetic field is perpendicular to the beam. And you do see this electron return effect that is created. Having a parallel magnet to the beam, no Lorentz force applies. Actually, we even benefit from a refocused beam with a better conformality. Why does the size of a bore matters? Aurora has a 110 centimeters bore. Look at what happens when you put a patient into one of the legacy systems in the market. Very narrow, very uncomfortable for the patient, but also limiting your capacity to treat the patient. I will explain. This is the actual bore, and this is the actual vision a patient has when being in the Aurora. Fully open to the ceiling, so it does see clouds or any image that you have on the ceiling. Feels very comfortable. But also, more importantly, the bore and the move of the couch allows you to place the breast at the isocenter. We can move the couch by 46 centimeters, 23 each side. That is not possible with traditional MR LINAC. This means that you can treat a full breast, you can treat any tangential tumor, because you can adapt the position of your patient, which is not possible with current systems. Cost of installation, cost of a bunker is also extremely important. In this case, this hospital was lucky that their bunker stays under the parking lot. So yes, the architect had to cut off the top of the bunker in order to bring in the magnet of that system from competition. It is a huge work. You can see that the bunker itself is not a traditional bunker. It is almost a two levels bunker. But more importantly, the cost of deconstruction of this bunker to get into the magnet is incredibly high and complicated. Plus, not possible if you have a bunker under the building itself. Aurora fits into a regular bunker. A large LINAC bunker is sufficient. We do not need any helium quenching. Aurora is using helium gas, very much like a fridge, so no quenching, no exhaust to be installed, and the system will fit through the maze of a bunker, so a very easy and fast installation. As a summary, we need to keep in mind the cost of such an installation, so reduced cost on the size of a bunker, no quenching, reduced shielding, installation through the maze, existing regular bunker. Helium gas cooling means that we do not have helium liquid supply issues. We don't need to refill helium every time that we have an emergency stop of a system, or every 6 to 8 months, 12 months, at a cost of $60,000 to $70,000 per shot. And obviously, we do not release the helium in the atmosphere. Bunker dimension, a very standard bunker. The choice of a pit or the height of the ceiling will drive us to choose a pit of 0.6 or 0.8 meter, making it very easy to install the system and to adapt to your existing bunker. Last, we have a reduced shielding. The LINAC 6MV with a beam stopper allows to have an easy installation in even an older bunker. Cost is important. Ease of installation is important. But the throughput of such a system is absolutely key. For a similar cost, we are talking of 6 to 10 patients per day treated on the traditional MR LINACs. to as much as 15 to 30 patients per day treated on Aurora RT, the new LINAC MRI. And this is obviously depending on a mix of patients that we put in place. In this case, we took an average. The machine can work as a straight LINAC, 20 to 30 patients per day is not an issue, or a full adaptive LINAC, 15 to 20 patients per day. So that means that the mix that you will decide will make the difference, but we say between 15 and 30 patients per day is what you are going to treat every day. This is not possible with other systems. Why? Because those legacy systems force you to adapt every single patient. And adapting a patient and treating a patient in that way implies that you have to spend with a patient on the couch 35, 45 minutes. Versatility of treatment is also something key. We are treating patients with the most modern technology and delivery. So in this case, we can be adaptive or non-adaptive. We can be using the VMAT or sliding windows or step and shoot. This is unique. You can't do that with other systems. We can be fully adaptive. We can do full breast treatment, full tangential treatment, which is not possible with other systems. It is also a dedicated MRI LINAC, or it is a standard IGRT LINAC. So based on your need and your capacity in terms of bunker, you can have the perfect solution for the best workflow of patients. Last, because we do not have electron return effect or electron streaming effect, obviously we don't need to take into account those for the treatment of the patients, which means that traditional available off-the-shelf TPSs are enough. We can work with, as I said before, Eclipse or RayStation, and this is most probably the easiest things to install in your center. Your technicians are probably already trained on those TPSs, or it is extremely easy to access. It is also important because if you are using, in this case, a Varian environment, our system does not become an island. It integrates perfectly into your current environment. Last, the inventors of this system, and actually former users of the system, are at Cross Center in the University of Alberta, Canada. Those inventors published the first papers on MR-guided radiotherapy. So if you look for Professor Fallon on the publication, you will see that he is one of the first, or even the first one to have published about MRI-guided radiotherapy. And there are more than 100 papers on this subject. Those people, users, not engineers, have developed the Aurora RT LINAC MRI, which means that this is a machine that users have developed, not engineers. And this is why most of the concept is fitting exactly what you are needing today into your practice. With this, I would like to thank you for your attention, and we'll be happy to answer questions.
Да, это запись, поэтому вопросов не будет.
Вопросов не будет.
This was a recording, that is why questions are not possible, and we are moving towards the next statement by Stephen To. He is CEO of Leo Cancer Care, and he's going to talk about GRACE, first bunkerless cement treat LINAC, the new world of RT. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be joining you remotely today to give this talk on GRACE and fixed beam LINAC systems. So when we founded Leo Cancer Care as a company and we started looking at fixed beam radiation therapy and positioning patients in an upright orientation, we really saw three benefits to doing so. We believe in a clinical advantage for certain indications to treating patients upright, indications such as lung, liver, and prostate, for example. We believe in a reduction in cost associated with fixed beams, reduction in cost of the equipment, but also the surrounding infrastructure. Not having the radiation beam rotating 360 degrees allows us to significantly reduce shielding requirements. And finally, we believe in empowering patients and in treating patients in a more natural, upright position. So the technology that Leo Cancer Care has developed at its very core is an upright patient positioning system. So as you can see here, this seated solution where the patient can be positioned to treat everything from the top of the head down to the mid-thigh. This patient positioning system rotates in front of a fixed beam and is partnered with integrated dual energy CT at the treatment isocenter. So in practice, this workflow is very similar to conventional radiation therapy in many ways. The patient positioning system moves into an optimized position for each patient. We use conventional immobilization devices to ensure that the patient is stationary. Once the patient is into their optimized posture for their specific treatment indication, the therapist works with the patient, images them with fan beam CT, this is not cone beam CT, at the treatment isocenter, can make any fine adjustments to correct for the posture of the patient, and then we simply rotate the patient in front of a fixed radiation beam. Just to give you some background on Leo Cancer Care as an organization, you may not have come across this company previously. We are based in the US, UK, and also in Singapore. And the two co-founders to our organization, myself as the CEO, and Professor Rock Mackey, who many of you may be aware of as the co-founder of tomotherapy. So Rock has changed our industry multiple times over and is now partnered with myself to develop upright fixed beam radiation therapy. The scientific minds and clinical minds behind this innovation, many of you will be aware of people like Vincent Gregoire and Tony Lomax that have collaborated very closely with Leo Cancer Care to develop this solution. And this is a solution that is being rolled out across all areas of radiation therapy. So across proton therapy, conventional photon-based radiotherapy, as well as more exotic and exciting beam modalities such as flash electrons and also carbon ion radiation therapy. But the concept and the innovation here and the idea remains exactly the same. In all of these cases, the radiation beam remains fixed and the patient very, very slowly rotates in front of that beam and is imaged prior to their treatment with the diagnostic quality CT. So this solution for conventional radiation therapy is very, very simple in its architecture. Has a fixed radiation beam 6 MV Linac with the world's fastest multi-leaf collimator, conventional collimator. It's not a binary collimator, which has 120 leaves and projects a 30 centimeter by 30 centimeter field at the isocenter. So the patient positioning system, again, exactly as you saw in the other workflow, moves to two core positions, seated and semi-standing, to optimize for each individual indication. The integrated diagnostic quality CT at the isocenter works in exactly the same way as you saw previously. The imaging ring comes down around the patient prior to their treatment, and as it moves back up, acquires a diagnostic quality fan beam CT. So you can see the system is partnered with an integrated beam stock to further reduce radiation shielding requirements. And our ability to keep the radiation beam fixed opens up a whole world of possibilities for the design of this system. So typically when we think about designing a multi-lead collimator, we know that the multi-lead collimator has to rotate around the patient, and that limits us in terms of the size and the weight of that equipment. We do not have that restriction with this fixed beam system. We can make the MLC larger and heavier. So that improves shielding at the isocenter, but also allows us to significantly increase the speed of the leads with, as I mentioned, the fastest MLC that has ever been in our industry at 10 centimeters per second, dual energy CT at isocenter, and the smallest isocenter in the industry today. Now, in designing this system, it was incredibly important for us to be able to demonstrate that when treating patients upright and rotating them in front of a fixed beam, we see the same stability and positioning. The intrafractional motion is the same. We see the same interfractional reproducibility, and it's also incredibly important for us to ensure that the setup time is no longer than conventional radiation therapy as well. And a paper published by Vincent Gregoire and Sophie Boisbouvier from Saint-Léon-Barrard in Lyon in France showed unequivocally, very clearly, that the interfractional reproducibility for upright patients was in the order of 1 millimeter. The amount of motion during the course of 20 minutes was in the order of 1 millimeter, and that the setup time for real patients was in the order of 2.9 minutes. So very, very clear proof from this paper that patients can be set up and their position maintained in the upright orientation. One thing that this research also showed was a strong patient preference for upright positioning. We as humans feel more naturally in control of a situation when we are upright. It would have been very strange for me to come on this call today and present to you all lying down. You would have thought I was rather strange. We as humans spend most of our time in that upright orientation, and the patients that we've worked with have shown that they feel more stable, find it more comfortable to breathe, and find it easier to get into and out of the machine in the upright position. And literature that's already been published by some of the world's leading institutions, places like MD Anderson, Northwestern Medicine, as well as European institutions such as the Paul Scherrer Institute, have shown that these indications in particular, the liver, the lung, head and neck, breast, and prostate, move less in the upright orientation than they do supine. And as the organs are moving less, we should be able to treat them more accurately. And just across these indications today, that makes up roughly 73% of the patients that we are treating. And I'm going to just talk about one of those indications today, and one of the papers that it was published on this indication from MD Anderson, which showed a systematic reduction in the magnitude of the thoracic excursion in the upright orientation. So you can see here the red or pink squares corresponds to a patient lying down and the magnitude of breathing motion. For that same patient in the upright orientation, we see a 4 to 5 millimeter reduction in the magnitude of breathing motion. And the reason for this is really due to the increased volume in the lung itself. So as the diaphragm drops naturally under gravity, it pulls the lung volume down, increases the lung volume by roughly 50% in this particular case. And for the same tidal volume of air into and out of the lung, an increased lung volume gives us a reduction in motion. And as I mentioned, for that particular case, that corresponds to more than 50% increase in lung volume. This is a study that has been reproduced on the Leo Cancer Care technology. So again, working with an increased number of participants here, the Leo team assessed the magnitude of the thoracic excursion, so breathing motion, in both the upright orientation in green and the supine orientation in red. And you can see that reduction in some cases, particularly for larger patients, we saw a very, very significant reduction in motion. Interestingly, we did not see a change in the period of the breathing cycle, so the same period of that breathing cycle, not that it was more shallow or less predictable, actually that the period of the breathing cycle remains the same, and it is simply the magnitude of motion that is reduced. But many innovations that have come to the market in radiation therapy in recent years bring with them clinical advantage. But typically when doing so, you will see a significant increase in the cost of equipment or the required infrastructure. In this case, with the idea of fixed beam radiation therapy, we've significantly simplified the underlying architecture of radiation therapy. And with that simplification, we see a reduction in the cost of the equipment. We see a reduction in things like power and cooling. Service and maintenance costs come down significantly as the platform is simplified. Far easier to install this equipment. Not having large rotating gantries reduces commissioning. We don't have radiation delivered at multiple gantry angles. It is a single gantry angle that we are delivering at. But the biggest cost really comes from the point of view of construction. So having the radiation beam point in a single direction rather than 360 significantly reduces the primary shielding requirements. And it's not just about reduction in cost. It's also, as Jean-Luc mentioned in the previous presentation, incredibly important when we think about patient throughput when we're treating patients in the clinic today. And a paper that was published from Keio University in Japan showed that patients in the upright orientation can be set up in roughly 50% of the time as compared to supine. So when we think about the overall workflow time, anybody that has ever treated a patient knows that the beam on time is actually a very small portion of the overall workflow. Most of the time is spent getting the patient into the room and then getting the patient out of the room at the end of the treatment. And that is where upright patient positioning really brings an advantage. As shown by this paper and also the work done in Lyon, we see a very significant reduction in this portion of the workflow. So in summary then, we believe in a huge breadth of potential benefits to upright patient positioning and fixed beam radiation therapy. We see that it's not only empowering for patients, but offers significant clinical, operational and financial advantages that really recognize the world of medical finances today. We believe that innovation does not always have to be additive. Typically, when we think about radiation therapy and how systems have developed over the years, they've always developed with the same core architecture and concept, but we've added more and more to this technology over the years. But we believe that all innovation doesn't have to come in the same way. And to continue in the pathway of development and innovation, sometimes it requires a brave group of people to just ask why. And finally, the only judges we really need are the patient. And this is a technology that really puts the patient back at the center of their treatment. And patients do come first in everything that we do. Given a choice, we've seen this from the data in Lyon. Given a choice, those that we've worked with have always felt more comfortable and in control in the upright orientation. And with that, I would welcome any questions.
Будут ли у кого-то вопросы в зале?
Are there any questions in this conference room? Okay, sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My main question is that what you are presenting is like, it's a novel approach, completely with the new guidelines, I would say, of the treatment. But have you tested it on real patients
or where is the clinical indications clinic coming from? Like, have you tested it or irradiated the patients already?
Yeah, great question. So from our perspective, the radiation beam has really not changed. So we have really focused our research work up until this point on identifying and verifying the things that we have changed, which is really patient positioning. So we've worked with over 500 real patients that have been going through radiation therapy right now, or at the time of the research work, to assess inter and intrafractional motion using an external surface guidance system. So we have monitored the position of the patient to show that they don't move in the upright orientation, that we can rotate them effectively. And we've also assessed the interfractional reproducibility. Independently of that, we have verified the performance of the radiation beam, both for protons and for conventional radiation therapy, the performance of the system. And the first patients will be treated on the Leo Cancer Care technology at Stanford for proton therapy later this year.
Okay, so, and I have the question in terms of the workflow. It means like every time when you need to rotate the patient, you need to scan the patient with a dual energy CT, or do you have any X-rays which is like less dosage, or how it's the workflow will be?
Yeah, so we image the patients each day or each fraction with the integrated CT, where we see better image quality, and you can actually reduce the dose on a fan beam CT relative to cone beam. So we are imaging the patients each day with that system, and then we also have integrated surface guidance as well to monitor the patient in real time.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, which is just pops out in my mind, I'm sorry for taking your time. You've just mentioned that for Stanford, it's expected to treat the patients this year, right? So
yes, yeah.
This technology is already clinically approved, FDA, CE marked, and etc. So for Kazakhstan, we can buy it and treat the patients already?
So Leo Cancer Care has a 510K on the positioning system, is 510K pending and expected in June for the integrated CT, and then we'll be filing the CE mark shortly after that. So not available commercially today, but will be very soon.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Добрый день, Стефан.
Good day, Stefan. I have a question. What's the thickness of the wall should be for the radiation protection? What's the radiation thickness of the bunker should be? Stefan, are you there?
Yes. What's the thickness of the wall in the bunker we need for radiation shield?
Yeah, so we use, in the primary beam direction, we use exactly the same thickness of shielding, and then we have secondary shielding all around. So it really depends on your patient throughput, your workload, and also the surrounding environment, whether it's a radiation protected environment or not. But we typically use the same thickness of shielding in the primary beam direction, but you only have one primary shielding direction. Everywhere else is secondary scatter from the patient.
But what's the thickness? Half meter?
So it depends on your local regulation, it depends on your workload, but the same thickness of shielding in the primary beam direction as you would see in a conventional linear accelerator bulb.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next floor is given to the Sirak Afur, the Ankara University, the serotoxic early stage of lung cancer.
dear moderator and audience. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for kind invitation. What I will today, my plan is patient selection for cyber, cyber in inoperable and operable patients, and cyber in with IO, and the last topic is central and ultracentral early stage lung cancer with cyber. The standard treatment for early stage lung cancer, as you know, lobar resection. In selected patient, tumor less than 2 cm may be candidate for sublobar resection. In medically inoperable patient, cyber is the local treatment option. As we know, cyber is focused delivery high dose radiation to small target using multiple beams. With cyber, high biologically effectiveness is achieved with BID more than 100 gray. Local control rates exceed 90%. Patient selection for cyber, a good performance status, or passing all the preoperative tests required for surgery are not necessary for cyber. It is sufficient for the patient to be able to lie in a supine position. Is invasive mediastinal evaluation necessary? Actually, staging with FDG, PET, EBUS, EOS is enough. But tumor size more than 3 cm, centrally located tumor, or high FDG uptake, we can consider invasive mediastinal evaluation. Is pathological diagnosis necessary? If possible, always required. But according to our ASTRO and ASTRO guidelines, if the lesion radiologically malignant may sufficient. But multidisciplinary discussion always recommend. Based on cyber results in inoperable patient, tumor control rates more than 90%. When we look at the survival rates, it's approximately 50%, and quite grade 3, more than grade 3 toxicity is acceptable rate. So we can say cyber is curing early stage non-small cell lung cancer. What is the recurrence pattern? Predominantly recurrence pattern look regional and distant. Most recurrences occur within the first 3 years. Can treatment intensification be achieved by adding IO? You know, IO randomized iCyber trial from single institution from MD Anderson Cancer Center, randomized phase 2 trial. Early stage lung cancer randomized to cyber arm and iCyber arm, cyber plus 4 cycles nivolumab. Based on results of iCyber, 4-year event-free survival rates with nivolumab improved. When we look at recurrence pattern, a decrease observed across all types of recurrence in iCyber arm. How about toxicity? Grade 2-3 toxicity increased in iCyber arm, but most of them immune-related toxicity. We are waiting to ongoing study, as you know. Maybe this study will show cyber and IO may better than surgery. How we know? We are waiting. How about cyber in operable patient? As we know, RTOG 0618 study, phase 2 single-arm pilot study, early stage lung cancer, excellent 4-year local control, disease-free overall survival, and acceptable toxicity rates. Cyber may be an alternative to surgery in operable patient, but we need randomized trial. We don't have any randomized trial results. This study, MD Anderson from MD Anderson Cancer Center, single-arm prospective study, you know, revised STAR cohort patient cyber arm compared with prospectively registered institutional patient with underwent surgery. Based on results of 5-year overall survival, both cybers and surgery appear similar survival rates. Again, ongoing prospective trials. We are waiting for ongoing prospective trials. Is tumor localization is important. Earlier study, as you know, showed increased toxicity rate in central tumors, almost 11-fold increase in more than grade 3 toxicity. And tumors within 2 cm of proximal bronchial tree has been defined as a no-fly zone. In addition, central and ultracentral localization has been defined, tumor proximity within 5 millimeter to critical structures. Studies have been initiated to assess whether the no-fly zone can be redefined and carefully fly zone. The first study, as you know, RTOG 0813, this study maximum aim to determine maximum tolerated dose in central tumors, radiation dose increasing 10 to 12 gray in 5 fraction. And maximum tolerated dose, the study showed maximum tolerated dose 12 gray in 5 fraction. Dose limited toxicity rates 7.2%. Medically inoperable central located tumors demonstrate local control and survival outcomes comparable to peripherally located tumors. Recently published another study, Sunset trial. This study, early stage lung cancer in ultracentral localization. Primary endpoint was the maximum tolerated dose, which defined a dose causing less than 30% grade 3 to 5 toxicity in 3 years. Maximum, the starting radiation therapy dose was 60 gray in 8 fraction. And radiation hot support was limited to 120% of prescription dose. Based on results, 3-year outcomes, local control, regional control, and distant control was excellent and acceptable with acceptable toxicity rate. Another study recently published also, Oncolicity trial. This study, phase 2-3 trial, compared to conventional hypofractionated radiotherapy versus cyber. In cyber arm, the dose, radiation dose was for peripheral lesion, 48 gray in 4 fraction, for central tumor, 60 gray in 8 fraction. The other arm, a hypofractionated radiation arm, the radiation dose was 60 gray in 15 fraction. Based on results, local control higher with SBRT, but not significantly, local control with 15 fraction is acceptable. Based on disease-free survival and overall survival, both show similar in both arms. Toxicity, when we look at toxicity a little bit more in cyber arm, but it's acceptable. In conclusion, both are reasonable option for central tumors depending on the risk tolerance. In a result, cyber is a standard approach for early stage medically inoperable patients. In operable patients, cyber shows similar local control and survival rates compared to surgery. Randomized trials in operable patients are ongoing. Central and ultracentral tumors are not contraindication for radiotherapy. Safe radiation regimens should be preferred. Cyber results are promising, but we are waiting phase 3 stars, cyber combined with IO. Thank you very much.
Коллеги, есть вопрос?
Colleagues, do you have any question? No questions.
In your practice, in your clinic, how do you treat ultra central lesions?
Yeah.
What is your fractionation pattern?
Yeah, I prefer to be safe sites, so 60 gray in 15 fraction. I prefer 60 gray in 15 fraction.
And in fact, a couple of days ago, we discussed in workshop again the hypofractionate approach for ultracentral lesions. 16 and 15 is a very, very safe approach with very good local control rate.
How about you?
Same thing for ultracentral lesions. 15 fractions is my standard.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Следующий доклад будет в записи.
Presentation will be in video, but the speaker will be online later. So the next presentation will be clinical fast thermal radiotherapy in today's advanced radiation oncology department. Dr. Emanuel Stutz, Bern, Switzerland.
Okay, good morning. My name is Emanuel Stutz. I'm a consultant in radiation oncology at the University Hospital Inselspital Bern in Switzerland and lead of the hypothermia unit. I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to speak about the clinical thermoradiotherapy in a Swiss University Radiation Oncology Center. First, I would like to shortly introduce myself and the radiation oncology department I am working. I'm doing hypothermia since 2015, and I was impressed at this time point about the results which can be achieved by adding hypothermia to radiotherapy. In 2018, I moved to the largest RT center in Switzerland, the Department of Radiation Oncology, Inselspital Bern, and I became consultant and finally managed to implement a new hypothermia facility. And our hypothermia facility is included in the Department of Radiation Oncology. And as you see, we are one of the largest centers in Switzerland. We are having 4 treatment sites with 6 true beams, 1 CyberKnife, 1 ETOS, and you see as well we are doing brachytherapy. We have an auto voltage machine, and we are doing intraoperative radiotherapy. And you see that from 2022, we have now a superficial and a deep hypothermia system. Before focusing on hypothermia and what we are doing, I would like to look back into the past to see how hypothermia was developed over time in Switzerland. On this map, you see that hypothermia was first applied at the Kantonsspital Aarau in the 1980s, where I was trained. And you see within the next 30 years, hypothermia remained the only center at Kantonsspital Aarau, except 1 center more applying superficial hypothermia. But then in the next 6 years, the landscape of hypothermia in Switzerland has changed dramatically. So literally hypothermia is booming in Switzerland. After this short introduction, I would like to start my presentation. I will talk about the definition of moderate regional hypothermia, the biologic rationale of hypothermia, the application of hypothermia, the evidence and typical indications for hypothermia, and for that I will present you case reports. I will close my presentation with highlighting the contraindications for hypothermia, especially deep hypothermia. So moderate regional hypothermia is defined as a controlled induced heating of a tumor region to a temperature of 39 to 43 degrees Celsius. You can say it's kind of a local, moderate or high fever, and you need a dedicated hypothermia device which is able to measure temperature and to apply such a temperature. The heating up time takes about 15 to 30 minutes, followed by a plateau phase where the temperature will be maintained over 60 minutes. And you see, this is not thermoablation. This is a long-term achieved increased temperature within the tumor region. It is important that hypothermia alone does not work. Hypothermia is a radio and a chemosensitizer, not a monotherapy. And as fever or hypothermia is a physiological to a certain extent, we have a low side effect profile. Let's talk about the biologic rationale of hypothermia in combination with radiotherapy. There are different points of action which are temperature independent. At the temperature of more than 39 degrees Celsius, the perfusion will be increased inside the tumor. That will reduce tumor hypoxia, will cause reoxygenation, and thereby induce more DNA damage or more DNA double-strand breaks. At 41 degrees Celsius, the inhibition of DNA damage repair in cancer cells, especially the non-homologous end joining, will be inhibited, and cancer cells can thereby not repair, or let's say the DNA repair of cancer cells is reduced, and thereby we can induce a higher tumor cell kill. At 42 to 43 degrees Celsius, you can have a direct heat-dependent cell kill. We know that hypoxic and perfused tumor areas are resistant to radiotherapy, and as well both chemo and immunotherapy will not reach this area, so that makes hypothermia an excellent combination partner, as it directly targets this area which is less perfused, and heat cannot transport it away, and therefore this area will respond better on the combination. It has been shown in clinical trials that the time interval and achieved temperature are important for the efficacy of hypothermia. For example, in this study, was a retrospective analysis showed that patients with a short time interval between radiotherapy and hypothermia had a lower recurrence rate and a better overall survival. And one can therefore claim that a short time interval matters in hypothermia. In another study in breast cancer recurrences, reiteration with hypothermia showed that local regional control was better when a high temperature was achieved in the tumor compared to a lower temperature, but without higher toxicity. So you see that here the toxicity you have in the radiation setting is based on radiotherapy and not on an additional dose of radiotherapy and not by heat. This is how our hypothermia unit looks like. We have two hypothermia rooms, one for superficial hypothermia and one for deep hypothermia, and both are sharing a common control room. I would like to talk about the application of hypothermia. We differentiate between superficial and deep hypothermia. In the superficial hypothermia, you are applying heat with an applicator. which you place perpendicular to the tumor compared to an electron field, as you see here. Usually microwaves are used, and with a penetration depth up to 4.5 centimeter, measured from the skin. And for deep hypothermia, you have multiple antennas, and you focus the radio frequency waves to have a positive interference in the tumor region. This is more or less, for radiation oncologists, you can say it's more or less a 4-field box. This is how it looks like in real life. On the left side, you see a patient with a breast cancer. We are placing kind of a foil where we mark landmarks, body landmarks on it, and we put thermocouples to measure the temperature directly on this foil. And then we put the applicator on it, and with that we have a very, let's say, it's reproducible positioning, heating of the tumor. At the right side, you see the deep hyperthermia device. You see the patient with the 4 antennas here, and you see that there is a water bolus in between, which will cool the skin and improve the coupling. This is how we are organized. We have, as I mentioned, a superficial and a deep hypothermia device. We have an RTT responsible for the steering patient setup for superficial and deep hypothermia. In deep hypothermia, we have a medical physicist who is supporting the steering. We have a nurse who is taking care of nursing and the care of the patient, and a physician who is in charge of all treatments. And we run these 2 treatments in parallel. We have a 2-day-per-week service with 3 deep hypothermia slots per day, 4 superficial hypothermia slots per day. We are doing hypothermia focusing on a very short time interval. I have mentioned the rationale before, and we are aiming for very high temperatures, and we are doing as well invasive thermometry sometimes to check what temperature we achieved. Until now, I've showed you the rationale of hypothermia and how it is applied, but what is about the evidence of hypothermia? So this is a meta-analysis from 38 2-arm studies, mostly randomized studies, comparing radiotherapy versus radiotherapy with adding hypothermia. And you see that regarding complete local response, you achieved about 40% with radiotherapy and 55% by adding hypothermia. This was significant, so you can state that you had an additional effect of plus 15%, and it's very important to mention, without significant increase of grade 3 or 4 acute or light toxicity. On this slide, I listed you meta-analysis showing the benefit of hypothermia and radiotherapy compared to radiotherapy alone for specific tumor entities. In cervical cancer, regarding our survival, we had a benefit shown in the Cochrane meta-analysis and a meta-analysis done by the Arau group. Regarding microscopic breast cancer, radiotherapy plus hypothermia or re-irradiation plus hypothermia compared to radiotherapy alone, we had, regarding complete response, a benefit, and the same in head and neck cancer patients. We have some single randomized phase 3 studies, for example, in malignant melanoma, where we achieved, or where a better complete response or local control was achieved by adding hypothermia to radiotherapy. The same was shown in painful bone metastasis, but the endpoint was pain release. And we have as well, in combination with chemotherapy and hypothermia, a 10-year overall survival benefit of 10% in high risks of tissue sarcoma, published in Lancet Oncology, by the way. So, after these studies and the evidence, I would like to show you the typical indications for hypothermia and radiotherapy in Switzerland. Of course, it would be better to show, let's say, prospective studies But I think finally, when you see case reports, you can better differentiate what you can achieve in such patients. So I would like to start focusing on radio-resistant tumor groups, means sarcoma, melanoma. For example, here we had a 52-year-old lady with a retroperitoneal UPS at G3. The patient started with neoadjuvant chemo, but it has to be stopped because the patient developed encephalopathy. So then we switched to a neoadjuvant radiotherapy schedule by applying 50 gray. We combined it with hypothermia, and we made as well invasive thermometry. You see that we achieved more than 41.5 degrees Celsius, and after 6 weeks, she received surgery, and you see the tumor, which was excised, and the histopathology showed that we saw at less than 1% viable cells, so quite impressive result. We are as well using, about 40% of patients were treated with irradiation and hypothermia. You are all familiar with that, let's say, issue in radiation oncology. We have limited or restricted RT dose. We have fibrosis, so not a good oxygenation, making re-irradiation less effective anyway. So this is a case of an 88-year-old patient with a head and neck squamous cell carcinoma and a lymph node metastasis, initially treated with 66 gray. After 1 year, he had a local recurrence at the same area in the skin and in the depth as well. So we had to do a re-irradiation. I treated him with 10 times 3 gray and 4 times superficial hypothermia. After the treatment, he received maintenance treatment with cetuximab. This is the setup. You see here not a bit complex local situation with a nodule here a tumor ulceration. As I mentioned, we made a foil. We put the landmarks there. We did extensive thermometry to monitor the temperature, to not overheat it, because the patient has completely loss of sensitivity. See that the patient had a facial palsy. Here you see how it looked like during the treatment. And here you see the follow-up. These are, let's say, we had here a nodule. Here we have the ulceration. This is how it looked like at the end of the treatment. And then you see the follow-up. Very nice response 5 months later. And you see as well that the skin was smooth. The ulcer was healed and the nodule was gone. And as well, interestingly, the facial palsy resolved. I cannot explain why, but this was a very nice result as well for the patient, making eating and all that far more easier. A further indication for adding hypothermia to radiotherapy are bulky tumors, which are mostly resistant due to their hypoxia. This was a very exceptional case of a 37-year-old lady with a triple negative breast cancer, fungating breast cancer, and she had paclitaxel and pembrolizumab. But the tumor growth under this treatment, so I started the treatment with 13 times 3 gray to stop the tumor growth, and we saw directly a very fast shrinking of the tumor. We combine it directly with hypothermia. So then I had to do adaptation of the treatment, but the tumor was shrinking so fast that I had to put her on the ETOS to do online adaptive treatment. And finally, we ended up at 66 EQD2. I have to mention that there was the plexus, so I had to protect the plexus when going so high. So that's the reason why I did online adaptive radiotherapy, and we applied 11 superficial hypothermia sessions, and you see we achieved quite a remarkable result. Here you see the same result achieved based on the CT scan, the thickness of the tumor, and then how it looked like at 6 months. I have to mention that because of wound healing problems here in this tumor hole with bacterial superinfection, the surgeons did a re-excision after 3 months, and there was no malignancy found in the part resected. So this was as well very impressive in our point of view. Then this is another case now treated with deep hypothermia, a 60-year-old patient with a large rectal adenocarcinoma with liver mets. So he received 3 cycles palliative chemo with FOLFOX bevacizumab and not a good response. He had need to have a protective colostomy through mechanical ileus. So we then decided to do a palliative radiotherapy to reduce tumor burden. You see it here. And then we applied 16 times 2.5. And you see here 8 days after end of the treatment, you see already a very impressive and fast result in tumor regression. So from 1000 cc to 600 cc tumor shrinkage. And at this time point, he was not capable to sit. He had to lay on the car seat to go for radiation. And finally here he was capable to sit and to walk and do everything. So quite a good response. And I am very curious to see the next few weeks how it would develop. We measured inside the rectal or the rectal remnant, let's say like that, and you see what I mentioned, the higher the temperature, the better the response. You see we measured temperature about 41 to 43 degrees Celsius inside this tumor. We're using hypothermia as well when we have a tumor with spatial proximity to radiosensitive tissues, for example, mostly small bowels or nerves, especially when we are restricted with RT dose. You see that here in this patient. This was a case of a patient with non-small cell lung cancer with bulky lymph node metastasis in the cervical region. He already had a local recurrence where we had a surgical removal. He received several chemotherapy regimens, immunotherapy, and because of immunotherapy, he had an immunotherapy-induced myelopathy. So that had to walk on crutches. So this was the reason why I had to spare the myelon and thereby was not capable to add more RT dose. So I irradiated him with 10 times 3 gray and 4 times hypothermia. You see how it looked like. Here you see directly how it looked before and then 6 weeks later. And here I had to mention that he had high morphine doses and pregabalin because he had extensive pain, and this was completely resolved 6 weeks later. And you see 12 months later I made a follow-up and you see it's stable, still stable, despite he had no systemic treatment in the meantime. So we are all happy to see such impressive results and how we are capable to improve patient quality of life in the palliative setting, but hypothermia should not only be applied to palliative indications or in re-irradiation settings. As we have seen in these case reports and as well in several single-arm phase 2 studies or randomized studies, hypothermia has a great potential to significantly improve outcomes as well in the primary setting, especially where we have a need for further improvement of a total neoadjuvant or definitive treatment. For example, for organ preservation in rectal cancer, organ sparing is now in evaluation, and a phase 3 randomized trial in the total neoadjuvant setting with and without hypothermia is planned, especially for the ugly ones. And a randomized study is ongoing in anal cancer, we are participating there as well, and in urinary bladder carcinoma, where we call it the tetra model treatment. So when you have the TURBT, radiochemo, and then adding hypothermia, you can achieve good results there. There should be done a phase 3 study in the future, but this is complicated because we are very competitive with the urologist, which would like to do a cystectomy. So, especially for deep hypothermia, you are a bit restricted to the patient population you can offer hypothermia, especially in metallic implants such as stents, osteosynthesis, metal implants, stents, for example, here, or when you have cardiac implantable electronic devices. You cannot apply hypothermia when the tumor is in this region, or we have, let's say, more flexible contraindications, for example, cardiopulmonary risk factors, heart failure, arrhythmias, lung problems. So you have to be carefully evaluate your patient. So I would like to thank you for your attention. I hope I was capable to provide you a comprehensive overview about hypothermia, despite the translation and despite the short time. So I would now be happy to answer questions.
Доктор Штуц уже на линии?
Dr. Stutz, are you with us? Now we'd like to see the picture on the screen, if possible. That's for our technicians. Professor Stutz.
Great, thank you so much. We just listened to your talk. That was wonderful, great data. Thank you for the presentation. Есть у кого-нибудь вопросы в зале?
Are there any questions to Dr. Stutz?
I guess I will ask you a question regarding the sequencing of hyperthermia and radiation therapy. On 2 days per week, you deliver both hyperthermia and radiation fraction. And if you have a choice, would you prefer hyperthermia to go first and radiation second, or vice versa, or does it matter at all in your experience?
Okay, so concerning the effect of hyperthermia, we believe we have perfect results when we deliver hyperthermia before radiotherapy or after, so this isn't really the deciding factor. In our clinic, we usually deliver hyperthermia first, meaning radiotherapy after hyperthermia, just for logistical reasons, because it's much easier to take the patient off the hyperthermia couch and then transport him to the radiotherapy unit, because we are more limited within the space in the radiotherapy unit compared to the hyperthermia unit. There we are more flexible, so this is why, for logistical reason, we decide to treat the patient first, usually with hyperthermia, and then go directly to the radiotherapy unit.
Thank you. And one more quick question. How do you explain this rapid acceptance of concurrent hyperthermia in Switzerland? Why all of a sudden you went from one center for many, many decades to 2 centers, and then now almost every city offers hyperthermia? Is that data-driven? Is that financial reimbursement-driven model? Or are centers trying to compete against each other? What explains that rapid adoption of this technology?
Well, this is a very good question. I believe there are multiple factors leading to this. So first of all, patients live longer due to improved systemic therapies. They are more likely to need re-irrigation in the course of their disease. So, and as we know and also heard in this topic, in this talk from Dr. Stutz, hyperthermia is a wonderful tool in a re-irradiation setting. So I believe this is one of the reasons re-irradiation gets more common, and therefore hyperthermia gets more interest. And the other thing is exactly what you also said. We are getting more and more reimbursements for hyperthermia treatments. And of course, I assume this is the same in almost all of the countries. The healthcare systems are struggling. And yeah, when there is a reimbursement, of course, the treatment modality gets more attractive. So this was not the case 40 or 30 years when we in the past. There we didn't have a lot of reimbursements for hypothermia, and so yeah, this is another reason. And the third reason that you mentioned the potential, you know, between the centers, they are competing against you. I don't really believe that is one of the reasons contributing to this rise in hyperthermia.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your participation in our conference today, and we will move on to the next speaker for the references of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Pavel Ivanov, head of the Department of Neuroradiology Medical Institute, named after Sergei Berezin from St. Petersburg, Russia. He's going to talk about hypofractionated radiotherapy in the treatment of glioblastoma. Dear colleagues, first I'd like to thank the organizers of this event for inviting me and for organizing this event, and thank you for your warm welcome. To be here in this beautiful new center is a great honor for me. Glioblastoma is known as aggressive and high current tumor of central nervous system, and despite of the fact that the results of treatments of this tumor cannot be set as positive, in terms of tactics of treatment of patients with such diseases, there are no differences. There is strictly defined tactic which allows for safe resection of the tumor, then followed by chemotherapy. But despite this strategy, the life expectancy does not exceed 15 months usually, and current standard of radiotherapy for patients with glioblastoma, which was identified for the first time, it's conducting fractionated radiotherapy, 6-degree 30 fractions with the administration of Temodal at the same time. When we talk about the methods of toxic radiation as a boost, at this stage of radiotherapy it's not used, and the randomized trials show that stereotoxic boost during the course of radiotherapy do not improve local control and do not lead to the increase of life expectancy. At the same time, there are separate methods such as technology leading edge radiosurgery, which assumes the use of local high dosage radiation on the path of assumed proliferation of tumor, and this technology is being used by Professor Christopher Duma And in accordance with his data, some patients show a very good life expectancy following this method. However, around the world, this method is not widely accepted. At the same time, in accordance with ASTRO recommendations, patients who are older than 70 years of age, especially those who have poor status of Leshkornovsky, it is recommended to conduct hypofractional radiotherapy instead of a conventional therapy, and this hypofractionated course could be used in different combinations. However, the recent article as of 2025, which compared the results of hypofractionated radiotherapy in patients with the convention radiotherapy, showed that the results are better when radiotherapy is used, and perhaps it's tied to the fact that when hypofractionation is done, the necessary dosage is not used for primary treatment. At the same time, there are many factors which may limit life expectancy of patients, one of which radical resection of tumor. In particular, it was proved that that volume of tumor, or the area of contrast which we see which we see on MRI, correlates with further average life expectancy of patient. Due to these patients who have tumors in deeper areas of brain, such as in this example, in such cases, surgical resectomy is not possible, and stereotoscopy is done. At the same time, another factor which affects life expectancy is the neurological deficit, and it's been shown that such deficit shrinks life expectancy almost 2 times. And this is glioblastoma of the right part of the brain, and there was an attempt to do the radical excision of the tumor, but it wasn't, or radical tumor removal, it wasn't possible, and then it led to certain prognosis. All patients who overcame chemoradiotherapy during usually 12-14 months experience recurrence, and that recurrence in 80% of cases is local. In other words, tumor starts to grow in a site where there was maximum 60 gray radium therapy used, and usually it's a distant recurrence. It may even be in other part of the brain, and if the primary treatment of glioblastoma is more or less clear, when we talk about the treatment of recurrence, there is no single opinion, and there could be aggressive surgical tactics used with an attempt of another surgery, or it could be another chemotherapy with different medications. Immunotherapy didn't show its efficacy, considering the immunosuppressive characteristics of this tumor. However, well, it may be considered in future, as well as target therapy and electric treatments, such as used in the electric field treatment, such as used in the US. And if we talk about the treatment of recurrent glioblastoma, we need to consider local treatment only. And in this regard, there is a big difference in our approaches, because glioblastoma as a malignant tumor, for example, if we do fractionation, and then we have an advantage that we are using the therapeutic window, which allows for recovery of cells besides the tumor. And if we are talking about the recurrence, then we won't be able to use this technology a second time. That is why we are using other approaches. So we give higher dosages, but these radiotherapy shall be very targeted, concentrated, and harmless healthy tissues. And the use of such approaches were defined by radiobiologists, and in this article there were evidence given that the additional radiotherapy is possible. However, these radiotherapy shall consider the dosage and volume very carefully, and biologically effective dosage in this case shall not exceed 200 gray when the conventional radiotherapy was already used. Another important aspect when treating recurrence of glioblastoma is verification of this recurrence. As you can see on the upper slide, the patient has this site which increases, but when we do tomography, we do not see metabolic activity or increase of index radiopharmaceuticals, and this shows post-radiotherapy changes. On the lower part of the slide, you see a very small site. However, it is accompanied by the largest zone of radiopharmaceuticals uptake. This is the area of recurrence, and the appearance of this site is not a sufficient evidence of recurrence. So important role is given to PET with methionine, MedPET. In our clinical practice, we often use 18-fluorotyltyrosine since the shelf life of this isotope is twice as methionines, and research shows that these two tracers are comparable, and in our practice we saw the evidence of it. Here you see example of patient. First methionine was used, and then tyrosine was used a week later, and you can see that the area of accumulation of radiopharmaceuticals are comparable. And can radiosurgery be used for recurrences of glioblastomas? Yes, it is another method which can be used. However, if we are talking about radiosurgery, we are talking about very small volumes. As you can see in these articles, volumes of tumor are not larger than 2 cubic centimeters. And this situation may occur, however, it is rare. More often, we see a recurrence of a tumor of larger volume, and in such cases, we use hypofractionation. Here you can see an example of a patient with a recurrence of glioblastoma in the left hemisphere of a quite large volume, and this patient was treated with 4 fraction 8 grays with the period of 8 days, and we see the result of this treatment following 8 months. And these randomized clinical trials, which were conducted for hypofractionation, show that there is an advantage when using radiotherapy in comparison to methods of using only chemotherapy. And these patients who were administered radiotherapy as well, they had better life expectancy following 6 months after procedure. And for hypofractionation, different radiotherapy regimes could be used. Usual dosages are usually 20-35 gray, in the range of 20 to 35 gray, with different pattern of radiotherapy and different period. There are no standards as of now. And these are recent articles which say that it is possible that there could be a synergy between the additional radiotherapy and use of checkpoint inhibitors. So it may be possible that the following development and use of immunotherapy could advance these effects. The use of metabolic research in our practice, we never do additional radiotherapy without doing PET. So 100% of our patients receive PET before treatment, and in a number of cases, this is not only a tool for verification of such recurrence, but it also allows to build a map of this recurrence. And on this slide, you can see that there is a large zone of contract strengthening and the active tumor at the frontal side, and the back side shows necrosis. So in this case, we may adapt our radiotherapy in such a way so that we can concentrate higher dosages in the area of active tumor, and accordingly to lower dosage where there is no need. And this is hypofractionation 8 grade, and we see result in 14 months. Even following the treatment, one of the important factors or components is monitoring of patient. If it's not done, then all that has been done may be in vain. And here you can see an example of a patient who underwent chemoradiotherapy, and you can see that there was a close monitoring of this patient, and 1 year later, contrast site appeared, and metabolic research or study verified that this is reoccurrence of tumor, and hypofractionation on CyberKnife was conducted with the high concentration of dosages in the area of active tumor, and this is the result of such treatment 4 months later. Additionally, we shall consider that when assessing the result of hypofractionation, PET has more significance rather than MRI, because in MRI the contrast zones may not change during the observation, but PET may verify that metabolic activity is decreasing, which means that we achieved the required effect. These are data for treatment of recurrent gliomas by hypofractionation, and we see the median for life expectancy. Following hypofractionation, life expectancy was 13 months, and the time before the appearance of necrosis is about 7 months, and it has been shown that life expectancy of these patients are affected by the presence or absence of invasion of tumor into the trunk of the brain. So as of today, or brainstem, and hyperfractionation allows to increase life expectancy, but cannot prevent recurrence. And radiotherapy, hyperfractionated radiotherapy allows for halting the progression and allows for prolonging life expectancy. And key component here is the verification of the recurrence, identifying its borders, and having equipment which allows us to do targeted radiotherapy, and then very close monitoring of patients using metabolic studies or research methods. Thank you very much for your attention. Are there any questions in the room? Okay, I have one question. I think it is more for participants of the conference, but you can also comment. For the last several years, we see the change in approach to primary tumors and molecular diagnosis in terms of defining gradation of such tumors. To what extent in Kazakhstan it is common to use molecular characterization of primary tumors? Is it a standard procedure, or special professionals shall be asked to do additional testings? Molecular analysis of gene IDH2 119, so it is done, right? Maybe not standardized everywhere, but it is done. What about GMT promoters? Is it a standard as well? No. In Almaty, what about Astana? Also no, right? What about Russia? How is it done in your center? In Russia and in our center in general, indeed, this research is included in a standard treatment. However, this is thanks to the fact that they were included into the system, and it can be recommended to a patient. However, if we are talking about blastomas, then we just confirm that this is IDH negative tumor, and it doesn't affect our radiotherapy tactic. But in a number of cases, this treatment is prescribed even before a patient provides all the results to us. Thank you very much for such an interesting presentation.
Is Kim Tae-yeon. He is head of Proton Center, National Cancer Center, South Korea. Stage is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I express organizing committee of NIS is I have a good memory. I will be back to. Today it is my great honor to be here and have a chance to talk about clinical application of an experience of proton beam therapy in our center. Our center is first center in Korea and also 12th center in worldwide. And our proton facility is a project started in 2002 and along with the establishment with our center. And this first patient treated in 2007. We have already 18 years experience now. I have nothing disclosure for this presentation. As we know that proton has a unique physical characteristic we call it as Bragg peak. This unique characteristic of proton beam make it possible to deliver the higher dose to the tumor without exceeding dose to the normal tissue. When we applying the proton beam therapy, we have two clinical application and research strategies. One is to improve the tumor control by dose escalation in most adult tumor, including liver, lung, and pancreas, and so forth. And the other is reduced radiation toxicity by the minimized radiation dose to the normal tissue in pediatric tumor. This case is a 3-year-old boy with retinoblastoma. To minimize the radiation dose to surrounding normal tissue, such as optic nerve, and lens, and normal retinal lacrimal gland, and nearby orbital bone. So we decided the proton beam therapy to this patient. After the proton beam therapy, gross tumor was complete, the disease appeared, and without complication. This is a dosimetric plan comparison between the X-ray radiation and proton beam in medulloblastoma patient. Comparing with the X-ray radiation, we clearly show that proton reduced the radiation dose to the normal tissue. This is the dosimetric plan comparison with the X-ray radiation and the proton beam in prostate cancer. Compared with the X-ray radiation, even if IMRT, proton plan delivered less dose to the scattered dose to the pelvis, and we can easily spare the rectum and bladder near the prostate. This is a 69-year-old man with a sacral codoma patient. We all know that this sacral codoma is a very radio-resistant tumor. But we get a good tumor control, we deliver the higher dose. But this patient, sacral codoma is close to the bowel. So we decided to the proton. After that, the tumor is gradually shrinked. Now she is still controlled now. This is our planned study to the comparing with the proton beam with the X-ray radiation modern IT technique in the hepatocellular carcinoma. Proton beam can be more effectively reduce the dose to the normal liver, even if we tried X-ray radiation, modernized technique, cyberknife, and tomotherapy, VMAP, and so forth. This finding suggests that we can escalate the radiation dose to the tumor within the and also to further improving the tumor control within the tolerance of the liver. At first period in the of the beginning period up to 10, maybe 6 to 10 years, we have a lot of things to do during is commissioning and set up protocol and training and support. And also medical insurance problem is very big issue. We solved all of them. And then number of patients gradually increased. Now, up to last year, we treated over 5,000 patients treated with proton beam therapy in our center. Currently, is 45 patients per day treated in their treated in day. And most common site treated with proton is liver, followed by lung, prostate, and pediatric, esophagus, and pancreas. I will briefly introduce our experience of proton beam therapy for most common treatment site liver in early to intermediate stage and advanced stage HCC patient. Can we proton beam therapy is the best or alternative treatment option in early and intermediate stage HCC? Before showing our data, I would briefly show the typical present two case candidate for proton beam therapy. First case is 7-year-old woman. After the RF ablation, new tumor is developed near the segment 8, is over the right side. Probability of RF ablation was evaluated, but unfortunately, RF ablation is not feasible due to the middle hepatic vein is over below the vein is middle hepatic vein. Is middle hepatic vein located in the needle pathway, so we cannot operate with RF ablation. Child score is A5. It's a very good liver function. So we applied the proton beam therapy for this patient with a curative aim. We got a complete response without complications. He's still alive without recurrence now. Second case is a 68-year-old woman who had a large enhancing tumor in the lower side and segment 7. Albumin is 4.2, bilirubin is 0.9, no ascites. Child score is A5. It's actually she was a candidate for surgical resection, but she said, I don't want to do surgical resection. I wanted to do a non-surgical treatment. So we applied the proton to this patient. After the proton, we got a complete response. Now he's still alive without recurrence now. This table is a summary of the proton beam therapy for the previously reported from our and other institution. The green line is our institutional data. The other is Japanese and European and other countries' data. All of them consistently show that 90% of local control. And also excellent overall survival is 60 to 70%. It's comparable to surgical resection. And also grade 3 toxicity is very rare. It's a very acceptable toxicity. Local control effectiveness of proton seems to be similar that the RF ablation, such as surgical resection. So based on this data, we underwent the phase 3 randomized trial of the proton beam therapy comparing with the RF ablation in the HCC patient. This is a statistic schema, less than 3 cm, 1 and 2 tumor, and patient is randomized 1 by 1 according to their tumor stage and liver function. In this study, after the randomization, if assignment treatment was technically infeasible, crossover was allowed. Primary endpoint is a 2-year local control in per protocol population. Secondary endpoint is progression-free survival, overall survival, and safety. Patient characteristic is as follows. Is between both arms. Baseline case trace is well balanced in the ITT and per protocol population. In randomized trial, crossover rate in the lower side is RFL is a crossover rate of the due to the technical feasibility was significantly higher in the RF population than the proton beam. This finding suggests that technical feasibility of RF proton may be better than the RF population. This is left side is local progression-free survival. In upper is protocol population, lower is ITT population. All is set is local progression-free survival. Is a little bit proton is a little bit better, but it's statistically no difference. Midline is confidence interval of the local progression-free survival, not include the non-inferiority margin of the non-inferiority margin. So we conclude that proton is non-inferior local control effectiveness than the RF population. Right side is upper is progression-free survival, lower is overall survival. No difference between the two arms. This is a summary is of adverse event in both arms. Radiation pneumonitis, dermatitis, decreased leukocyte count is more common in the proton arm, but all is grade 1 and 2, no grade 3 over the grade 3. And increased liver enzyme and abdominal pain is grade 1 and 2, in the more common in the RF population. Grade 3 bleeding happen in the RF population, but it's no grade 4 toxicity, or both arms is very safe. This is a randomized trial, it's the first in the world to confirm the effectiveness of proton beam therapy for the hepatocellular carcinoma. So it was featured on the cover of the Journal of Hepatology. Can we treat how is the effectiveness of safety of proton for the advanced stage patient with vascular invasion? This is a typical case with advanced stage patient with vascular invasion. Could be benefit by proton beam therapy. This patient is a 59 years old man who had a huge infiltrated tumor. It's right side, it's arrow side, it's segment 5A, and you can see the right hepatic vein is not seen. This is a tumor thrombus. It's a tumor albumin is 4.4, bilirubin is 0.6, no assets. It's still child score A5, very good liver function. Although the tumor stage is advanced due to the vascular invasion, but still localized right side or right upper side. So we decide the proton and combined with the systemic treatment because the very advanced stage cancer. So proton we performed first and then followed by the sorafenib continued. This is 1 month, 6 months. 6 months later, is already gross tumor is markedly decreased, no portal vein tumor thrombus. At 11 months later, after the proton and sorafenib, right hepatectomy is resected. In the pathological specimen, viable tumor is not detected. So without maintenance treatment, she's still alive without necrosis now. In advanced HCC patient, this is IMBRAVE trial. This trial showed that is atezolizumab plus bevacizumab is first-line treatment. They showed the effectiveness now. But even though treated with the combination with atezolizumab bevacizumab, this is right side is high-risk patient. High-risk patient means huge tumor And also vascular invasion. Major vascular invasion is very poor progress factor. In this patient, median overall survival is 7.6 months, only 7.6 months. This is a summary of proton beam data for the HC patient with vascular invasion, previously reported from our and other. It's green line is our institutional data. The other is Japanese and other European data. They also consistently show that median survival is 16 to 22 months, and very good local control and also very acceptable toxicity. Even though comparing the high-risk patients treated with atezolizumab, bevacizumab, it's even better. Yeah. So based on the data, we just started to the randomized trial compared to IO systemic treatment alone versus IO systemic plus proton beam therapy. I will waiting we hope is successfully finished this trial and to showing the data. Proton has been applied various cancer and also hepatocellular carcinoma. Its evidence has been growing up now. Proton could be reasonable one of the best alternative treatment option in early and intermediate stage expansion, and also proton could be a reasonable option for the locally advanced cancer combined with systemic treatment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yun. Is there any question from audience? Yes, please.
А у нас есть переводчик? Добрый день. Спасибо большое за ваше выступление.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I got a question. If there are any questions within 1 or 2 days with the proton therapy. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Can I interrupt just one question? Can we release the lecturer since we are pressed for the time? Thank you very much for your presentation. I got a question. We have the proton therapy and the beam therapy. If something happens with the problems within 1 or 2 days with the proton therapy, what is better here? What is safe for the patient to cease the treatment within this 1 or 2 days, or a backup plan for the radiation therapy?
You mean treatment break within the treatment, right?
Yeah.
Actually, usually we do the hypofractionation. It's just 1 and 2 days, no meaning, so just wait. But it's maybe we more than 1 and 2 week break. We do the makeup plan to the alternative plan to with X-ray radiation.
So you do only hypofractionation, not standard?
Usually in the liver, most cases I treated with 10 fractionation as well. But it's depending on the site. It's a pediatric patient. It's usually using conventional fractionation. So that case, we do the alternative treatment method with tomotherapy or VMAP and other things.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for answer. Yes, maybe можно отпустить, да, надо отпустить, да.
Can we release him?
Yeah, our next speaker is Dr. Bharat Chandaraguram. He's radiation oncologist, Yashoda Hospital, India. Yeah, stage is yours.
Thank you. So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to come here, and especially Dr. Rohan for calling me here, and me wearing this chapan, which I like. And I would also like to congratulate the management for building such a great department, and my best wishes for the department. Can I have my presentation? So I'll be talking today about moderate hypofractionation and ultra hypofractionation in carcinoma breast. As we all know, carcinoma breast is the most common malignancy all over the world, as well as in every country. And even today, majority of the cancer centers all over world treat it with conventional fractionation of 50 gray in 25 fractions, followed by, if it is BCS, you give a boost dose of 16 gray in 8 days or 10 gray in 5 days. So today my presentation, I would most likely touch on the evidence of moderate hypofractionation and ultra hypofractionation and various factors we need to take into account to start such a program. So this is my hospital. We have 5 Linacs, 3 True Beams, 1 MR Unity. We are located in the south part of India. I'm a consultant radiation oncologist there. So moving on. So before starting any program in high dose per fraction or hypofractionation schedule, we always take these key factors into account: patient, the treatment volume, whether you want to treat the entire or some partial volume, what is the dose fractionation you would want to opt, because you want the tumor to die with high dose, but also you need to consider all the critical structures surrounding the tumor, as well as what kind of technique you can use to get the best results. So we'll try to touch upon all of that today. So just before starting, so we need to understand the radiobiology of breast cancer to decide what fractionation is better. And for students, as we all know, alpha by beta ratio is a parameter to test the sensitivity of any cell. And there is enough data to show the alpha by beta of breast cancer cell is low. So lesser the alpha by beta, it tells us it is more sensitive to fractionation. If you give higher dose, the tumor cells die better. But on the contrary, we should also note that all the critical structures or the soft tissues around the breast also have a low alpha by beta. So even they are very sensitive to radiation. So patients getting a high dose per fraction in that region, we are all concerned of the local soft tissue side effects. So first part of my presentation would be when we treat whole breast radiation. As we all know, conventional treatment is 50 gray in 25 fractions. Moderate hypofractionation is either treating it in 40 to 42.5 gray, and ultra hypofractionation is 26 gray just delivered in 5 days. So this is the first clinical trial published in 2005 from the UK, where they tested 3 radiation dose regimens: 50 gray. They tried 3 dose regimen: 50 gray, 39 and 42 gray, and they have clearly told that it is possible. Fractionation sensitivities of normal tissue all have a low dose, low alpha by beta, but still the toxicity is acceptable and we can go ahead with a lesser fractionated schedule. So, and this is the first randomized trial in breast from Canada, published in 2002. The later update was published in 2010. This is in early stage T1, T2, N0. Patients did not get any boost of radiation, and they were compared from 50 gray to 42.6 gray in 16 fractions. No boost was given. After 12 years of median follow-up, the updated data shows there is no difference in local recurrence or survival. So it is absolutely safe to go. But important thing to see, when you find all the factors which might affect patients getting moderate hypofractionation, high-grade tumors, they showed that it preferred conventional radiation. But we can attribute this that this trial did not give any radiation tumor boost. So high-grade tumors, probably local recurrence was high because they did not receive any boost in the Canadian trial. The next, the late toxicity did not show any difference in skin or soft tissues or global cosmetic outcome over a patient. All patients had good cosmetic outcome of 70%. So you need not worry. So this was the first landmark trial. Then from the UK, this is the first START A trial, which tried to compare not very early, but a bit advanced. T3 also was taken. N0, N1 was also taken. Boost radiation was given in these patients. Also, regional nodal radiation was also given. They were compared into 3 arms with conventional 50 gray in 25, 39 gray in 13 fractions where 3 gray per fraction was given, and even more 41.6 in 3.3 gray per fraction was given. 10 years median follow-up, updated data shows no difference in local recurrence rate, a bit better in fact for conventional, but it was no different. 5-year disease-free survival, also the same. Then came in the START B trial. Both of the trials were started simultaneously, but this was bit moderate between START A. It used 40 gray in 15 fractions for patients who had BCS or chest wall, T1 to T3, N0, N1 disease. Boost was given, regional nodal radiation was also given. With 10 years of follow-up, no difference in local recurrence rates or disease recurrence rates. Tells it's absolutely safe to go with 40 gray in 15 fractions. If you see the late effects, when you compare the START A trial, all of the features in 39 gray favor 39 gray, but a higher dose was more or less equal. But when you see START B, all factors, breast shrinkage, induration, edema, telangiectasia, all favored 40 gray in 15. So that is why 40 gray in 15 is currently most of the standard of care used worldwide. If you see late toxicity, if you are worried about what would happen to the lung, rib, heart, etc., the 10-year update did not show any difference when 40 gray in 15 fractions compared to conventional fractionation after 10 years, which where you would accept some cardiac toxicity, etc. There was no difference. So then the fourth trial is the Danish trial, which exclusively looked into grade 2, grade 3 breast induration when hypofractionation was used. Here in this trial, they have given boost, or they have also taken DCIS patients. There are hardly few trials in DCIS with moderate hypofractionation. So 7 years of follow-up, grade 2, grade 3 induration risk, not at all, not significant, can be safely given. Local recurrence rates in DCS or in invasive carcinoma are the same. So all these trials are the first landmark trials which showed when you're giving whole breast radiation, moderate hypofractionation is absolutely safe. Then if you see the breast volume, we are typically worried if the large breast volume, there is a lot of hot spots, lot of chance of breast toxicity, but it did not really show. DCIS absolutely safe. Even patients getting tumor bed boost, it's absolutely safe to give moderate hypofractionation. So the next, moving into ultra hypofractionation, treating patients in 5 days. When 15 days was successful in all the trials, it was time to get treatment time even shorter. So this is the first trial, which is the FAST trial from UK, where started in 2004 to 2007. This is exclusively for early breast cancer only, where T1, T2, N0 patients, no boost given, no chemotherapy given. Patients were randomized into 3 groups. First is the conventional group. Second is 28.5 in 5 fractions, going 5.7 gray per fraction. And third is 30 gray in 5 fractions. So here, marked and moderate effects of breast tissue was higher in 30 gray arm. So this trial was the initial pilot study, randomized trial, which showed that you should not go up to 30, which is much higher, where normal tissues of the breast cannot tolerate that dose. But you can still go to 28.5 gray with acceptable toxicity when compared to conventional treatment. This is a 10-year data. Then, based on this trial, the fast forward trial was started. It is a randomized control trial, non-inferiority. From the lessons of the fast trial, where 30 gray was too high, here they have reduced the dose and made it 27 gray in 5, 26 gray in 5. And important thing to note is the inclusion. If you see, they have taken T1 to T3 patients, all age group more than 18. Boost was received by 25% of patients, and 25% of patients received chemotherapy as well. So it tells us it is not a typical early stage breast cancer group alone who received 5 days fractions. So they have taken decently early advanced disease. With 71 months of follow-up, if you see, 38% in the fast forward trial were high risk, less than 50 years of age and high grade tumors. 18% were node positive disease. So we're dealing with a high risk population in this study. So even after that, there is no difference in relapses, deaths, or second primary when moderate hypofractionation of 14-15 was compared to an ultra hypofractionation of 5-day treatments. So ipsilateral breast tumor relapse was also absolutely the same, non-significant. Our worry is acute toxicity when you're giving treatment in 5 days. If you see the graph, all acute toxicities were resolved less than 14 days in all the 3 arms of fast forward. And 6-year data, moderate to marked breast tissue effects were non-significant in 26 gray in 5 fractions versus 27 gray had a bit higher moderate effects. In terms of patient-reported breast outcomes, it was all non-significant. So from this standard, it has become 26 gray in 5 fractions can be given for breast cancer patients, and I'll tell you where you should not give. So physician-reported outcomes, again at 5 years, non-significant in all the terminologies of breast distortion, shrinkage, induration, telangiectasia, skin edema, everything, all non-significant. No factors affected particular age or grade, did not affect the side effect profile. So all these extra factors analysis just told us that it can be safely done. Disease-free survival, overall survival, absolutely the same when compared to moderate and ultra hypofractionation. So what are the major findings of the fast forward trial? Outcomes were not inferior at all. Toxicity profile was absolutely the same. Breast shrinkage rates, in fact, for the START B trial were higher, 11%, versus in fast forward, 40 gray had only 5.5% breast shrinkage. So all this clearly tells us moderate hypofractionation and ultra hypofractionation can be safely done in patients with breast cancer post BCS. And now I'll let special categories to understand. So this is the fast forward planning pack which all residents should download. Nice pack. You'll understand how to contour, how to plan a patient. So that was all about whole breast radiation and how moderate hypofractionation and ultra hypofractionation affects in terms of outcomes. Absolutely same, toxicity accepted. Now what happens when you give tumor bed boost? Traditionally for all post BCS patients we give 16 gray in 8 fractions or 10 gray in 5 fractions, which increase the treatment time even after 15 days of moderate hypofractionation. So what about it? So the boost trial, the first boost trial which said boost is good in post BCS was the EORTC study which compared 16 gray in 8 fractions versus no boost. 20-year data shows 4% benefit in decreasing local recurrence rates, and the most benefit was patients who were quite younger. So less than 40 years of age had the maximum benefit, and 41 to 50 years had moderate benefit. Both were statistically significant. But if you see 51 to 60 and 60 years, there's not great benefit with adding tumor bed boost. So what can we do about the boost when we are trying to think how short we can finish treatments? From 15 days we have come to 5 days, and what we do with the boost. So another important trial is the import high trial, recently published in Lancet in 2023. They have just tried to add simultaneously boost along with the standard fractionation. So standard group was 14-15 gray, which received sequential boost of 16 gray in 8 days. So total treatment time is approximately 23 days. The second group, patients received full breast to 36 gray, partial breast to 40 gray, and 48 gray to the tumor bed alone, all in 15 days. Third, 53 gray extra boost was given. So they tried to finish all different schedules in 15 days. If you see, ipsilateral breast tumor recurrence rate was non-significant. Breast induration was 15%, especially in the high dose arm of 53 gray. So this trial clearly told us that you don't need such high dose for tumor bed boost. 48 gray is good enough. Either you give it simultaneously or you give it post whole breast treatment. So this is a snapshot of all the clinical trials which used boost. So all of this is only in moderate hypofractionation. In ultra hypofractionation, it's always 5 days of radiation followed by 5 days of boost. Combination boost in ultra hypofractionation is not yet studied. It is being studied in 3 trials and they are just recruiting patients. So next, what is the effect of moderate or ultra hypofractionation in post-mastectomy patients? We know the START trials recruited patients who underwent mastectomy, but we want to see, is there any specific trial which looked into mastectomy alone? So the trial from Beijing group, all patients who underwent mastectomy underwent regional nodal radiation, were randomized to 43.5 gray in 15 or 50 gray conventional, clearly showed no significant difference. This is the only exclusive randomized trial for post-mastectomy hypofractionated radiation. Overall survival, no difference. In fact, skin toxicity was better in hypofractionated arm when compared to conventional arm. So then, if it is mastectomy, what happens in patients post-mastectomy with reconstruction? So is there any data? Fabric trial was the first trial to assess hypofractionation in patients who underwent reconstruction post-mastectomy. So they compared 50 gray to 42.6 gray in 16 fractions, 40 months of follow-up, clearly no difference in terms of toxicity. All this just reiterates us that moderate hypofractionation is safe in every scenario. What you think? Post-reconstruction, post-mastectomy, regional nodal radiation. So next, in terms of regional nodal radiation, we know patients receiving regional nodal radiation have a certain gain. From the EBCTG meta-analysis of 2023, there is a 3% gain in survival, especially in patients who receive regional nodal radiation. But it is best in patients who are N2 disease, where 4 or more nodes is positive. It shows a 4.3%. So we tend to give regional nodal radiation for all patients who have more than 4+ lymph nodes. So regional nodal radiation, all these trials included regional nodal radiation, did not show any difference in terms of local control or toxicity. So it is absolutely safe even when you have a patient who needs regional nodal radiation to undergo moderate hypofractionation. As I told you, regional nodal radiation in ultra hypofractionation is not yet standardized. There are the 3 trials which are recruiting patients for regional nodal radiation, trying to finish in 5 days. First trial is the HypoRT trial. Just interim results were published last year, showed no difference, very minimal difference in acute toxicity. And the fast forward had a sub-study because they had 18% patients with lymph nodes positive. And when they studied those subgroup of patients, arm edema was not there, but there is no data yet on outcomes, etc., exclusively for this subgroup. This clearly tells us if you design a patient into a 5-fraction schedule, you don't want them to be treated with regional nodal radiation. You want them to be a much lesser staged patients of N0 or N1, T1 or T2. So next, as a part of how short we can go, APBI is also one of the important treatment modalities in carcinoma breast, which is accelerated partial breast radiation, where you don't want to treat the entire breast, you only want to treat part of the breast. So patient selection is the key. So there are 3 techniques which are currently approved. One is external beam radiation, 2 is radiation with interstitial brachytherapy, or a balloon brachytherapy based catheter. So these are the ASTRO guidelines to which patient to select. It should be more than 50 years of group age, less than 3 centimeter tumor, luminal A, non-lobular, all good risk features. So the import low trial is an EBRT trial which gave 40 grain, 15 fractions to the entire breast, or 40 grain, 15 fractions exclusively APBI just to the tumor area and 1 centimeter margin with EBRT 3D technique. There is no difference in local recurrence rates in this population. And the update of 10 years was presented in ASTRO last year. There is no difference in terms of cumulative local recurrence rates or toxicities. So APBI can be safely given in certain set of populations which are quite early stage and good factors. Florence trial is an IMRT based technique of treatment with again 30 grain 5 fractions of APBI was given, published in 2020 from Italy with 10 years of follow-up. There is no difference in any outcomes. 10-year overall survival, 10-year breast cancer specific survival, all the same. APBI is significantly better than conventional is what they have reported. Interstitial brachy data, again, there is no difference in terms of local control or cosmetic outcomes. So APBI is also a valid modality of treatment when you're talking about moderate and ultra hypofractionations. So, but still, why are certain departments not confident all over the world to start moderate or ultra hypofractionation? The main thing is we are worried, especially in this population, when you have less than 50 years age, node positive disease, grade 3 disease, where you need to give regional nodal radiation or where you need to give boost. But if you see, among all the trials I spoke, which are the landmark trials in CA breast, they are cumulatively approximately more than 3,500 patients in each group which were treated with this moderate or ultra hypofractionation. And it clearly shows only if you have a breast size of more than 1100 cc you expect high toxicity, or else when you give tumor bed boost, age less than 50, grade 3 disease, there is no difference at all. There is no difference in acute grade 2, grade 3, acute or late toxicities. There is no difference in patients undergoing symptomatic lung-related issues or related to heart disease, especially when you're talking about moderate hypofractionation. We also have good technology now to give such kind of radiation techniques. We all anyway do 3D or IMRT. We use DIBH to save the heart in left-sided breast tumor patients, or especially in ultra hypofractionation, we use MR-Linac so that we accurately real-time monitor. So in conclusions, based on ASTRO consensus, moderate hypofractionation can be given as a standard of care in any stage breast cancer patients. You need not worry about what is the age, size, stage, biology, boost, margins, regional nodal radiation, whether any oncoplastic surgery was done, not done. Don't worry, 40 gray 15 fractions can be given anywhere. Ultra hypofractionation, yes, we have certain reservations. You want to give it only in early stage patients, T1, T2, N0 preferably. Chest wall can be given. But if you would want to give regional nodal radiation, it should only be under a trial, not on an everyday basis. So ultra hypofractionation to be given only in early stage patients post BCS when it is only breast or chest wall alone radiation. NCCN also tells the same thing. Whatever moderate hypofractionation can be given in anybody, ultra hypofractionation is done in a selective patients alone. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Barat. You give us very good and more information. Да, может быть, есть вопросы.
There are the questions, preferably in English, of course. Okay. Before inviting the next speaker,
Dr. Barat, yes. Как показал...
Like Dr. Borat said that the hyperfractionation should be conducted, and also we have to implement it, and based on the patient's experience, it requires that the patient stay less in department, and we provided more treatment for more citizens. And next speaker is it possible to provide the strategy of the watch and wait under while esophageal cancer, Mr. Jem Parlak.
Before they present and show, they're completely will be Russian.
Извините, sorry, можно следующую презентацию?
Can we show two languages together? Anyway, first of all, I'm really want to show my gratitude to you. You're still here, and with this, how can I say? More scientific sessions, actually, so I really thank you. Then I thank to organizing committee and celebrate their wonderful center for an opportunity for you young, most of you I see are young physicians, an opportunity, good opportunity for the researchers. And I also see and have many friends living in other countries, and I hope they will also keep their hands here. I mean, in the because after 4 years, I actually feel a bit, I mean, citizen of Kazakhstan. So it's nice to be here, live here. So today I'm actually my, how can I say, my composition in my brain has changed a lot because we are a bit late. There was another presentation before me, Maya. She was going to talk about neoadjuvant, I mean, virtual waiting in rectal cases. I had some slides, I mean, shared with this topic, so I should have deleted some of them, but now, thankfully, I will have time to do my presentation. It's as I told you, it's an evolving concept and maybe a paradigm shift from point of radiation oncology or clinical oncology. Can be some of the patients be spared from the toxicities of surgery, radical surgery? We will see. Sorry. So I will, as you expected, give a small background and small few minutes for the current treatment paradigm in the landscape in the esophageal cancer, rationale behind the active surveillance, and some challenges about diagnosing the early recurrences, and then clinical results we have currently and we are expecting from the future. So as we know, surgery has long been the cornerstone of the treatment of esophagus cancer, but with high toxicity rates, severe postoperative complications can be seen up to 60% of cases with mortality rates reaching 3.1. So even in the long-term survivors, we have issues of quality of life, like reflux or dysphagia or fatigue due to malnutrition. So which actually prompted us to think about, is there any chance to spare patients while not interfering with their oncological outcome, some of cases from this aggressive surgery. So the idea actually why and the base study for our treatment plan in the esophageal cancer is the cross trial. After the cross trial, actually all locally advanced cases, including adenocarcinoma and squamous cell carcinoma, also gastroesophageal cases, are being treated with addition of neoadjuvant chemoradiation before surgery, which improved, as we see here, 5-year overall survival by 14% without increasing the postoperative complication rates. And also long-term, minimum 10 years results, follow-up also showed that these advantages is consistent and sustained. And several other trials also, since we established that patients with locally advanced esophageal cancer should receive neoadjuvant chemoradiation therapy. Trials also continues, as we see, even for the only adenocarcinoma cases, after the actually publication of the MAGIC trial in the gastric cancers, they also tried to compare cross-trial regimen with the chemotherapy, perioperative chemotherapy in cases with esophageal cancer, although the study actually, this study is not actually finished the all accrual, but results are presented, and it showed similar outcomes with the cross regimen. But interestingly, cross regimen cases showed nearly triple times more post chemoradiotherapy complete response rates after pathological response, I mean. And several other small prospective or retrospective studies consistently telling the same. We should do chemoradiation for cases with esophageal cancer. But this is an interesting study in only adenocarcinoma cases. The study is done with only adenocarcinoma cases. Patients did better with the chemotherapy along float regimen chemotherapy than preoperative chemoradiation therapy, which also significantly changed our treatment recommendations. And these are the, sorry for the, there should have been actually an animation, but you cannot see behind there is an ASCO guidelines and the ESMO guidelines. Both of them recommends for the local advanced cases. If it is squamous cell carcinoma, there is no doubt patients should receive chemoradiation. But if it is adenocarcinoma or gastroesophageal junction tumor, we may consider, of course, these are medical oncology guidelines. They prefer chemotherapy before, I mean, operation. But there is also a chance or an opportunity to give radiation therapy, keeping in mind that pathological complete response rates are better in the chemoradiation arm. But you see there is both sides actually, two options of follow-up. And yeah, as we see in the cross trial, nearly reaching, I mean, 30% of cases with pathological complete response, and to some extent in other trials before surgery, there is, I mean, and considering the high, how can I say, and severe postoperative complications in the esophageal cancer, What if there is a clinical complete response? We can show that there is a clinical complete response. Can we spare patients or delay the upfront esophagectomy until the recurrence? So the concept was originated from rectal cancer, and in rectal cancer we know that in this biggest trial, biggest study, sorry, nearly 900 cases with complete response following chemoradiation, neoadjuvant chemoradiation after median follow-up of 3.5 years. Cases did actually local recurrence rates was not as expected as high actually, and nearly 90% of them are seen in the 2 years, and distant metastasis rates was so low, and the survival rates are very, very satisfactory with only chemoradiation. Raised the question, I mean, can we omit surgery in cases with clinically complete response if we can conclude that there is a complete response? So local, and it is actually also that's the most important standing point is that most of the recurrences are within the organ, so which is salvageable with a delayed surgery. So again, let's repeat, 30% of cases with neoadjuvantly treated cases of esophagus can show pathological complete response, and can these patients, again repeating the same things actually, be spared from the active surgery, upfront surgery by active surveillance? And the second standing point is that despite the surgery done immediately after the chemoradiation, there are still recurrences, which is also which dictates also should we wait for the recurrence? Maybe they might be cured with the chemoradiation and they will not recur after the chemoradiation. So if there will be an metastasis, these are also seen in the cases with surgery cases. So this is another rationale for doing active surveillance instead of upfront surgery. But the problem is that we should be very decisive, and the strict follow-up should be done, and there are strict rules to select the patients for active surveillance. So patients first should have complete response after neoadjuvant chemoradiation with PET-CT showing no metastasis and no evidence of residual disease on endoscopical or deep endoscopical, deep biopsies, or end ultrasound fine needle aspiration for the suspicious lymph nodes, regional lymph nodes involvement. And it is actually, this is the probably we always see in our practice, if patient is medically unfit for the surgery, radical surgery, or if patient can on his own desires omitting the surgery. And sometimes because when you talk about the complications, they fear and they do not want to go surgery. It's a good option, or I mean, an effective option for those cases. So the most important thing is, if you decide to do this, you should have a multidisciplinary team having all the facilities, and patients should be listened carefully. They should be informed about the both risks and both conditions actually. So another interesting study is that after the neoadjuvant chemoradiotherapy, these are the results from the cross trial, sub-analysis of cross trial. It says that if there is a recurrence, most of them are in the mucosal, submucosal or muscle layer. But there are also some, although not very high, in surrounding stroma and lymph nodes, which we cannot diagnose, or we may omit, I mean, we may miss with the ordinary endoscopical biopsies, or if we don't have any, for example, endo-ultrasound, fine needle aspiration biopsy facilities. So, as I told, endoscopic biopsy sensitivity is very low, but it can be increased with the bite-on bites, which is take the biopsy in the same position of previous biopsy, or do several biopsies at the same time, but every time a deeper way. So it increases sensitivity in a acceptable level. PET-CT alone is not highly sensitive, and there is the specific, for example, because of the radiation, post-radiation inflammation, it may show wrong recurrence alarms actually, but it can be decreased with the help of diffusion-weighted MRI images, and also endoscopic ultrasound, as I also aforementioned. It increases the, actually it's the only choice for us to take the biopsy or to confirm if there is a recurrence in the lymph nodes without any surgical issues. So, but the most important point is that these things should always be present, and you should, because all the studies, for example, these are the pre-seno, actually seno trial, you will see later, is our main standing results. Before doing this active surveillance, they try to check the diagnostic accuracy of tools that we have. So in both squamous cell and adenocarcinoma of cases, bite-on-bite biopsies, endoscopic ultrasound, together with PET-CT, they together improve each of their accuracy, diagnostic accuracy. But still we have 10% of residual tumors that we cannot see, cannot recognize. We should be aware of that risk actually, but there are also other trials to increase this accuracy, like one from China. They implemented circulating tumor DNA for only cases with squamous cell carcinoma. They also concluded that no test is alone perfect, but combining them will increase the accuracy. So these are the rationale and what we do after neoadjuvant chemoradiotherapy in cases locally advanced esophageal cancer. Now let's see what we have in hand and published results, and also let's see what we will expect from the future. This is the biggest actually proof. I mean, it's a meta-analysis of these trials. Actually, you can see on the details, but I don't know if you can see or not actually. It included both squamous cell and adenocarcinoma cases. Nearly half of them are EBIT surgery cases are high in number, treated upfront with upfront surgery. The rest is controlled in a strict way and operated after the recurrence. And these are the intention to treat analysis, and per protocol a survival analysis was done. At median follow-up time was 5 years in the surgery, standard surgery, and nearly 4 years in the active surveillance sum. And all these two statistical survival comparison, the hazard ratios are nearly reaching the nominality, so which is 1 actually, which means that they do the same actually. So there is no statistical difference between overall survivals in cases who are operated upfront or delayed surgery after the recurrence. And even, I mean, the good thing is that most of the cases in the delaying cases or postponing the surgery are medically unfit patients, which are, as we also see in the lung and urological cases, most surgery cases are selected perfectly, all medical conditions are good, but all the cases that cannot be operated are tried to be treated with the radiation therapy. So, but the conclusion that active surveillance does not compromise the survival. So, which means that we can, if patient does not want, if we do not want to face our patients to have severe complications, we can feel that we may be safe, actually, but not we can be safe. We may be. So again, it's a repetition. And there is an interesting trial, studies that, small studies. In the first one, it says that if you prolong the surgery with any reason, for example, you cannot do the surgery at the expected time, which is nearly 6 weeks or 8 weeks post chemoradiation, any reason, as long as you delay without, without caring about the reason, probability of pathological complete response increases. So without affecting the survival parameters. And on another study, it says that pathological complete response is an independent predictor of the survival, which means that if, logically, if you prolong the surgery to the date of recurrence, we might already treat these cases, actually. We are already treating such cases. So this is our landmark trial, the SANO trial. It's a surgery, active surveillance after neoadjuvant chemoradiotherapy. It's a Dutch multi-center trial. It's a non-inferiority trial, which means that after 3 years of survival, if somehow following the cases without upfront surgery, their survival is not more than, and their survival deficit is not more than 15%, it means that these two trials are, these two options are equal to each other. So patients were strictly followed up with including the endoscopy, bite-on-bite deep biopsies, endoscopic ultrasound, and PET-CT on regular way every 3 months in the first year, every 4 months in the second year, and 6 months in the 3 year, and later after the 4 year, as we all do in our current practice of follow-ups. Every year at least for close follow-ups, with including all these diagnostic tools. So totally 12 Dutch hospitals are included in this study. There is an interesting issue that we will see if we see the detail. Nearly 1/4 of the cases in the surgery arm decided to move to the active surveillance arm. So even patient preferences is also, when you inform something to the patients, if they learn, they prefer to move to the non-invasive, more non-invasive, and actually safe, safer actually treatment options. So after the median follow-up of 38 months, 2 years survival was nearly the same. And post-operative complications and mortality rates are similar in cases who were treated surgically upfront or the surgery is done after recurrence, salvage surgery. So conclusion is that active surveillance is nearly the same as operating patients immediately after the chemoradiation. Then the other studies comes. This is the real-world surveillance analysis. Actually, it's the follow-up protocol is absolutely the same as the SANO trial, but here the actual real-world scenarios are also included. Patients are regularly, or in the beginning of the randomization, were offered to choose which kind of treatment you want after the detailed explanations. And also decision counseling was done. There was also regret and questionnaires, which means that patients may feel guilty or scared if they think that they're choosing the wrong option. So it's a very real-world scenario, but the results are still waiting. From now on, we will see only the current ongoing trials, actually, to shape our decision in the future. And this is an ESO-straight trial. It's written there ongoing, but it's actually terminated because of low accrual. But study design was also good because it was assuming that surgery will be better option than active surveillance. Why primary endpoint was 2 years survival. As I told, the protocol details on and timing of surveillance details are not published yet. But the results are expected because there are some cases and they need to publish them, at least in a preliminary analysis, and we will see actually what they experience and the patients. This is a newer approach. You know, it's immunotherapy is a very common in nearly all of our cases. Assuming that if we increase the effectivity of chemoradiation in cases with locally advanced esophageal cancer, and by adding a maintenance immunotherapy, can be prolonged or delay the recurrence rates in these cases, and results will be actually, it's very interesting, and the result probably will be, again, showing the positive things about, and nearly expected to be published in 2027. Another trial, again, from the Seino group, they also use a different, actually, immunotherapy agent, nivolumab, but again, the protocol nearly is the same. With the Seino, and there are several other with pembrolizumab or other immunotherapy agents. What we know have in hand now is that there is no significant overall survival difference between whether you treat the patients with chemoradiation and do surgery immediately or delay the surgery before doing, immediately delaying the surgery to do actually, if there is actually any recurrence and salvage needed. So, because the RCP resection is also possible in nearly 90% of cases, and even in chemoradiation cases, and the metastatic risks are nearly the same, whether you do the surgery up front or later. But again, the most important thing is that you should be careful because there should be a strict criteria for concluding that this patient has a clinically complete response. If patient does not have any clinically complete response, or if patient does not desire to not to be operated, it's actually selectable and safe option to follow up the cases and wait for the future surgery, salvage surgery. And we are waiting again immunotherapy integration with the radiation part. Instead of chemotherapy, maybe immunoradiotherapy maybe. And there are also studies doing searching this, and also inclusion of maybe circulating tumor cell DNA or radionomics, which are very common because of after the AI blast of the AI technology. Actually, we can more certainly or accurately define the cases to be followed up. So, if you want, you see the detail of again the schema. The first year is the most important. And again, thank you for not showing me such photo. Yeah, I'm really very, very happy with your. You're still looking like you still need more. You still want more. So, do we have more? Rowan. Thank you. And if you have any question, I will be. And I don't know if we are within our limits. You can even ask outside. Do we have other speakers? I really don't know.
Давайте вопросы в кулуар.
Colleagues, let's discuss outside since we are pressed for the time.
Следующий докладчик – это Ишкинин Евгений Иванович, заведующий отделением лучевой терапии АОЦ, город Алматы, гипофракционированной лучевой терапии рака предстательной железы в наших условиях. Евгений Иванович.
Здравствуйте. Огромное спасибо за приглашение. Ну, ключевое во всем этом названии – это именно…
Next speaker is Mr. Ishkinin Let me talk about hypofractionated radiotherapy for prostate cancer in our conditions. So, when we say our conditions, I mean epidemiology, and the picture for the past 20 years was the following. Just look at this slide, and you see on the upper diagram occurrence in blue and deaths in red, and we see that ratio was quite high. More than 65% of patients died. Also, we had very low 5-year survival and high 1-year lethal cases. So all of this was tied to the fact that this pathology was identified during the late stages, but with the introduction of screening program, the situation has improved. Now you can see that the ratio improved. However, 5-year survival increased only in the 5 years, and then we see this big gap. Something happened. This was COVID-19 pandemic time, and early diagnostics wasn't available for patients, but now the situation is leveling again. And if we, on average, analyze the prostate cancer by age, the average identification or diagnosis 69.7. And we see that mostly peak is 45, 49 years of age, and let's look at the evolution. All of our oncology centers went through it, and somewhere this is still maybe ongoing process within gamma device and radiotherapy with its advantages, then MRI, VMAT, and that's what improved the surrounding tissues, and then field-to-field integrated when for different size, different dosages could be used. And we know that prostate is a complex organ, and we need to do HRT on a daily basis. Brachytherapy was done by Oncology Institute only, but we were able to do distant procedures as well. What radiotherapy is available in our national protocols, and what is adopted by the European Urological Association? We can see here 2.5 gray, 3 gray, even 8 gray per fraction, and well, this is for distant radiotherapy with hormone therapy. Also, we have combination therapy, distance radiotherapy, and brachytherapy. In general, COVID pandemic helped us with the acceleration of the process and moving to hypofraction therapy. And in terms of our oncological center, you can see the prostate cancer is given in a violet color. So we use 60 gray from 2 gray up to 80. So this allowed us to decrease load on our only radio equipment almost by 32%, and the throughput capacity increased. Unfortunately, we have only one radiotherapy device or equipment in our center. In general, in Kazakhstan, we see lack of such equipment in accordance with IAEA recommendations. We shall have one equipment for 450 patients per year. Last year, we had 990 patients per one accelerator, so which means that we use it a bit too active. Visual care path algorithm helps us to not just it helps us to better implement the plan for radiotherapy, and we took all patients for the past 2 years. We divided them by localities and looked at survival rate. There was 74 patients. All of them got MRI, and the survival rate was quite good. This is the standard plan for distant radiotherapy, VMAT technology, controlled visualization. This is field-to-field methodology, 3 gray, 2.5 gray, and lymphatic nodes 2 gray, and 20 fractions are used. And it is one thing to use and then to analyze.
Это, скажем, режим фракционирования повлиял на наших пациентов. То есть у нас был научный проект, мы проанализировали, ну, все эти цифры, они достоверны и абсолютны. То есть если дни лечения при нормальном фракционировании занимало почти 56 дней, при гипофракционировании 36 дней. Ну, это вот важное такое. И вообще, вот опять-таки отсылка к хирургам, отсылка к среднему возрасту пациентов, то ну, мы знаем, что средний возраст около 70 лет, хирурги мало берут таких пациентов на операцию, но их и не надо брать, потому что дистанционная лучевая терапия, она обеспечивает такую же продолжительность выживаемости, но более того, качество жизни, по крайней мере, не хуже, чем после радикальной простатэктомии. И мы также проанализировали по опросникам именно касательно рака предстательной железы, и выяснили, что в этих двух группах качество жизни абсолютно не пострадало. Ну, общая выживаемость была чуточку выше даже в группе гипофракционирования, но это было объяснено тем, что во время ковид-пандемии мы просто всех перевели, и у группы нормального фракционирования просто период наблюдения был чуточку больше, то есть вот по графику это видно. Но что еще вот хочется отметить касательно характеристики доз. Ну, несмотря на то, что средние дозы при гипофракционной были, ну, если брать дозы за одну фракцию, они, конечно, были выше. Но если брать именно биологически эффективную дозу и эквивалентную дозу в пересчете по 2 ГРЭ, она была чуточку меньше. И объективно, то есть пациенты, они легче переносят эту лучевую терапию. Ну, вывод – это гипофракционная лучевая терапия уменьшает сеансы на 46%, очередь, время ожидания лечения для пациентов именно с агрессивной формой рака простаты. При меньшей дозе на органы риска сопоставимы результаты противоопухолевого лечения. Мы публиковали тезисы, постерные доклады. Но хочется что еще сказать? То есть это еще не предел. То есть у нас есть еще система позиционирования экзотракт Dynamic. То есть, ну, мы ее в основном сейчас используем, если только для мониторинга укладки на задержке дыхания именно для грудной клетки. Но хотелось бы, конечно, использовать и для режимов ультрагипофракционирования по 8 грей при простате. Но тут нам еще нужно, во-первых, вот нам недоступны еще брахибаллоны, нам недоступны маркеры, которые имплантируют в простату для их оценивания. Ну и укладка пациента, конечно, она требует большей тщательности, и ну, пациент не должен испытывать тревогу в процессе ее. Ну, идеально должна быть так. Но что еще хочется сказать? То есть брахитерапия – это тоже, вы согласны, что это тоже как гипофракционная лучевая терапия, когда высокая доза доставляется за короткий промежуток времени. И тоже нам она нужна. И это нужно развивать, как низкодозную, так и высокодозную. То есть, ну, немного ретроспективно, то есть это наши вот именно пациенты, которые мы делали в клинике, там, ну, не более суток. Так вот выглядели именно УЗИ-картина, то есть имплантации зерен. Также мы проводили эту процедуру для локальных рецидивов после дистанционной лучевой терапии, что тоже позволяло доставить высокую дозу. И то есть прошло уже более 5 лет для всех этих пациентов, потому что они лечились в 2016, 2017, 2018 году. То есть в конце прошлого года мы это проанализировали, и общая выживаемость достаточно высокая. То есть и среднее время дожития достаточно высокое. Также разделили на 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-летнюю выживаемость. Ну, проанализировали, что, конечно, от числа агрессона зависит, и период безрецидивной выживаемости тоже высокий для этих пациентов. То есть вот все вот эти насечки – это пациенты, которые находятся там. Ну, в участке рецидива, как я уже сказал, и даже больше скажу, то есть для этого пациента мы даже потом использовали гипофракционную лучевую терапию, потому что у него еще возник локальный рецидив в области шейки мочевого пузыря, то есть использовали несколько фракций по 8 Грей. И сейчас, ну это вот, и сейчас с ним все нормально, все хорошо, продолжает наблюдаться. Таким образом, хочется что еще подытожить, что брейх-терапию тоже надо внедрять, проводить. И спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо, Глеб Иванович. Отличный доклад. Главное, лаконичный и короткий. Есть вопросы? Вопросов нет? Спасибо большое еще раз. На этом наша сессия заканчивается, и мы с удовольствием предоставим место нашим медицинским физикам.
Коллеги, продолжим нашу секцию. У нас немного перестановка. Первой выступит Жанна Сергеевна Лебедева. Контроль качества линейных ускорителей.
Коллеги, добрый день. Слышно ли меня? Ну, сейчас я буду как-то быстро пытаться нагнать длинную нашу задержку, постараюсь быть краткой. Когда я думала о том, какую тему можно представить, я думала о том, что нужно за достаточно короткое время рассказать какую-то тему, из которой можно там вытащить 1-2 take-home message, да, и унести их с собой. Вот я попыталась это сделать. Ну, во-первых, несколько слов обо мне. Я работаю в Санкт-Петербурге медицинским физиком, также работаю в частной компании, которая занимается разработкой дозиметрического оборудования. Много лет уже работаю в Петербургском институте ядерной физики, и там мы занимаемся разработкой протонного оборудования. Преподаю, и вот самая последняя, скажем так, роль, наверное, которой я сегодня немножко, к которой буду обращаться, да, я периодически езжу в разные города нашей страны и помогаю с дозиметрией, вводом в эксплуатацию и так далее. И вот некоторые свои наблюдения, скажем так, я хотела бы сегодня вам показать, они, возможно, могут быть ценными. Ну, во-первых, надо сказать, что, конечно, контроль качества – это часть общей программы гарантии качества, да, потому что это и контроль качества нашего оборудования для облучения, и КТ, и МРТ, и системы планирования, это и контроль знаний, качество, да, вообще ведения пациента и в лечебном процессе, и за его пределами. И сегодня я прям очень точечно и локально поговорю про очень маленькую часть, да, контроль качества линейных ускорителей. Значит, ну, вечный вопрос, где можно ошибиться, везде. И вот в контексте контроля качества линейных ускорителей это два момента, где мы можем, правда, создать такую ошибку, которая будет существовать до конца жизни линейного ускорителя, да, или до обнаружения. Это ввод в клиническую эксплуатацию и периодический контроль, ну, в том числе калибровка аппарата. Чаще всего, когда мы договариваемся с коллегами о выезде, ну, это не какая-то фиксированная программа, да, взаимодействия, они говорят, мы там хотим ввести, например, там, стереотоксическое облучение или там хотим какой-нибудь новый прибор, значит, вот вспомнить, как он работает, потому что давно учились и совсем им не пользовались и ничего не помним про него. Ну, вот какие-то такие запросы бывают. Ну, естественно, прежде чем мы вводим в эксплуатацию там какую-нибудь матрицу очередную, мы должны убедиться, прежде чем ее калибровать, что, вообще говоря, с аппаратом все в порядке. Поэтому мы начинаем с относительной дозиметрии, делаем абсолютную дозиметрию, и очень часто на этом месте останавливаемся, потому что, да, здесь возникают какие-то сложности, ну, неточности и так далее, да, и там дальше уже продолжаем в более сложном контексте. Ну, я знаю, что у вас в стране, насколько я вот слышала, да, большая часть ввод в клиническую эксплуатацию делается, да, с довольно опытными физиками, с выездными специалистами, и искренне верю, что все здесь под контролем и хорошо. Вот. Но также я слышала, что у вас тут недостаток ускорителей, и, соответственно, вместе с ними, да, ну, их тоже надо будет коммишировать, и, возможно, это будет кто-то, сидящий в этой аудитории. Поэтому несколько документов, которые полезны для этого процесса, но это, естественно, протоколы PMTG-106, которые описывают, как вообще измерения корректно сделать. Это протоколы, которые позволяют проверить систему, соответственно, дозиметрического планирования, что модель собрана правильно. Это протокол TG-119, протокол MPPG-5A, сейчас я про него чуть подробнее скажу. Есть протоколы МАГАТЭ 430-1583, прошу прощения, там ошибочка есть. Соответственно, они чуть более, наверное, сложны в исполнении, ну и там не всем, скажем, современным методам отвечает. Поэтому сейчас я несколько слов расскажу про протоколы PM и PPG-5A, чем он мне импонирует тем, что мы делаем измерения. То есть мы собрали модель, и мы пытаемся эту модель проверить. Для того, чтобы ее проверить, мы можем пользоваться, безусловно, различными там, матрицами и так далее. Это тоже часть этого протокола, да, но прежде чем это делать, мы проводим проверки в вводном фантоме. Сначала простых полей, чтобы понять, насколько у нас вообще там правильно собраны глубинки и так далее, а потом более сложных полей, как вот, например, здесь представлено, то есть это поле такое V-образной формы, да, то есть у нас два блока МЛК перекрывают поле, мы отпускаем такой сложной формы статический план с нулевого положения гантрия. Вот. И, соответственно, дальше есть специальная утилита, которая написана, вот, прилагается к этому протоколу, он написан в MATLAB, ставить его не обязательно, просто ставится отдельная утилитка, которая читает. Вот. И она достает из системы дозиметрического планирования этот план, который мы отпускали, и сопоставляет то, что мы посчитали в системе планирования, с тем, что мы получили в вводном фантоме. Ну, метод хорош тем, что у нас нету никакой переходной среды. Там вода и тут вода, да, то есть нету никаких пересчетов, там, КТ-чисел и так далее. Что касается периодического контроля, да, для периодического контроля, ну, безусловно, нужно создать некую свою программу контроля качества, которая адекватна тому оборудованию, которое у вас стоит. То есть понятно, что программа контроля качества для там, какого-нибудь аппарата типа Хальциона или Этоса будет сильно отличаться от программы гарантии качества, ну, там, того же Трубин, потому что разного типа машины. Да? Но в любом случае нужно внимательно ознакомиться с протоколом TG-142, если кому-то комфортнее, он переведен на русский язык, то есть его можно и так почитать, кому как удобнее, да, и понять, насколько те тесты, которые, допустим, заложены производителем, да, если мы говорим про там, машины типа Этоса и Хальциона, насколько что сделано уже в MPC, что не сделано в MPC, что еще нужно доделать и какую еще внешнюю валидацию можно провести. Вот. Ну, безусловно, для абсолютной дозиметрии там, я предполагаю, что у вас тоже де-факто используется, да, ТРС-398, для малых полей 483. И, ну, в среднем, если ты приезжаешь там в любое место, все говорят, да, конечно, мы знаем этот протокол, пользуемся уже там 5 лет, 2 года, 10 лет и так далее. И при этом, ну, вот ошибки, с которыми, ну и как бы ситуации, да, с которыми мне приходилось сталкиваться, я сейчас приведу. И, ну, скажем так, предлагаю вам пройтись мысленно по тому, что я скажу, и подумать, а у нас точно все хорошо в этой области. Первое и самое неприятное – это некорректное проведение абсолютной дозиметрии от мелких ошибок в размере там 0,7-0,8% до, увы, 7%. Вот такое тоже было. Некорректная установка водного фантома при измерениях или неумение проводить относительную дозиметрию. Ну, так получилось, что приехал новый ускоритель с новой дозиметрической системой. Ускоритель пока там acceptance, такая перегруженная неделя, куча пациентов. Где-то там в конце рассказали, как работает водный фантом. Все это закончилось, прошло 2 недели и все. Да, и, ну, правда, уже люди не в состоянии воспроизвести эту информацию, потому что перегруз одновременно, да, и такие, ну, хорошо, сейчас у нас с дозиметрией все нормально, сделаем ее через месяц, а через месяц уже точно не вспомнить, как это делать. Отсутствие программы гарантии качества, ну, то есть, в принципе, как класса, то есть, ну, хорошо, если делается абсолютная дозиметрия, хорошо, если она делается иногда раз в 3 месяца, в некоторых учреждениях раз в год, что, конечно, не соответствует, да, требованиям ТЖ-142. Отсутствие разграничения обязанностей и достаточной коммуникации между инженерно-техническим персоналом и медицинскими физиками. О чем речь? Ну, например, люди не могут между собой договориться, кто поставит там утреннюю матрицу, там, что у вас есть, ну, в общем, короче, для ежедневной дозиметрии. Ну, то есть одним кажется, что это невероятно сложно, и надо прийти на 15 минут раньше, другим, ну, в общем, вот очень такой miscommunication часто возникает, да, в этих ситуациях. И в целом, если есть еще внешние сервисные инженеры, то есть внутренние инженеры и внешние сервисные инженеры, то нету передачи информации о том, что с аппаратом, ну, как бы, вот что посмотреть внимательнее при данном ТО, да. Это очень важно и ценно, то есть когда на ТО приезжает специалист, да, какой-то местный специалист, физик или инженер должен прийти и сказать, знаете, вот что-то вот у меня есть подозрение, что тут что-то не так. Пример. 2 года, наверное, этой ситуации было, когда я приезжаю в соответственное учреждение, там есть, мы снимаем профиль пучка, и я понимаю, что на всех энергиях, которые со сглаживающим фильтром, есть асимметрия. Да? Вот без сглаживающих все идеально, а на сглаживающих есть некоторая асимметрия. Мы начинаем раскручивать эту ситуацию, и кто-то там из инженеров вспоминает, что 1,5 года назад был сервисный инженер, который сказал, вы как-нибудь там проверьте повнимательнее симметрию, у вас все в порядке, а то вот кажется, что как-то тут не очень хорошо стоит карусель. Вот. Ну и все про это забыли, естественно, да, относительную дозиметрию никто не сделал, но там, слава богу, не очень критичная ошибка, но тем не менее, в общем, поправили. А так, в общем, 1,5 года вполне себе она существовала. Ну и, конечно, самая большая проблема, по-моему, везде. Вот, ну, я не знаю, я мало учреждений видел, где это не так. Загруженность медицинских физиков планами и полное отсутствие времени и на их проверку, а уж тем более, да, там на какое-то повышение квалификации, написание программ гарантии качества и все остальное. И вот судя по тому, что я слышу по загруженности здесь, ну вот очень близкая ситуация. Значит, обещала сказать про абсолютную дозиметрию. Я сейчас извиняюсь перед теми, кто 10 лет делает абсолютную дозиметрию, их уже вот прям, они уже смотреть не могут на эту табличку, но поверьте, что наверняка найдутся, да, люди, для которых эта информация будет ценна, особенно для тех, кто только начинает. Что я видела, да, и в клиниках, ну, я еще преподаю, поэтому понятно, что как бы у меня есть еще пул студентов, да, которые вот тоже там тренируются. Какие ошибки чаще всего люди делают? в табличке. Вот есть такой чудесный beam quality, да, который определяется в протоколе TPR 2010, который можно определить двумя способами. Это либо прямое измерение в воде, да, со методом слива-налива, ну, слива воды, да, либо второй вариант можно пересчитать по формуле, которая тоже в ТРС 398 представлена. И вот в этой формуле есть два параметра. Один доза на глубине 10 см, второй доза на глубине 20 см. Частая ошибка, которая происходит, если вдруг в систему планирования при коммишнинге вносили процентную глубину, ну, снимали модель не на RIP 100, а на RIP 90, ну, потому что так модели лучше сходятся, то люди начинают использовать ее вместо того, чтобы использовать ту глубинку, которая на RIP 100. Второе. При acceptance, например, вэриновских ускорителей не используется эффективная точка, соответственно, при модели эффективная точка используется, у всех получается непонимание, какую глубинку брать. Второе место. Коэффициент из первичного сертификата, да, НДВ, тот, который нам переводит электрометрические единицы в дозиметрические. Какая бывает ошибка? Например, есть две камеры в отделении, да, ТРС-табличку перенесли с одного компьютера на другой, этот параметр забыли поменять. Это тоже там, ну, порядка где-то 2–2,5% между камерами вполне себе может быть, в зависимости от их старости, скажем так. Еще одно место – температура и давление. Ну, прям вообще идеальный источник ошибки во всех смыслах этого слова. Значит, первое – P0, T0 с завидной регулярностью люди пытаются вносить туда температуру текущую. Второй вариант – вам приходит сертификат, и в сертификате написано, что текущие там измерения были сделаны при температуре, ну, я не знаю, там 23,4, который был в лаборатории в данный момент, и там каком-нибудь давлении. Но значения калибровочные, которые приведены, они приведены к стандартной температуре. Например, да, 20 градусов и 101 325 килопаскалей, или 22 градуса, как у американцев, соответственно, 100–325 килопаскалей. Ну, как бы не очень критично, но тоже бывает. А вот 20 и 22 градуса путать – это прям вообще классика. И последнее, я не знаю, как у вас, но в российском реестре средств измерения термометры нормальные, адекватные отсутствуют. Ну, вот их просто нет. Они настолько неудобные, что большинство людей их не покупает. Покупают различного рода электронные устройства, которые начинают изрядно не идеально себя вести, да, соответственно, особенно когда у них подсаживается батарейка. И я видела вот такие устройства, 4 на стол разложила, у них температура отличалась вообще в сложности на 3,5 градуса. И последнее, что вот мне, к сожалению, довелось увидеть, и похоже, что, может быть, это не единственное место, где такая ошибка происходит. Значит, мы работаем в технике, допустим, RIP, да, в технике SSD. И вот здесь вот, где PDD, которая нам, собственно, да, пересчитывает дозу на максимум ионизации, можно сделать так, что взять ТРС-табличку с одного аппарата, например, если у вас в отделении есть Этос или Хальсон, и взять другой аппарат, который трубим, и случайно оставить там PDD от другого аппарата. Вот я всем дома, когда вы вернетесь, рекомендую взять копипаст вашей последней таблички ТРС и потренироваться, подставлять вот здесь вот вместо PDD чужие значения процентной глубинной дозы с других энергий и посмотреть, какая будет ошибка измерения. Вот. Ну и последнее, это, да, там галочка в самом начале была такая чудесная, да, про SSD и SAT, тоже бывает, что ее ставят, да, значение, ну, то есть работает не как SAT, а как SSD, но это обычно такой, студенты обычно делают такие ошибки, все-таки в клинике это не случается. Итак, что, в общем, с этим можно всем делать, да, ну, во-первых, найти те 20% действий, которые дадут 80% результата, чтобы таких ошибок не было. Ну, например, если у вас в отделении очень много машин, очень много энергии на каждой из этих машин, да, Ну, во-первых, имеет смысл составлять чек-листы заполнения. Если вдруг как бы у вас такого нет, то можете мне написать, у меня там в конце контакта есть, я поделюсь. Да, во-вторых, вы можете разграничить, что, например, вот на этом ускорителе, если у вас разные дозиметрические системы, вы работаете только с этим ноутбуком, на этой только с вот этим ноутбуком. Вы пишете название, да, таблички, так что вот это только трубимо, это только хальцион, вы это точно никогда не перепутаете. Ну, безусловно, написанный план контроля качества, да, желательно, чтобы вы могли сохранять информацию о состоянии аппарата. Вот у меня это экселевская табличка, у меня нету таких дорогих, богатых софтов, да, в которые можно это все складывать. Вот, ну, если они есть, то здорово, обязательно их надо использовать. Понимание всеми участниками команды того, что написано в инструкциях, потому что не всегда бывает так, что все одинаково понимают, что нужно делать. Совместная работа с инженерами, как я уже говорила, встречи со специалистами отдела в узком кругу. Можно это делать на несколько учреждений. Почему это полезно? Потому что мы все перегружены работаем, у нас у всех куча планов, нам некогда заниматься изучением каких-то новых протоколов. И когда вы там компании собрались и договорились, что ну, давайте через месяц ты вот расскажешь, ну не знаю, про протокол ТРС 483. Ну, ты хочешь, не хочешь, но через месяц ты как-то приготовишь презентацию, да, и все-таки сможешь и сделаешь это. То есть ты как бы сам себе поставил такую задачу, да, и вынужден, ну, вроде как не упасть в грязь лицом. Ну, естественно, обучение сотрудников, без этого никуда. Внутренний и внешний аудит, и моя любимая фраза, всегда нужно оставаться учеником. Даже если вы 10 лет работаете, 15, 20, вы точно что-то не знаете, вообще очень много чего не знаете, да, и поэтому нужно постоянно продолжать учиться. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо большое за доклад. Может, вопросы есть у аудитории? Спасибо. Следующий доклад у нас Эдуард Гершкевич. Контроль качества на уровне пациента.
Да, добрый вечер или добрый день еще. Всем, значит, в первую очередь хотел бы поблагодарить организаторов за приглашение и вообще хотел бы поздравить вас с открытием такого прекрасного центра, оборудованным самым новейшим словом, да, скажем так, в мире ядерной терапии и радиационной онкологии. Поздравляю и желаю вам, и это большой-большой прогресс для жителей, для пациентов Казахстана и, может быть, даже всех ближайших республик. Значит, небольшая, да, спасибо. Значит, небольшая поправка, да, то есть изначально мы хотели рассказать о стереотаксисе, но потом в контексте, скажем, того, как получалась сессия наша, мы все-таки решили переключиться на контроль качества, и Жанна вам рассказала об, скажем, ускорителе, о аппарате. Я бы хотел сосредоточиться на пациентах, потому что, в принципе, все мы сегодня, ну или большинство центров сегодня уже делают высокоточную лучевую терапию, где присутствуют большие дозы, большие градиенты. Мы слышали гипофракционирование вот тут на предыдущих клинических докладах. И, в принципе, они потенциально тоже, если что-то случится, потенциально опасны для пациентов. Особенно, когда вы вводите эти методики в практику. Значит, и классически есть два подхода, да, это физическое измерение. Большинство у нас, как физиков, нам всегда экспериментальных физиков, нравится попробовать это своими руками, померить, убедиться. Вот. Но также есть и другое, и он всегда был, в принципе, но в последнее время в связи с внедрением адаптивной лучевой терапии он переходит сейчас на первый план. Это методы расчета или симуляции дозного распределения в пациенте. И, значит, первый аспект, это понятно, что это измерение. Измерение должно производиться не в пациенте, а в фантоме. Обычно это однородный фантом, то есть у нас отсутствуют данные по плотностям, по форме пациента и так далее, но мы можем поставить туда детекторы, мы можем убедиться в том, что то, что рассчитала наша планирующая система, это то, что выдаст наш аппарат. Также у нас есть на сегодняшний день мы понимаем, что мы не можем просто измерять дозу в точке, потому что большинство дозного распределения оно обладает высокими градиентами доз, поэтому нам нужно как минимум 2D-сборка, а желательно вообще был бы 3D-дозиметр, который может создать, значит, трехмерное дозное распределение. Тут понятно, что они различные производители, различные методы измерения и так далее, и так далее. И с точки зрения сравнения мы используем, может быть, сейчас не самый совершенный метод, но самый распространенный в мире – это метод гамма сравнения, который учитывает как разницу в дозе, так и расстояние до соответствия. Значит, недостатки этого метода заключаются в том, что мы не знаем, если у нас, например, нет несоответствия, да, в какой-то точке, мы с точки зрения клиники не знаем. Это в критическом органе, это в мишени, это выше, это ниже, и это вообще как влияет на клинику. Может, это вообще никак не влияет. Может, ну и пусть, ну не соответствует у нас где-то там что-то, а зато в большинстве случаев, скажем, все соответствие есть. Поэтому он как бы не обладает такой чувствительностью, и как раз вот вычислительные методы, о которых я тоже вам расскажу, они пытаются этот момент исправить. Значит, какие есть проблемы с измерением? Ну, помимо того, что рассказала Жанна, да, всех вот этих факторов, которые вы можете не так ввести, у нас есть также проблемы с самими матрицами. Например, если мы измеряем 2D, это в первую очередь разрешение. То есть, если вы хотите померить стереотактический план, размер поля которого 5 мм, а у вас шаг детекторов 7 мм, то тут понятно, что есть определенные вопросы. Да? То есть, можно ли использовать такой прибор вообще. Калибровка, неоднородность фантомов или неоднородность инструментов измерения в воде, чувствительности системы, стабильности системы, угловой зависимости, потому что лечение в основном приходится в виде ротации сейчас. Это касается в том числе и протонной терапии, то есть протонная терапия тоже двигается в сторону арк-терапии. Вот, это все как бы неопределенности, которые связаны с методами измерений. Вот просто пример одного из детектора. Вы видите, как, скажем, на переходе, то есть вот этот график угловой зависимости. Это так называемый lookup table, то есть в зависимости от угла падения на этот детектор, вам нужно поправлять его изменения. Вот на каком-то этапе, скорее всего, это 90-270 градусов, у вас возникают такие резкие прерывания. То есть если у вас какой-то план фиксирован, например, на МРТ, который подается с этих направлений, то понятно, что там может быть очень большая неопределенность измерений. Другая тема – это то, что насколько можем мы уловить наши ошибки. Тут экспериментальный метод, когда были введены в план лечения значит, ошибки там, сдвига лепестков, выхода дозы и так далее. И потом с помощью различных детекторов было попробовано, можно ли эти ошибки найти. Вы видите, что в идеале они должны были бы быть в 100%, то есть все приборы должны были бы находить эти ошибки. Реальность немножко другая, то есть где-то между 50, может быть и 90 в самом лучшем случае мы можем найти. То есть это что касается чувствительности приборов к ошибкам. Еще одна тема, это недавно статья была, значит, Вайрак Хьюстон, это такой центр в Америке, МД Андерсон, который занимается аккредитованием и аудитами. То есть если вы хотите участвовать в каком-то клиническом исследовании, то вас хотят проверить, насколько точно вы можете отпускать лучевую терапию. И что они обычно делают? Они отсылают вам фантом, там есть протокол облучения, как этот фантом нужно облучить, вы его облучаете, отсылаете обратно. При этом они также спрашивают, вот план, который вы сделали, на ваш взгляд, он хороший, вы могли бы им лечить? И, естественно, люди делают свою так называемую контроль качества на уровне пациента, используя свои приборы, которые у них есть, для того, чтобы убедиться, что да, это все хорошо. Вот. И что они нашли, это то, что нет корреляции между тем, что делают люди и говорят хорошо, и тем, что делает независимый аудит. И на самом деле только в 22% случаев, когда местные физики, сделав контроль свой, сказали, да, план выглядит не очень, может быть, я бы и не стал его облучать. А, соответственно, в 78% случаев люди проверили это в клинике, сказали, отлично, и при этом они не попали в 5% по дозе, 4 мм по расстоянию до соответствия. То есть что это значит? Это значит, что мы измеряем, у нас что-то приборы показывают, мы этому радуемся, как дети, там все зеленое, галочка стоит, можно идти. А на самом деле это не совсем так. Поэтому вот то, что Жанна сказала, внешний аудит это всегда очень хорошая вещь. То есть я рекомендую всем. Даже если вы работаете 40 лет и вы все знаете, всегда людям свойственно ошибаться. Вы пойдете в магазин купить булку, купите хлеб, да? Вот, то есть это нормальное состояние. И пока у нас все не автоматизировано, понятно, что искусственный интеллект шагает широкими шагами, там и другие методы автоматизации, но все равно как бы человек присутствует при всем этом процессе, и человеку свойственно ошибаться. Поэтому это очень важный как раз пример того, что у людей есть инструменты, у них есть время, они делают что-то, им кажется, что это все правильно, идет внешний аудит и говорит, что не, ребята, вы в 5% не попали 4 миллиметра. То есть достаточно серьезно. Вот, значит, что мы еще можем сделать? Это вот измерение, это как раз проблема измерения того, что нам кажется, что все хорошо, на самом деле не так все хорошо. Значит, есть другие методы, это вычислительные методы, и вычислительные методы, опять же, это не что-то новое, да, это просто сейчас как бы есть большое количество алгоритмов, у нас мощные компьютеры, то есть обсчет плана может буквально быть в течение там, секунд. У нас также есть лог-файлы, любая машина сейчас, которая отрабатывает, будь то протонный ускоритель или там фотонный ускоритель, они отрабатывают, они отмечают, что они сделали. И вот этот пошаговый, так сказать, отчет машины можно использовать для перерасчета плана. При этом используя также КТ с коническим пучком, то есть полностью быть независимым от плана. Также можно сделать портальное дозиметрирование проходящего пучка. Значит, и независимый расчет, он на сегодняшний день уже настолько мощный, что даже есть независимые методы Монте-Карло, достаточно быстрые, то есть когда вот еще лет 20 назад метод Монте-Карло занимал, может быть, несколько дней, чтобы просчитать один план. Сегодня это занимает там меньше минуты. Вот. И, соответственно, что тут еще очень интересно, то, что вы можете использовать генерик как модель. То есть у вас есть своя модель, которую вы создали в своей системе планирования, но вы можете использовать как бы модель, которая характерна для этого типа аппаратов. И сегодня производство, по крайней мере, главных производителей, скажем, линейных ускорителей таково, что они, в принципе, могут воссоздать машину с очень высокой степенью повторяемости пучка и вообще как бы все характеристик его. Вот. Поэтому можно, в принципе, использовать даже генерик-модель без того, чтобы, скажем, быть тоже независимым в этом. И что еще очень важно, что это трехмерное дозное распределение, вы можете использовать, значит, анатомию пациента, то есть со всеми контурами. Соответственно, это дает вам доступ к гистограммам дозообъема. То есть если у вас есть какое-то несоответствие, оно выражается в клиническом аспекте, то есть клинические цели, соответственно, например, непокрытие мишени или горячая точка за пределами мишени в каком-то критическом органе и так далее, и так далее. То есть вы можете уже более, так сказать, осмысленно делать свой анализ. Ну вот, просто это один из примеров, да, то есть, в принципе, как выглядит независимый расчет, то есть они могут, это практически как система планирования, но в ней нету способов управлять пучком. То есть она просто, ей загружается дайком-план, и она на основании дайком-плана или на основании лог-файлов может вам воссоздать, скажем, дозное распределение. Значит, что здесь и позволяет, как я уже сказал, у вас есть трехмерное дозное распределение, то есть это может позволить привлечь врачей также к анализу и немножко открыть, потому что сейчас, вот если с гамма-анализом сравнить, большинство врачей это ничего не скажет. Вы там что-то в физике делаете, если вы довольны, мы будем довольны. Вот. А тут, если им сказать, что вот есть такие неопределенности, то вот здесь как бы то, что план рассчитал, может быть, почему? Потому что там легкие очень близко, да, или там воздух, где, скажем, есть, и тогда это как бы тоже у врачей вызовет определенную, так сказать, ну, они будут понимать, в чем есть, значит, ограничения методов, скажем, лечения или алгоритмов дозных расчетов. Лог-файлы, как я уже сказал, присутствуют на всех аппаратах. Это просто один как бы пример, да, из, скажем, от Варен Электы. Вот. Все контрольные точки, все мониторные единицы, то есть любой шаг, который делает ускоритель, естественно, с точки зрения того, что он знает. То есть это не независимый контроль, это просто то, что ускоритель говорит, что я вот это сделал сегодня. Вот. И это можно, в принципе, взять и пересчитать потом, то есть с помощью независимого алгоритма на КТ с коническим пучком. То есть, опять же, то есть даже не беря в расчет тот план, который использовался при планировании, вообще полностью независимым. Потому что у вас может быть несколько планов лечения, да, может быть там не тот опрувили или что-то, то есть пошел какой-то другой план, а не тот, который вы показывали врачу. То есть этот способ вам реально даст знать, что вы все-таки доставили пациенту. Вот все, что содержит лог-файл, то есть действительно там очень большое количество информации, все, что касается, то есть полное количество информации, чтобы воссоздать, значит, дозное распределение. То есть это действительно мощный инструмент. И вот в современных ускорителях он собирается каждые 20 миллисекунд. То есть он знает всю историю отработки плана каждые 20 миллисекунд. То есть это большое количество информации. Вот одно из воссозданий, например, значит, опять же, существует уже много коммерческих решений этого подхода. Вот, то есть как это можно пересчитать, то есть они полностью автоматизированы, то есть вы даже, в принципе, вам не нужно следить за этим. То есть система сама скажет, когда, скажем, отклонение превышает норму, и тогда попросит вас посмотреть этот план, потому что что-то не соответствует. Еще один метод – это метод портальной дозиметрии, то есть это когда вы используете портальную дозиметрию, мегавольтажный, значит, электронное устройство электронной портальной дозиметрии для проходящего изображения. И это изображение содержит две информации. То есть оно содержит информацию о выходе пучка, о положении лепестков и так далее, плюс оно содержит информацию о пациенте, о форме пациента, о плотности пациента, о толщине пациента и так далее, и так далее. То есть и ее может представить как в виде 2D. 2D это значит, что у нас просто интегральный снимок со всех углов, так и с помощью 3D. 3D это значит, что вы делаете в режиме кинофильма, собираете данные, и это значит, что порталка знает с каждого угла, сколько дозы пришло, и она может обратно спроецировать, это называется back projection, и она может рассчитать трехмерную дозу в пациенте, зная из этого сигнала. То есть оба метода как бы используют. Единственный недостаток этого метода заключается в том, что если у вас пациент изменился или там лежит немножко неправильно, то вам очень сложно будет разделить вклады от проблем ускорителя до проблем с пациентом. То есть вы знаете, что что-то не так, но что не так, вы не знаете. Вот. Ну и в заключение, значит, что бы я хотел сказать, и вот это как раз продолжение к Жанне, что большинство физиков не имеет времени, на самом деле я очень настоятельно рекомендую, потому что это у вас у самих создаст такое чувство уверенности в том, что вы делаете. Особенно на первых этапах внедрения или если вы меняете методику. Например, врач приехал с какой-то конференции и сказал, давайте сделаем интегрированный буст вот таким-то, таким-то, таким-то образом. То есть вы меняете класс решения. То есть вы начинаете зажимать свой оптимизатор, у вас что-то получается другое, нужно больше арок, там еще что-то, еще что-то, еще что-то. То есть все вот такие случаи, как показывает практика, любое вот такое изменение, оно как раз является очень критичным, потому что большинство ошибок происходит именно на процессах ввода этого. Поэтому я настоятельно рекомендую измерять или вычислять, а желательно вначале делать обоими методами, вот, и проверять, что у вас получается. Это вас даст как уверенность в том, что вы делаете, так и уверенность в вашем аппарате. Реконструкция дозы на основании лог-файлов – это вот один из методов автоматизации процесса. То есть понятно, что измерение требует времени на ускорители, требует времени физика, инструментов и так далее, и так далее. То есть вот один из способов оптимизации, автоматизации и как раз решения для адаптивного метода лечения – это вот либо лог-файлы, либо независимый расчет. Это то, что вы, так сказать, уже получите без дополнительных измерений. Вот. И, значит, понятно, что, естественно, если вы используете только лог-файлы, вы не можете их только. То есть тогда нужно убедиться, что у вас ускоритель правильно рапортирует эти лог-файлы. То есть то же самое, например, лепестки, да, они могут болтаться. И ускоритель говорит вам только то, что он считает, что есть. Как на самом деле лепесток, он его не знает, он его не мониторит. По крайней мере, у Вариана, у Электро у них есть оптическая камера. Вот, у Вариана он просто это пошаговый моторчик, да, он там 100 раз прокрутился, сказал, что вот сдвинул там на 100 миллиметров или там на 10 миллиметров. Вот. А как на самом деле, он как бы не знает. Поэтому это указывает на то, что если вы переходите на вычислительные методы контроля, вам нужно усилить ваш контроль аппарата, чтобы аппарат действительно делал так, как есть. Понятно, что производители со своей точки зрения тоже об этом, за этим следят и внедряют тоже более автоматизированные методы. Например, вот сегодня уже упоминался MPC, да, Machine Performance Check, который тоже вот на некоторых из аппаратов он является обязательным перед началом лечения. Вот. И на этом я хотел бы закончить. Спасибо за внимание. Если у вас вопросы, мы можем ответить. Да.
Во всех программах, где делается пересчет по логам, да, там же тоже создается цифровая модель пучка.
Да.
И мы делаем утверждение, что эта модель верная.
Да.
Вопрос. Какие рекомендации вы дадите по валидации вот этой цифровой модели пучка, чтобы действительно быть уверенным, что она верная?
Да.
А то, может быть, у нас все хорошо, а врет, то другая сторона.
Да. Смотрите, значит, первый момент, который можно сделать, это использовать генерик. Да, вот почему я это упомянул, что это правильно, потому что если вы создаете модель, вот почему вот эти люди, вот 78% людей, которые сказали, у нас все отлично, а потом на внешнем аудите выявилось, что не отлично, это то, что в процессе, скажем, подготовки к эксплуатации они смотрели, у них есть какие-то отклонения, они там что-то сделали, какой-то фактор ввели, что-то, и понятно, что они что-то с чем-то подогнали. Вот чтобы такого процесса не было, потому что действительно вы правы, что здесь можно то же самое, да, вы можете что-то подогнать, и у вас все будет прекрасно. Можно использовать модель генерика. И она может будет отличаться от вашего реального, да, скажем, на процент, на 2, но она не будет отличаться на 5%. То есть вы реально все-таки попадете. И вот когда М.Д. Андерсон делал свои расчеты, они увидели то, что им не надо, то есть они же, у них там 700 центров, да, в Америке или сколько, которые они, или во всем мире, которые они обслуживали, и они поняли, что они не могут создать 700 моделей. Они взяли одну модель, и они сказали, что даже вот эта генерик-модель, она лучше, чем эти модели в тех центрах, которые не прошли аудит.
У меня тоже вопрос по поводу реконструкции доз, особенно в 3D-режиме. Как мы можем доверять тем снимкам, у которых имеются артефакты? То есть, я так понял, он анализирует плотность, да, в каждой точке и потом воссоздает наше дозное распределение. И вот места, где у нас имеются артефакты, там, по сути, снимок нам врет. И насколько это сильно влияет, и влияет ли вообще?
Да, хороший вопрос, я отошлю сразу же к хайперсайту, вот, но на самом деле есть несколько решений этой проблемы, да, то есть первое решение это то, что вы можете прогнать CBCT, да, или КТ с коническим пучком через автоконтурирование и присвоить плотности по модели автоконтурирования. То есть, грубо говоря, мягкие ткани взять там за единицу, там кость взять за какую-то это. То есть это называется такой bulk density assignment. Второй метод есть, используя синтетического КТ. То есть синтетический КТ, что это значит? Это значит, что вы накладываете его на планировочный, который распознает, и берете плотности от планировочного, перекладываете на это. Почему? Потому что, и этот метод очень часто используется, почему? Потому что обычно КТ с коническим пучком у вас, например, он 14 сантиметров длиной, а ваш план или ваше поле лечения, оно, например, 25, то есть оно выходит. То есть по-любому вам надо его достроить. Как вы его можете достроить? Лучше всего использовать модель того же пациента. То есть, да, но это действительно влияет, но что очень важно, то есть мы делали исследование, где мы брали просто КТ с коническим пучком, делали перерасчет, да, мы не верим полностью дозному распределению, но мы потом пересчитывали на свои как бы оригинальные, то есть мы делали параллельно еще один КТ с нормальной, да, и мы нашли очень сильную корреляцию. То есть даже если доза неправильна, да, вот с точки зрения, то есть ее нельзя брать за калибровку, но она коррелирует. То есть если вы видите, что на первой фракции у вас там было, например, 45 грей на спинной мозг, да, предсказанная, а потом вы видите, что это 52, это с очень высокой вероятностью того, что доза увеличивается. То есть надо что-то делать.
Спасибо большое за выступление. Коллеги, у нас, к сожалению, наш кофе-брейк, да, мы его потеряли. Следующий доклад Александра Витальевна Кузнецова, представитель фирмы Varian, расскажет нам про ИТОС, революционное решение для онлайн-адаптивной лучевой терапии.
Добрый вечер, коллеги. Так, сейчас сориентируюсь, какой переключать. Я сделаю вот так, извините. Потому что мне совсем ничего не видно. Прежде всего, хотела бы поблагодарить за возможность выступить сегодня на открытии вашего прекрасного центра. Я знаю, какая огромная была работа проведена для того, чтобы центр открылся. Очень рада, что это наконец-то случилось. Надеюсь, вас ждет долгие и продуктивные годы работы. И, конечно же, мы будем рады вас в этом поддерживать. Сегодня я расскажу про ЭТОС, аппарат, который уже установлен у вас, и о том, какие еще у него есть новые функции, которыми впоследствии он может быть оснащен также. Итак, прежде всего, ЭТОС – это аппарат для адаптивной лучевой терапии, и хотела бы остановиться на определении адаптивной лучевой терапии. Это лучевая терапия, которая подразумевает корректировку плана лечения пациента на основе наблюдаемых изменений анатомических, которые могут быть вызваны изменением размера опухоли, потерей веса пациента в процессе лечения или внутренним движением органов. Насколько же важны для нас эти изменения? Да? было показано для различных групп пациентов с различных локализаций, что, например, изменение целевого объема GTV в случае лечения областей головы шеи может повлиять на 89% на риск увеличения токсичности для органов риска. В случае локализации легкого также изменение объема GTV может в 50% случаев повлиять на риск развития легочной токсичности. И для областей малого таза в 50% случаев изменение объема органов риска может повлиять на риск недостаточности покрытия целевого объема. Так, зачем же нам нужна адаптация? Я думаю, вы все хорошо знаете, но на всякий случай я вам еще раз напомню, насколько нам это важно. Здесь представлена локализация головы шеи. Так, например, здесь КТ-планирование, которое было сделано для того, чтобы рассчитать план. Мы видим, что у нас здесь доза полностью покрывает целевой объем, и органы риска максимально защищены. А затем пациент через несколько дней приходит на лечение, и он уже похудел, и маска на нем не так плотно фиксируется, да? А дозное распределение у нас смещается на органы риска. Таким образом, мы переоблучаем здоровые ткани и недопокрываем наш целевой объем. Для того, чтобы этого избежать, нам необходима адаптация плана, которую можно сделать на основе ежедневного CBCT. И здесь мы уже видим, что мы защищаем здоровые ткани и максимально покрываем наши целевые объемы. Также аналогичная ситуация для области таза может быть. Здесь также видно, что адаптация плана может помочь уменьшить отступы у целевого объема. То есть обычно для того, чтобы точно попасть в целевой объем, захватывается больший объем, но возможность ежедневной адаптации позволяет уменьшить отступы и облучать меньшее количество здоровых тканей. Меньший объем здоровых тканей. Конечно, адаптация сопряжена с несколькими трудностями, то есть это требует большего времени, необходимо переоконтуривать органы риска и мишени, также необходимо генерировать новый план адаптированный, также может быть ограничение ресурсов в отделении, то есть нужно обучать персонал этому процессу, дополнительно отправлять пациента на КТ-симуляцию, для того, чтобы... И также нам нужно дополнительно проверять все адаптированные планы и проверять, что они достаточно точно пересчитаны и что у нас есть вся необходимая информация, чтобы принять решение об адаптации плана. И здесь нам может помочь ЭТЭС, аппарат для онлайн-адаптивной лучевой терапии, который оснащен искусственным интеллектом, который дает клиницистам доступ к различным функциям для более быстрой адаптации плана сразу на столе без необходимости отправлять пациента на ресимуляцию. И этот адаптивный процесс может занимать в среднем порядка 15 минут. Стандартный слот для лечения лучевой терапии. По результатам исследований на основе данных от 78 институтов было показано, что для различных локализаций более чем в 86% случаев требуется адаптация плана. На сегодняшний день аппарат ЭТЭС установлен более чем в 30 странах по всему миру. У нас более 50 инсталляций, это данные на 2024 год. Да, при этом было проведено уже более 114 тысяч адаптивных сессий, более 873 сессий без адаптации, и также более 70% различных анатомических областей было пролечено. Итак, с чего же начинается наш процесс лечения пациента на аппарате ЭТЭС? Прежде всего, для того, чтобы аппарат понял, что вы хотите получить, необходимо ввести предписание, да, то есть нам необходимо указать фракционирование, как мы будем облучать нашего пациента, и это будет лежать в основе дальнейшего создания плана лечения. Далее ЭТЭС предоставляет гибкость в выборе методики облучения, то есть вы можете выбрать, лечить ли стандартным GRT или адаптировать план. То есть ЭТЭС позволяет не адаптировать план каждый раз, а только в случае, когда это действительно необходимо. Также ЭТЭС позволяет лечить по технологии МРТ и ВИМАТ, а также лечить более сложные планы SBRT с высокой дозой. И все расчеты производятся с помощью алгоритма Accuracy и с помощью использования мощностей графического процессора. Система позволяет создать до 5 планов на основе ваших клинических целей, и затем можно выбрать наилучший план для клинической реализации. Для того, чтобы адаптировать план, можно использовать функционал переоконтуривания на основе искусственного интеллекта. Оконтуривание на основе искусственного интеллекта занимает порядка 15-30 секунд. Можно также использовать мультимодальные изображения, подгружать их для рабочего процесса и использовать как для создания первоначального плана, так и для адаптации плана для дальнейшего этапа. В новой версии ETS 2.0, которая только недавно появилась на рынке, была расширена возможности для сегментации на основе искусственного интеллекта. На сегодняшний день там порядка 40 различных структур для стандартной конфигурации ETS, а для более усовершенствованной конфигурации ETS с Hypersite еще больше различных структур, порядка 70. И также одинаковые модели используются как при автоматическом оконтурировании при создании изначального плана, также при оптимизации будут использоваться такие же модели, что позволит прийти к единообразию при адаптации контуров. Также в ETS 2.0 есть еще одна улучшенная функция. Это помощь с адаптацией углов для полей облучения. В случае облучения локализаций в легком и пищеводе система позволяет выбрать наиболее оптимальные углы облучения для создания плана облучения. Также адаптация плана происходит с использованием искусственного интеллекта, и AMRT-планы могут быть оптимизированы порядка за всего лишь 2,5 минуты на основе ежедневного CBCT. Также можно сравнить клинические цели, гистограмму дозу-объем и дозное распределение, после чего будет создана документация по адаптации плана. И также есть возможность расчета SBRT-планов с сеткой расчета 1,25 мм. Кроме того, если в процессе адаптации плана вам нужно подгрузить дополнительные изображения других модальностей, не только КТ-планирование, не только дополнительные ресимуляционные КТ, это также можно сделать. Можно подключить аппарат к системе PACS и подгружать изображения других модальностей, будь то PET-КТ, МРТ, OFFECT-КТ. Затем эти дополнительные изображения могут помочь в оконтурировании целевых объемов и органов риска и позволяют клиницистам наиболее точно оценить объемы, которые необходимо облучать. Затем также может быть создан новый план до 5 планов на основе клинических целей и выбран наиболее оптимальный для его последующей реализации на аппарате. И все это занимает в среднем порядка 15 минут, в зависимости от локализации и количества структур. И, конечно же, говоря об ETS и о его решениях для адаптации плана, нельзя забыть про решение для гарантии качества. Как Эдуард уже ранее упомянул, да, для адаптации очень важно также проводить независимый расчет дозы. И в ETS есть интегрированное решение Möbius Adapt QA, которое как раз-таки производит вот этот независимый расчет дозы для адаптированных планов. То есть вы можете отследить, насколько точно был адаптирован ваш план и насколько его можно реализовать. И если что-то пошло не так, система выдаст вам оповещение, предупреждение о том, что какие-то параметры не прошли критерии проверки. Также в версии ETS 2.0 была решена проблема совместимости с ARII, то есть теперь аппарат более хорошо интегрирован с ARII. В ARII могут быть отображены отчеты о лечении на аппарате ETS, также отображается расписание лечения на аппарате и автоматическое обновление данных о проведенном лечении. Все это может быть отображено в одном месте, и также есть возможность для просмотра изображений, которые были получены в процессе визуализации на аппарате, аналогично рабочему пространству офлайн ревью. Ну и, конечно же, давайте посмотрим, насколько эффективным может быть ETS. Давайте рассмотрим стандартный временной слот 60 минут и сколько пациентов мы можем пролечить на различных аппаратах за это время. Например, на аппарате Трубим стандартная сессия лечения занимает порядка 15 минут. Значит, мы можем пролечить за час в среднем 4 пациента. На аппарате Halcyon, который у нас более быстрый, мы можем в среднем пролечить пациента за 10 минут, ну иногда даже быстрее. То есть это 6 пациентов в час. Ну, это у нас на основе хальсиона, да, то есть если мы не делаем адаптацию, то это те же 6% в час. Что мы можем сделать с этим сохраненным временем? Конечно же, мы можем адаптировать план пациента и сделать его более прицельно точным, предоставить лучшее лечение нашему пациенту. Тогда это будет порядка 4 пациентов в час. Но так как это нам позволяет выбирать между адаптацией плана и лечением стандартного GRT, значит, в среднем это будет порядка 5 пациентов в час. То есть мы видим выигрыш как в количестве пациентов за временной промежуток, так и в качестве лечения, потому что оно становится более прецизионным для пациента. Среднее время адаптации плана зависит от локализации, от сложности, да, от количества структур, которые внесены. В среднем это 15 минут, но для некоторых локализаций, например, для области цервикса, это может занимать чуть больше времени. Ну и, конечно же, как Эдуард уже ранее упоминал, да, и вот вопрос был из зала про качество CBCT, которое мы используем для перепланирования, для независимого расчета дозы также. CBCT могут обладать артефактами, да, которые могут быть вызваны наличием имплантов в организме, может быть артефакты из-за задержки дыхания, либо движение пациента, или же, например, если у нас не полностью в CBCT поместилась вся анатомия пациента, да, то есть на КТ-планировании он отлично помещался, затем за счет того, что у нас ФОВ на CBCT меньше, уже не все поместилось. И для этого у нас также есть решение. Аппарат ETAS также может быть оснащен детектором HyperSight. Это специализированное решение с новым, самым большим в отрасли на сегодняшний день КВ-детектором, который позволяет получать CBCT изображение всего за 6 секунд при скорости обращения гантри при визуализации 6 оборотов в минуту. Также увеличенный объем сканирования и расширенное поле обзора до 70 сантиметров. Ну и, конечно же, алгоритм для подавления артефактов от металла ICBCT. Давайте посмотрим, как это выглядит. Да, здесь у нас представлено КТ-планирование стандартное и обычные CBCT. И в случае, если пациент потерял вес, похудел, мы можем видеть обрезанное CBCT недостаточной точности. HyperSight позволяет нам визуализировать полностью анатомию пациента с качеством, сравнимым с КТ-планированием. Мы здесь видим все наши структуры достаточно точно. И какие же есть еще преимущества HyperSight при пересчете плана, да, при адаптации. Стандартно, без функции HyperSight, нам необходимо планировочное КТ с точными единицами Хаунсфилда, которые использовались для расчета дозы, и ежедневное CBCT с актуальной геометрией пациента на день лечения. Затем происходит деформируемая регистрация двух изображений и генерируется так называемое синтетическое КТ. Да? Там будет использоваться единица Хаунсфилда с КТ-планирования, которая используется для расчета дозы, а геометрию мы уже возьмем CBCT, чтобы более точно знать структуру пациента. И это приблизит нас к актуальной анатомии пациента. С HyperSight у нас есть планировочное КТ с точными единицами Хаунсфилда и такое же точное CBCT на день лечения пациента, в котором также уже точные единицы Хаунсфилда, которые можно использовать сразу для перепланирования. Ну и, конечно же, актуальная геометрия пациента. Для того, чтобы адаптировать план, происходит жесткая регистрация двух наборов изображений, и мы получаем адаптированное КТ, которое может использоваться для пересчета дозы. То есть нам нет необходимости создавать синтетическое КТ. Также HyperSight обладает высокой точностью единиц Хаунсфилда. Они сравнимы с единицами Хаунсфилда, которые на планировочном КТ. Да, они фактически идентичны. И также был проведен гамма-анализ пересчитанных планов по критерию 2% 2 мм, и все планы сходились с критерием с более 98%. Вот мы также можем видеть здесь дозное распределение на данном слайде, да, то есть мы видим, что фактически никакой разницы между КТ-планированием и CBCT HyperSight у нас нет. Также HyperSight позволяет отследить даже самые мельчайшие очаги, например, такие как олигометастазы, которые смещаются со временем, да, то есть вот у нас есть симуляционное КТ, мы видим, что очаг находится в одном месте, затем на первый день лечения он сместился аж на 10 сантиметров, на второй день сместился еще в другое место, и мы все еще это видим с HyperSight. И на четвертый день лечения он вообще в другое место переместился, но мы все еще можем это отследить. HyperSight позволяет нам адаптировать сразу на CBCT без необходимости создания синтетического КТ, и это позволяет более быстро адаптировать план пациента и более быстро пролечить пациента по новому плану. Да, то есть это упрощает процесс лечения пациента, ускоряет его доступ к лечению. Пациенту не нужно отправлять на КТ-симуляцию повторную, он уже сразу может получить свое лечение после адаптации плана за считанные минуты. Ой-ой-ой, извиняюсь. Сейчас. Так, ну и последний слайд. Хотела также отметить, что аппарат ETOS может быть оснащен системой SGRT, отслеживания по поверхности, Identify, которая может быть полностью интегрирована в рабочий процесс, в процесс лечения пациента, и она может интерфракционно отслеживать положение пациента в случае лечения без увеличения дозной нагрузки на пациента, что также может помочь более точно и качественно пролечить пациента. У меня все. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо большое за доклад, Александр. Есть вопросы в зале? Сейчас микрофон.
Здесь больше по планированию рассказали. И у меня вопрос по дозиметрии. Ну, у меня небольшой опыт по халциону в основном и по ИТУСу, ну, как железо, они одинаковые. У меня вопрос, а как решить по этим? Он же каждый день должен MPC, без MPC он...
Да, без MPC не запустится аппарат.
Да, невозможно лечить. А вот когда мы делаем абсолютную дозиметрию, и мы должны его завести туда, ну, отклонение. МЮ1, МЮ2 гены, там, когда MPC снимаем, там есть, и мы должны его как-то откорректировать. Оказывается, он суммирует каждый раз разницу по калибровке, и когда он превышает 5%, он загорит оранжевый, потом ну, до 10 допуск у него.
Вы имеете в виду MPC, да?
Да,
Проверки?
MPC, да. И как быть? Как я знаю, он только аннулируется только через HASP-key. А без HASP-key нельзя?
Вы можете у инженера уточнить, наверное, более детально, да, нашего helpdesk инженера. Но, в принципе, да, ну, такие вопросы решаются у нас через инженерную службу, но вы можете переписывать бейзлайн, если вам нужно это. Да. Бейзлайн переделывайте.
Да, мы должны, ну мы же как физик должны ежемесячно делать абсолютную дозиметрию.
Вы переделываете бейзлайн каждый раз?
Не,
то, от чего вы отсчитываете?
Бейзлайн не аннулирует. Он просто бейзлайн вот это по другим этим делает. Но вот это 4%, ну, изначально, если, допустим, когда мы делаем комишник, нас показал 4%, да, мы ведем его туда, ну, разницу, и потом через месяц, когда делаем, 2% может быть, уже 6%. И он горит уже оранжевый, это как-то
Давайте мы с вами отдельно обсудим, чтобы время сейчас не отнимать у людей,
Хорошо,
а то я боюсь,
хорошо.
это может быть долго. Да, спасибо.
Спасибо большое, Александр. Следующий доклад Омурзах Мурат. Физико-техническое подразделение. Ключевая роль в обеспечении безопасной и качественной лучевой терапии.
Раз. Всем здравствуйте. Хотел поблагодарить организаторов за представление возможности выступить перед вами. Также хотел вас поздравить. Ну и поблагодарить слушателей, всех, кто пришел послушать доклад. Давайте начну пока что с себя. Меня зовут Мурат. Я являюсь инженером в АО «Казниор». Работаю длительное время там. И относительно недавно мы создали ассоциацию по безопасному излучению в медицине. И я являюсь ее руководителем и двигаем эту отрасль. Выступать буду сегодня от имени этих двух организаций. Хочу рассказать немного про «Казниор».
У нас сейчас установлено 3 линейных ускорителя, 2 трубима с HDMLC, 1 ETA с функцией адаптивной лучевой терапии. Также для брахитерапии мы используем гамма-мед с иридиевым источником, для близкофокусной рентгенотерапии галмей 150. Оба этих аппарата гамма-мед, галмей мы в этом году планируем заменить на более современные модели. Также у нас в центре имеется 2 КТ-симулятора производителя Siemens, один старенький самотом Definition AS на 64 среза и более современный уже Siemens GoSim. Ну и, соответственно, полный комплект дозиметрического оборудования для контроля качества линейных ускорителей от 5W Freiburg и очень много программных решений от этого производителя. Хотел бы коротко рассказать про историю развития дистанционной лучевой терапии в Казахстане. Тут речь пойдет больше об ускорителях и о методиках, которые были введены. В 1992 году у нас появился первый ускоритель, именно ускоритель фотонов в Институте онкологии. Выглядел он так, ЛЭО-15. Буквально в прошлом году мы демонтировали его рельсы, которые остались еще с нулевых годов. Да, сейчас на его месте стоит линейный ускоритель Трубим. В 1995 году к нам уже приехала первая машина Varian, Клинок 2100. Это была машина без MLC, она работала в режиме 2D. Однако мы получили первую уже систему автоматического сканирования пучка. Да, сейчас в простонародье большой водный фантом называется. От производителя нынешний уже IBA, а раньше это был Вильдхофер вроде бы, да? Да, кто-то из них. Ну вот, собственно, сам клинок, это уже версия с MLC, та была без мультилив-коллиматора. Ну и сам водный фантом, сейчас он выглядит так примерно, раньше это были чуть другие модели. У Эдуарда уже даже слеза не пошла от ностальгии. В 2004 году получили первый ускоритель с МЛК на клинок 600. Это была революция, потому что смогли проводить 3D-лучевую терапию и первую систему, которая могла планировать уже 3D и симулировать наши планы. В 2010-2011 годах был еще один прорыв. Региональные центры наконец начали получать линейные ускорители. Да, они были без мультилив-коллиматора, но все же это уже был переход плановый от кобальтов к ускорителям. В 2014 году уже на моей памяти, когда я работал, у нас появилась опция проводить AGRT с помощью KIVI и начали внедрять потихоньку в МАТ. В 2015 году опять пошел прорыв, 4 трубима приехали в Казахстан, один из них в Институт онкологии с HDMLC. И как следствие в 2016 году уже начали проводить СРС, лучевую терапию. К ней мы готовились достаточно долго, но все-таки сделали. Сейчас это уже является обыденностью, особенно для Алматинского онкоцентра, который постоянно проводит СРС обучение. В 2023-2024 году у нас произошел новый импульс. Мы начали оснащать остальные регионы, в которых не было ускорителя, либо заменять старые уже ускорители. В 2024 году также в отделении у Евгения Ивановича в Алматинском онкоцентре они применили методику по SGRT, то есть они начали проводить лучевую терапию с отслеживанием поверхности тела пациента с помощью термальных и оптических камер. Да, все это благодаря вашей системе BrainLab, что до этого у нас никогда не делалось. В 2025 году в Институте онкологии в феврале мы впервые взяли пациентов с возможностью адаптивного обучения. И вот надеюсь, что на следующей неделе ваши физики планировали взять также в вашем центре уже адаптивку. Ну и очень сильно надеемся, что в 2025 году у нас пойдет все-таки протонная терапия, и у нас будет еще одна галочка в наших технологиях в развитии онкологии Казахстана. И тут никогда не обходилось без физико-технического персонала, это без медицинских физиков, без инженеров, без лаборантов. Да. Помимо того, что врачи хотели это внедрить, исполнителями всего это был физико-технический персонал. Работа, да, на большей части незаметная. Единственное, кто может по достоинству их оценить, это коллеги из-за рубежа, либо мы сами в своем поле. Но это очень критическая важная работа, потому что на нас лежит ответственность за постоянное отслеживание качества излучения, качества геометрических параметров. Это когда наш ребенок, который всегда должен чувствовать себя хорошо, и если у него там потекли сопельки, мы тут же должны принимать какие-то меры
И без физико-технического персонала, наверное, вам это лучше всего знать, сотрудникам местного центра, что ни один аппарат никогда не запустится, а если говорить о качестве, то, конечно. Сейчас у нас основные зоны ответственности у физико-технического персонала – это наше планирование, это верификация планов, это калибровки, тесты, настройки, это интеграция с различными ПАК-системами, также лежит в зоне нашей ответственности, администрирование АРИ и прочих онкологических платформ. Также производится именно физико-техническим персоналом, будь то инженеры, либо физики. Установка различного оборудования, программного обеспечения, допустим, для отслеживания той же дозиметрии, та же Мефисто, либо Трекет, это также лежит на наших плечах. Это то, что мы обязаны делать и постоянно этим занимаемся. Не у всех, конечно, получается и находится на это время, но все же, да, нужно помнить наши обязанности и нормативы различных лицензий, то, к чему мы также должны быть причастны. Как я вижу, что к чему вообще идет специальность медицинской физики, будь то инженера, именно в лучевой терапии. То есть это, мне кажется, обязательное знание уже частично программирования, либо IT, некоторых языков, например, там Python, MATLAB, либо скриптинг. То есть какое-то базовое понимание, как работают эти программы, как работают языки программирования, все-таки должны иметься. В противном случае мы будем сильно отставать от профессионалов, которые двигают эту отрасль, и всегда будем позади. Обработка big data. Да, сегодня Эдуард говорил про логи, это как раз моя любимая тема. То есть очень много данных ускоритель нам создает. Те же CBCT-снимки, логи ускорителей. Это все бесконечное количество информации, которую можно анализировать, адаптировать с развитием новых технологий. Нам это делать намного проще, но без понимания, как мы это можем анализировать, все-таки этого не произойдет. Кибербезопасность, да, установка антивирусного программного обеспечения, это также зона ответственности именно местного физико-технического персонала. Да, я всегда говорил и буду говорить о том, что ни в коем случае ваших больничных айтишников не подпускать к системе ARIA, потому что сервера, которые предоставляет нам Varian либо Elect, они очень мощные, всегда хочется что-то поставить, да, там повесить 1С-ку, использовать эти сервера для решения больничных задач, но нет. Самостоятельно устанавливать антивирус, самостоятельно следить за ними, не давать им ключи и никаких прав доступа к системе ARIA либо мозаики Monaco. Также навыки, которые требуются, это понимание передовых технологий. Да, на сегодняшний день это у нас очень популярные, как я говорил, искусственный интеллект, либо там флеш-терапия. Да, сегодня были доклады с ускорителями ЗАП и прочими новшествами. То есть всегда держать руку на пульсе. В противном случае, опять же, да, мы будем внедрять какие-нибудь технологии, которые уже лет 5-7 были внедрены где-то, а для нас это только новшество. Ну и мышление, наверное, системного инженера, это вне зависимости инженер или физик, все-таки комплексно как-то решать проблемы. Очень часто бывает такая проблема, что особенно в сервисной службе проблема назойливая, аппарат начинает хворать, меняется какая-то деталь, через неделю выходит одна и та же ошибка, меняется еще раз, она вроде пропадает, в конце концов выясняется, что просто кабель был, да, какой-то плохо подключен. То есть без четкого понимания проблемы мы ее не устраним, просто всегда будем последствия устранять, но не причину. Также, в принципе, и в работе физика, то есть очень много есть, как называется, погрешностей, проблем, которые могут вызвать неточность ваших измерений, создать вам какие-то ошибки в ваших планах в доставке дозы. И без четкого понимания, как работает аппаратура, без общего системного понимания, навряд ли вы сможете ее решить или устранить полностью. Ну и soft skill, это, наверное, больше коммуникации. То есть, если вы какой-то сноб, наверное, вам нужно будет потихоньку учиться общаться с другими специалистами. Если вы слишком общительны, наверное, нужно меньше надоедать, да, ваших коллег и чуть-чуть помучить тоже чат GPT. Что у нас имеется на сегодняшний день? Это многие центры у нас сейчас уже оснащены передовым оборудованием, будь то дозиметрическое оборудование, будь то ускорители. Ускорители мы старались поставлять всегда в максимальных комплектациях, чтобы при желании вы могли использовать как можно больше опций. У нас уже имеется профессиональное сообщество. В принципе, на таких конференциях, либо просто на каких-нибудь посиделках многие общаются друг с другом. Те, кто не общаются, прошу не отставать, да, заводить знакомства, потому что это очень важный опыт. Может, в какой-то момент вы можете пригласить этого специалиста к себе в центр, который проведет вам условно дружеский независимый аудит и укажет вам на ваши ошибки. Мы запустили в прошлом году дозиметрическую школу. Сейчас она функционирует, уже 2 этапа прошло. Эта школа была в большей части для новичков, для тех, кто работает меньше 3 лет. Первые курсы были посвящены абсолютной и относительной дозиметрии. Следующие курсы мы уже будем совместно с компанией PTW разрабатывать более профессиональным темам. И финально, наверное, мы будем уже заниматься темами дозиметрии малых полей, да, и различными такими тонкостями. Ну и у нас очень много материалов в открытом доступе. У нас есть куча документов, названием которым делилась Жанна. Это наши ТРСки, наши ТЖишки и другие репорты от различных ассоциаций, от ЭСТРА, АСТРА, от APM и так далее. То есть какого-то ограниченного ресурса в информации, я считаю, что сейчас его просто нет. Ну, все это вроде простые, да, но важные шаги, то есть к чему нужно идти. Естественно, это к самообразованию, участие, да, в дозиметрических школах, написание различных статей в научных проектах, вовлечение в научные проекты, которые у нас проходят. Вы можете, в принципе, и сами, да, разрабатывать идею для научного проекта, подавать их в Министерство образования и науки, в Министерство здравоохранения, на конкурсы молодых ученых. Ресурсов на самом деле очень много. Спрашивать советы у других специалистов, ну и внутреннее развитие отдела. То, чем практически никто не занимается, потому что это опять связано с тем, что все погрязают в рутине. Но микросеминары, да, я видел в некоторых центрах, это очень классная идея, классно реализовывается, когда специалисты с каждой отрасли, будь то лаборант, рассказывает о специфике своей работы. Первое это увидел в центре ядерной медицины семей, да, они начали это. Наставничество, да, работа с ошибками. Главное уметь признавать свою ошибку, потому что если ничего страшного, что не случается, это, конечно, не очень хорошо, но в принципе вся наша медицина построена на наших ошибках предыдущих поколений, да, и сейчас мы пришли к этому. В противном случае результаты вашей работы никогда не будут оценены, и не оценены не только, да, в моральном плане, но и в денежном плане. То есть если сообщество не активно, не занимается своим развитием, то и уровень зарплат подниматься тоже не будет, потому что у работодателя есть логичный вопрос, за что мы должны вам выплачивать больше денег. Да, если вы на этот вопрос сами себе не можете ответить, значит, да, каких-то вещей вы не доделываете. У меня тогда более жестко написано халатность, но в целом я так считаю, когда человек не занимается, да, своими прямыми обязанностями, не занимается контролем качества ускорителя своих машин, то это приводит к снижению авторитета, да, если вы там на работе не занимаетесь, кроме рутины, ничего не интересуетесь ничем, ну, как превращаетесь в серую мышку. И, допустим, те же врачи, они никогда не будут защищать вас на радиационных советах перед руководством и так далее. Также у них не будет интереса отправлять вас на различные конференции, выставки, даже на конференции локального типа. Ну и, соответственно, не будут улучшаться условия труда. Захотели вы себе какую-нибудь хорошую, новую, красивую камеру, они вам однозначно не купят, потому что не видят в вас потенциал, что вы будете использовать ее в дальнейшем. Ну и, да, финально хотел бы завершить фразой, да, пока ты стоишь, профессия в любом случае будет идти, мир движется вперед, просто успеем ли мы запрыгнуть на этот поезд или нет. Ну, спасибо за внимание, если есть вопросы.
Спасибо большое, Мурат, за доклад. Очень познавательно. Следующий доклад Жайсанбаева Шолпан Муратовна на тему контроль качества ПЭТ-КТ.
Добрый вечер, уважаемые коллеги. Рада всех снова вас видеть. Рада знакомству с новыми коллегами. Разбавим теперь тему лучевой терапии с диагностической частью, точнее, можно сказать, завершим, наверное. Меня зовут Шолпан, в бывшем я клинический физик отделения ядерной медицины, работала на аппаратах ПЭТ-КТ, ОФКТ, на сегодняшний день являюсь аппликантом компании United Imaging по молекулярным изображениям. Будем говорить сегодня про систему контроля качества ПЭТ. Говоря про систему контроля качества ПЭТ, мы будем начинать с момента ввода в эксплуатацию. Что означает контроль качества ПЭТ? Да? В первую очередь это безопасность, а также точность полученных изображений, а также наших результатов. Мы сегодня будем говорить про внутренний контроль качества, про стандарты НИИМа и про значимость проведения контроля качества. Зачем, в принципе, он нам нужен и для чего, каким образом мы его применяем в целом. Естественно, контроль качества мы подразделяем на два этапа. Это внутренний и внешний. Внешний – это то, что должно быть завершено сервисными инженерами, то, что не относится к персоналу отделения по ПЭТ-КТ, а также это внутренний контроль качества, который, в свою очередь, подразделяется на 4 этапа. Это ежедневное, еженедельное, ежеквартальное и ежегодное. Если говорить про каждый этап, то ежедневный контроль качества ПЭТ это заключается в основном в 99% ПЭТ-аппаратах. Это с помощью использования однородного фантома Германии 68-го, в зависимости от того, от длины апертуры ПЭТ-части, axial field of view, а также в зависимости от детекторной системы подразделяется данные фантомы, да, и его необходимо проводить ежедневно перед запуском работы. Соответственно, контроль качества ПЭТ, точнее, в данном случае ежедневный контроль качества ПЭТ это основной запуск работы отделения в целом. То есть после того, как физик, либо персонал отделения, кто ответственный за данный контроль качества, подает сигнал о том, что аппарат готов к работе, после этого как бы в целом мы начинаем работать. Следующий этап – это еженедельный контроль качества в зависимости от вендора, от производителя, он также различается. Он проводится с использованием также цилиндрического фантома германиевого, а также с использованием водно-наполняемого фантома с помощью препарата FDG, ну, то есть фтора, да, который отвечает за обновление коэффициентов усиления на ПЭТ-детекторах с целью компенсации изменений в них с течением времени, а также коррекция временных характеристик при регистрации событий на детекторах. Следующая часть – это ежеквартальный контроль качества, а также он проводится 1 раз в 3 месяца, также он проводится обученным персоналом. В зависимости от вендора, также он в каких-то компаниях проводится, в каких-то нет, также с использованием водного фантома, а также с использованием германиевого фантома, а также с использованием германиевых для кросс-калибровок. Но здесь, что хочется отметить, это ежедневный контроль качества, который проводится 1 раз в год, также самим персоналом отделения. Он основан на стандартах НИИМа, также он проводится перед запуском в целом самого аппарата. То есть перед тем, как сдать аппарат в работу в отделении, необходимо провести acceptance-тест, так называемый, да, который вам дает гарантию качества на мировом уровне. Это говорит о том, что ваш аппарат соответствует всем мировым стандартам, соответственно, данную процедуру необходимо проводить ежегодно для того, чтобы подтверждать ваши коэффициенты на правильность работы. То есть, как известно, с истечением времени любой аппарат, он дает определенные какие-то поломки, бывают какие-то перекалибровки, а также знаем то, что у ПЭТ-части имеются кристаллы, которые со временем изнашиваются, соответственно, для того, чтобы понимать, насколько коэффициенты правильно работают, необходимо проводить НИИМа-тесты. Вообще, что такое НИИМа? Да, что мы говорим? Это организация, которая создает стандарты правильности работы тех или иных машин. Это относится не только к ПЭТ-машинам, это относится ко всем медицинским оборудованиям. В свою очередь, данные НИИМа-тесты, они так скажем, ежегодный, по истечению определенного времени они всегда обновляются. То есть на сегодняшний день мы будем говорить про НИМА 2018 года НУ-2, вторая коллекция. Ожидаем новую версию, да, НУ-2 2024 года, но на сегодняшний день мы применяем 2018 год. Что это вообще такое? Это стандарты для проведения определенных тестов по 7. То есть мы проверяем оборудование по 7 стандартам с использованием 5 определенных экспериментов, с использованием 5 экспериментов. То есть в первом случае это мы говорим про пространственное разрешение. Да, что нам дает? Пространственное разрешение – это системы, предоставляет ее способность различать 2 точки после реконструкции изображения. То есть что мы видим при пространственном разрешении? В данном случае это фантом, каким образом он устанавливается на стол пациента, в зависимости от вендора. Также это процедура, точнее, холдеры, они будут различаться, естественно, но смысл проведения всех данных исследований на аппаратах одинаковый. То есть мы подготавливаем точный источник, используем капиллярные трубки с высокой концентрацией фтора 18, закрепляется, а также получаем результат. В данном случае это холдер, использованный для компании GE. В предыдущем слайде был использован для компании United Imaging. Также для проведения эксперимента пространственного разрешения на сегодняшний день можно использовать точные источники натрия-22, что упрощает и быстрее можно провести данный тест. Следующая часть, я прошу прощения в некоторых местах из-за кривого перевода, потому что некоторые, так скажем, термины невозможно иногда перевести. В данном случае мы говорим про count rate performance, про точность поправки подсчета и случайные числа, а также про time of flight. В данном случае мы используем, по-другому мы это говорим, как шумовой эквивалент скорости счета, в котором используется большой фантом, да, полиэтиленовый, точнее пластмассовый по-другому, с диаметром 20 сантиметров и с толщиной 70 сантиметров, и куда вставляется линейный источник. Как это представляется? То есть это фантом, если вы видите снизу, то в трубку наполняется FDG, просовывается через данные фантомы и проверяется count rate performance. Полученные результаты, что мы здесь видим, то есть данный тест, он проводится в течение 14,5 часов, соответственно, мы всегда его рекомендуем оставлять на ночь. В данном случае мы видим распад FDG, и при этом каким образом у нас идет регистрация данного аппарата, данного препарата. Следующая часть, это мы говорим про чувствительность, проверка аппарата на чувствительность. Это выражается как скорость в отчетах в секунду, с которой обнаруживается истинные совпадения событий для создания мощности источника. Как это выполняется? То есть в обратный источник, линейный источник, трубка наполняется FDG определенной активности, соответственно, мы пронизываем его через несколько алюминиевых трубочек и, соответственно, проводим само сканирование. То есть имеется 5 трубок с различными диаметрами, в которого просовывается линейный источник и делается сканирование. Следующая часть – это качество изображения, а также мы говорим про точность исправлений. Да? По-другому мы говорим, это тест реального мира, который оценивает качество изображения. Для этого используется специализированный фантом, это фантом IQ, по-другому мы называем. Это усовершенствованная версия фантома, по-другому можно назвать это ECR фантом, в котором данный фантом используется для системы PET с осевым полем обзора не более 65 сантиметров. Соответственно, данный фантом наполняется однородным FDG. Если вы видите вот кругляшки, это hot lab и cold lab мы называем их. То есть, соответственно, в каждую из пробирок наливается FDG определенной активности, где-то мы оставляем его пустым, и в целом сам фантом, однородный фантом, заключается в том, что мы перемешиваем обычную воду вместе с определенным FDG и видим однородность. И в данном случае мы оцениваем hot lab и cold lab. Если вы заметили, то есть фантом, он полностью симулирует тело пациента, да, то есть если до этой версии мы использовали фантом просто круглый, в данном случае мы видим о том, что данный фантом, он полностью повторяет тело пациента в горизонтальном положении. И вот результат теста, который мы получаем, где мы видим однородность, а также мы видим горячие точки, а также холодные точки. Следующая немаловажная часть – это совмещение КТ с ПЭТ, тоже немаловажная вещь, где мы подготавливаем фантом с помощью смешивания контрастного вещества КТ и вместе с активностью FDG и делаем сканирование. Соответственно, в данном случае концентрация полученного препарата должна быть очень высокой, и в результате мы увидим совмещение КТ с ПЭТ. Ну и хочется завершить тем, почему мы в данном случае проводим НИИМА-тесты, для чего они нужны. Для пациента это как нет ограничений при выборе места выполнения исследований для получения точных и сопоставимых результатов. Для врача это снижение количества ложноположительных и ложноотрицательных результатов при интерпретации пациентов, а также при сопоставлении предыдущих и последующих исследований одного и того же пациента. И на сегодняшний день хотелось бы, так скажем, сказать такое пожелание, чтобы в целом систематизировать данный НИИМА-тест и придать к нему такое, скажем, значение, и чтобы в каждом ПЭТ-КТ-центре мы, физики, проводили данные НИИМА-тесты. Это нам дает возможность в дальнейшем участвовать в различных научных конференциях, научных статьях, публиковаться. Соответственно, мы будем доказывать свой уровень работы на международном уровне. Спасибо.
Спасибо, Шолпан, за доклад. Есть ли вопросы в зале?
Если в зале вопросов нет, у меня два коротких вопроса. Первый, какой кристалл у United Imaging?
LYSO.
И второй, сравнивались ли вы с TG126 APM, вот эти тесты?
Да.
И они разные, и критерии к ним разные, одинаковые, или, в общем, какой лучше?
Это наверняка нам с вами нужно будет обсудить, когда мы вместе сядем, потому что
Хорошо.
неохота терять время, потому
Хорошо,
что уже
все, спасибо.
около 7.
Хорошо, спасибо, Шолпан. Следующий доклад от Нурзата Ашырбековича Сыгай. Роль радиохирургии в нейроонкологии.
Раз. Коллеги, құрметті әріптестер, добрый вечер, уважаемый президиум, не менее уважаемые, наиболее стойкие коллеги в зале, ценю вас. Что хотел бы сказать, прежде чем начать, я хотел, конечно, поблагодарить за приглашение и поздравить наших коллег, соседей с открытием такого очаровательного центра, с блестящей перспективой, не побоюсь этого слова, обалденным оснащением, вот, и пожелать дальнейших клинических свершений. Ну и, конечно же, во главу угла я бы, конечно, пожелал вам бессрочных ремиссий у ваших пациентов в борьбе с таким коварным врагом, как онкология. Что касается учреждения, которое я имею удовольствие представлять, то Центр нейрохирургии является флагманом отечественной нейрохирургии, открыт в 2008 году, и с этого времени является основным провайдером современных нейрохирургических методик лечения в Казахстане с последующим трансфертом в регионы. Если на первых порах преимущественно инновации касались микрохирургической техники, эндоваскулярной техники, спинальной, малоинвазивных доступов, кейхол так называемых, нейрореабилитации, нейрофизиологических методов контроля, то чего-то вот не покидало ощущение, что чего-то вот не хватает. И вот 27 мая 2021 года радиохирургическая компонента на базе гамма-ножа была имплементирована в нашем центре, и, скажем так, пазл сложился. И на сегодняшний день мы с уверенностью можем сказать, что для большинства патологий интракраниальных мы сменили кардинально парадигму в подходе, в методах лечения. и так далее. Так, ну здесь, в принципе, классическое определение стереотоксической радиохирургии. Это завещание, скажем так, основоположника гамма-ножа профессора Ларса Лексела, который говорил, что стереотоксическая радиохирургия на гамма-ноже – это подведение высокой дозы за однократную сессию для глубинно расположенных очагов. Есть американская интерпретация, связанная с тем, что ничего не стоит на месте, все меняется, все развивается, и современная концепция подразумевает использование радиохирургии в режиме фракционирования, то есть от 1 максимум до 5, и это тоже будет являться радиохирургией. Ну, основные исторические вехи, это, конечно же, нельзя не отметить статья 1908 года британских ученых Хорсли и Кларка, которые первым описали стереотоксический метод, но они преимущественно базировались на экспериментальных моделях, животных моделях, в частности, приматах. Затем следующая веха – это, конечно, фундаментальная статья 1947 года, когда Шпигель и Вайсис описали и обосновали уже клиническое применение на людях стереотоксической рамы, стереотоксической технологии. В том же году основоположник гамма-ножа Ларс Лексел посетил медицинский центр Темпл в Филадельфии, где работали два этих автора. Ну, был обмен мнениями, конечно, он много подчеркнул для себя. Вот. Но впервые следующая веха – это первое упоминание понятия стереотоксическая радиохирургия. Она была впервые озвучена в 1951 году в статье Ларса Лексела. На первых порах гамма-нож, на тот момент прототип того, что впоследствии стало гамма-ножом, можно было называть как угодно. Это мог быть рентген-нож и протон-нож, потому что Ларс Лексел и его коллеги физики, медицинские физики, они использовали различные кванты для того, чтобы доставлять до патологических очагов и тем самым лечить. Тот гамма-нож, который мы сейчас имеем и который его прародитель, с которого все началось, это отправная точка 1968 год, это именно в правом нижнем углу, это первая модель гамма-ножа, первый пациент, который был пролечен с аденомой гипофиза. Вот, ну, основа основ, конечно, на заре радиохирургии были основные постулаты изложены, то есть это лечение небольших патологических объемных образований до 3, максимум 3,5 сантиметров, использование стереотоксической рамы, которая дает нам трехмерную систему координат, схождение множественных пучков ионизирующего излучения в одном изоцентре, ну и проведение лечения за один сеанс. Но, как я уже сказал, все четко, все меняется, конечно, показания расширяются. На сегодняшний день мы в рутинной практике используем радиохирургии и для лечения куда больших очагов, о чем будет доложено чуть позже. Вот. Это тоже исторические снимки, это та арка, которую придумал и непосредственно внедрял Ларс Лексел. В основе лежит принцип центр дуги, то есть независимо от того, с какой поверхности дуги вы бы пытались достигнуть вашего изоцентра, по любой касательной линии вы все равно окажетесь в намеченной цели. Справа это схема первой гамма-установки. На самом деле очень был громоздкий аппарат. 2-3 человека устанавливали внутренний кожух для безопасности. Пациент буквально, скажем так, втискивался в этот аппарат. Там, конечно, источника излучения было намного меньше, нежели на современных аппаратах, но тем не менее это заря этапа радиохирургии, и это исторически имеет свою актуальность. Дальнейшая эволюция гамма-ножа, ну здесь я остановлюсь с момента, наверное, видно, да, здесь лазерный поиск, с момента Perfection, который установлен у нас в центре нейрохирургии. После этого, конечно, было внедрено следующее поколение, это аппарат Icon, на котором был установлен комбин сети, и, соответственно, можно было проводить гипофракционирование. Вот. Последнее поколение – это Esprit, на которое, в принципе, мы надеемся, если сойдутся звезды, перейти в ближайшее будущее и начать лечить уже на современной установке. Что к нашим услугам в условиях нейрохирургического стационара. Ну, это, как я уже озвучил, Lexel Gamma Knife Perfection поколения. Также нам доступны два МРТ-аппарата компании General Electric. Если речь идет о сосудистых каких-то аномалиях, сосудистых патологиях, то в наших условиях мы можем воспользоваться бипланом Siemens RTZ, ну и 160-срезным КТ-аппаратом тоже Вакилон. Основные этапы подготовки пациента будут изложены на следующих слайдах. Самый спорный, самый, скажем так, ужасающий, да, для обывателей момент – это установка стереотоксической рамы, это основа основ. Но, в принципе, как практикующий нейрохирург, я могу сказать, что при адекватной местной анестезии люди даже с низким болевым порогом вполне комфортно переносят данную процедуру. И для нас уже не удивление, когда пациенты сейчас в эпоху соцсетей, да, выкладывают с нами фотографии, делают селфи в этой раме. То есть они не стесняются, они всячески показывают, что это не больно, агитируют, что это нужно делать и не бояться ничего не стоит. Больше это скорее как психологическое ожидание боли. Вот. После того, как рама фиксирована, мы отправляем пациента на нейротомографию. В частности, стандарт, конечно же, это МРТ с контрастированием, за редким исключением. Используются локалайзеры для более точного наведения. Дальше проходит процесс планирования лечения в зависимости от патологии. Может занимать энное количество времени. Вот. Но основное, конечно, основное преимущество гамма-ножа в том, что все-таки 192 источника кобальт-60, которые используются в качестве источника ионизирующего излучения, он сам по себе несет минимальный риск, и именно фокусируясь в изоцентре, в центре, то есть патологическом очаге, он полностью раскрывает свой потенциал. На радиобиологии останавливаться не буду, в принципе, там и физические аспекты, и химические, и биологические, клеточные аспекты и так далее и тому подобное. На что мы обращаем внимание с точки зрения безопасности? Конечно же, всегда нужно стремиться к идеалу, всегда нужно стремиться к единице, чтобы покрытие соответствовало селективности. К сожалению, опухоли растут сообразно своим каким-то алгоритмам, и невозможно скомбинировать лечение таким образом, чтобы оно было идеально, чтобы и покрытие, и селективность, все у нас устраивало. Поэтому мы помимо покрытия мы смотрим и селективность, beam on time, смотрим градиентный индекс. Также есть возможность создавать бесчисленное количество планов, то есть если какой-то сложный пациент, сложная патология, и, допустим, наши физики устали, мы меняемся, их место занимает нейрохирурги, планируют они, либо вместо нейрохирурга планирует медицинский физик, то есть мы комбинируем и взаимозаменяемо используем это преимущество в нашей мультидисциплинарной команде. Также мы, конечно же, оцениваем лучевую нагрузку на череп, лучевую нагрузку на здоровые ткани, на матрицу и так далее и тому подобное. Это вот следующий этап, и после того, как план готов, пациент приглашается непосредственно в аппарат, ложится. Во время всего лечения идет видеофиксация, аудиообмен, то есть через микрофон проводится беседа с пациентом. Никаких болевых ощущений пациент не испытывает, нет шума, как на МРТ. По его желанию мы можем поставить музыку, которую он пожелает. Если пациент религиозный, мы можем поставить из выдержки из каких-то священных книг и так далее и тому подобное. Ну и последний момент, конечно, снятие стереотоксической рамы, финальный разговор с пациентом о рекомендациях, и, в принципе, в тот же день пациент может выписаться домой. Здесь, в принципе, показано создание самого кобальта, то есть получается нейтронная бомбардировка именно стабильного изотопа кобальт-59, затем формирование кобальт-60, который, распадаясь, выделяет гамма-кванты, и период полураспада составляет чуть более 5 лет, после чего формируется уже стабильный изотоп никеля. Что сегодня представляет радиохирургическая группа? Радиохирургическая группа закреплена за отделением малоинвазивной нейрохирургии. В составе этой команды на постоянной основе, то есть штатно находятся 2 нейрохирурга, 2 медицинских физика, врач-невролог, 2 медсестры и рентгенологи, наши коллеги из отделения радиологии. На сегодняшний день, как я уже говорил, старт был клинический 27 мая 2021 года. Если помните, это были все еще пандемийные времена, то есть мы работали в условиях жестких ограничений, но тем не менее начинать нужно было, мы начали и потихоньку по мере накопления опыта вышли на уровень 4-5% в сутки. У нас есть 4 стереотоксические рамы, 5 она дежурная, используется для каких-то других стереотоксических вмешательств, в частности функциональной нейрохирургии, либо стереотоксических биопсий. Первые 3, скажем так, места по количеству встречаемых патологий, это, конечно же, шваномы, менингиомы доброкачественные. Ну и не может не расстраивать тот факт, что мы повторяем участь многих ведущих центров в мире, где количество пациентов со вторичными опухолями головного мозга растут день ото дня. Дальше мы перейдем к клиническим кейсам. Это наш самый первый пациент, молодая девушка, которая была подвергнута всем мыслимым и немыслимым методикам лечения. То есть это было и хирургическое удаление дважды, это лучевая терапия, курс химиотерапии. 27 мая 2021 года проведен курс стереотоксической радиохирургии. Пациентка до сих пор ежегодно наблюдается у нас. И, в принципе, контроль через 3 года, контроль за ростом опухоли оценивается как стабильный и удовлетворительный. Также одни из таких любимых мишеней это, конечно же, менингиомы, доброкачественное оболочечное образование, интракраниальные. Конечно, эффект развивается не так часто, учитывая, что основная цель гамма-ножа все-таки контроль за ростом опухоли, не обязательно должен быть регресс или, как некоторые пациенты ожидают, исчезновение опухоли. Но, тем не менее, вот такие случаи мы тоже наблюдаем и, конечно же, радуемся вместе с пациентами. Также опухоль пениальной области, тоже отдельная группа, которая очень сложна с точки зрения хирургических доступов, часто чревата быстрым развитием окклюзионной гидроцефалии. В таких случаях мы используем эндоскопическую технику, либо делаем эндоскопическую триventriculостомию, либо устанавливаем вентрикулоперитонеальный шунт и, соответственно, проводим радиохирургию. Ну и как видно из нашего опыта, в принципе, это очень перспективное направление, и мы его развиваем. Вестибулярные шваномы – одни из самых таких любимых мишеней для стереотоксической радиохирургии на гамма-ноже. Огромное количество статей, систематических обзоров было опубликовано о пользе радиохирургии, о хорошем эффекте после радиохирургии. Вот мы стараемся не отставать от авангарда и вполне спокойно используем радиохирургию при вестибулярных шваномах. Вот. Также мы часто используем метод стажированной радиохирургии при крупных опухолях, в частности злокачественных. Вот, допустим, как вот этот случай, это одна из первых наших пациенток с раком легких, множественными внутримозговыми метастазами. Вот, мы проводим стажирование, получается, с паузой в 2 недели между сессиями. Раньше мы использовали месячный период, но в той группе, где мы использовали месячный период, по итогам, по оценкам наших аналитических данных, мы чаще наблюдали локальный рецидив. Поэтому мы сейчас перешли на 2-этапное стажирование. 3-этапное мы не используем, потому что наши знания базируются на мультицентровых исследованиях наших японских коллег, которые, в принципе, сказали, что нет никакого преимущества 3-этапного стажирования над 2-этапным. И, как мы видим в нашей повседневной практике, в принципе, 2-этапное стажирование вполне жизнеспособная тактика для ведения пациентов. Также пациент наотрез отказался от оперативного лечения. Честно говоря, особо руки не чесались, как бы идти разрушать мозжечок с последующими последствиями. Тем более пациент с раком легким, там, если мне не изменяет память, были какие-то ограничения по наркозу. Вот. Предлагаем пациентам и wake surgery, когда пациент находится в сознании под местным обезболиванием. Вот эта технология, в принципе, у нас развита, мы ее активно используем. Но для пациентов понятие трепанации – это нечто такое угрожающее, устрашающее, поэтому они, конечно же, всеми правдами и неправдами стараются этого избегать. Используем радиохирургию, как видим по этому итогу, в принципе, с хорошими результатами. Это тот же пациент с контролем от 2025 года. Так, могу я попросить техническую службу запустить видео, пожалуйста? Этот пациент, скажем так, остался в нашей памяти потому, что мы немножко отошли от практики нашей обыденной. Здесь пациентка обратилась, на момент обращения в первую очередь, конечно, были обнаружены метастазы головного мозга, общим количеством более 30. Время поджимало, то есть не было времени на онкопоиск и так далее. Девушка молодая, уже проявлялись минимальные неврологические проявления, соответственно, мы сделали на радиохирургию. Мы сделали трехэтапную сессию, то есть с перерывом в 10 дней пролечили все более 30 метастазов. Пациентка успела сделать 2 контроля, то есть мы делаем контроль каждые 3 месяца. На последнем контроле через 6 месяцев практически метастазов не осталось, новых дистантных не проявлялось, но, к сожалению, через чуть более 6 месяцев пациентка скончалась из-за диссеминации метастазов по внутренним органам. Также мы используем различные комбинированные подходы, допустим, этот случай рака легкого, женщина средних лет. Можно было бы, конечно, использовать и однократную сессию радиохирургии, и стажированную, но, тем не менее, как-то не хотелось облучать, скажем так, воду, потому что преимущественно кистозный компонент. Мы сделали как? Первым этапом пролечили 4 очага с последующим стереотоксическим опорожнением жидкой части этой опухоли и одномоментным забором биопсии, для того, чтобы дальше онкологам было проще работать. После чего мы на остаточную часть опорожненной уже опухоли провели радиохирургию и, в принципе, через 10,5 месяцев получили вот такой результат на контрольных МРТ. Пациентка до сих пор наблюдается и, в принципе, в неврологическом статусе чувствует себя хорошо. Встречаются и такие, конечно, случаи анапластической эпендимома, тоже девочка подросткового возраста, конечно, сильно была обижена судьбой, потому что, если можете посмотреть анамнез, то есть микрохирургическое неоднократное удаление, курсы химиотерапии, лучевая терапия дважды. Вот. Тем не менее, мы рискнули, провели сессию стереотоксической радиохирургии на гамма-ноже. На промежуточных снимках мы увидели так называемую ложную прогрессию, но, тем не менее, мы всегда стараемся четко отделять зерна от плевел, смотреть, где это действительно продолженный рост, где это промежуточные какие-то изменения послучевые. И, как видите на ваших слайдах, то есть контроль через 9 месяцев показал, в принципе, удовлетворительный положительный результат. Следующая проблема – это метастазы ствола. К сожалению, ствол – это хирургически зачастую недоступная область ввиду своей функциональности. Вот, поэтому данных пациентов мы обычно лечим методом стажирования, если крупный очаг, чтобы не повышать толерантные дозы для ствола. Пролечили данного пациента, в принципе, через 2 месяца. Результат, как говорится, налицо. Глиомы, не скажу, что при глиомах радиохирургия является первой линией лечения. В основном первым этапом проводится супрамаксимальная резекция, да, gross total resection с последующим адъювантной терапией. Но, тем не менее, если имеется локальный рецидив, то для локального контроля можно использовать стереотоксическую радиохирургию на гамма-ноже, которая была проведена данному пациенту. И, как видите, контроль через 7 месяцев показывает полный контроль над опухолевым узлом. Ангиоретикуломы, доброкачественные, в принципе, образования, гемангиобластомы, да, иначе называют. Но характерные черта, они расположены очень глубинно, чаще они любят заднечерепную ямку, которую, в принципе, оперировать можно, но не хотелось бы для того, чтобы минимизировать неврологические последствия. Поэтому на сегодняшний день первой линией выбора, конечно, является гамма-нож в нашем центре. Ну, такие случаи, в принципе, я думаю, в радиохирургических сообществах никого не удивит, то есть метастазы одиночные, множественные хорошо поддаются лечению на гамма-ноже. Вот. Планы, перспективы развития, ну, конечно же, это замена источника, потому что мы подошли к своему периоду перезарядки и надеемся, что летом она наконец будет проведена. Также мы планируем переход, апгрейд на следующее, на самое последнее поколение, модель ESPRI, для того, чтобы расширить наши показания к радиохирургии, чаще использовать гипофракционирования с использованием термопластической маски. Вот. Переход на посменный режим работы связан с тем, что отсроченных пациентов, которые нуждаются в гамма-ноже, на самом деле очень много, потому что это на сегодняшний день первый и единственный гамма-нож не только в Казахстане, но и в Центральной Азии, где общая суммарная популяция составляет более 70 миллионов населения. Поэтому широкое привлечение иностранных пациентов уже у нас активно идет, то есть все соседние страны, даже Россия, в котором, если я не ошибаюсь, около 7 гамма-ножей, но в связи с известными обстоятельствами многие пациенты приезжают к нам, то есть в СНГ, с СНГ пациентов, медицинских туристов очень много. Также активное участие казахстанской группы международного радиохирургического сообщества. Также мы стараемся вовлекаться во все какие-то мировые митинги, участвовать в совместных проектах, грантовых или каких-то инициативных групп. Вот. Более тесно взаимодействие с специалистами онкопрофиля. Ну, я думаю, после того, как между нами, нас только разделяет одна дорога, в принципе, поэтому я думаю, что активность в этом плане будет только нарастать, тем более, что на базе нейрохирургии активно используется МДГ, то есть для пациентов с первичными глиомами, и эти планы как бы очень широки в ближайшей перспективе. Ну, подытоживая, хотелось бы сказать про гамма-нож. Все-таки соотношение цена-эффективность, очень много публикаций по кост-эффективность. Вот, это действительно удобная машина для того, чтобы проводить лечение, и с экономической точки зрения экономия времени. Конечно, если у вас свежий источник излучения, то это просто любо-дорого на ней работать. Вот, короткое пребывание в стационаре. Сегодня практически, если бы не бумажные волокиты, которые, к сожалению, у нас присутствуют с этими выписками, анамнезами и так далее, подтверждениями, то, в принципе, это амбулаторная процедура, мы тоже стремимся, максимум пациент находится сутки в нашем стационаре, и то это больше связано с менталитетом наших людей, которые не верят, что вот они вышли с машины и на этом все, то есть что-то попахивает немножко мошенничеством. Все-таки день давайте отлежусь, посмотрю, все ли нормально. Ну хорошо, ради бога, милости просим. Сутки наблюдаются, на следующий день, в принципе, эти пациенты могут выходить на работу. То есть социальная, экономическая данных пациентов, особенно работающих, конечно, это имеет огромную роль в экономике государства. И такие пациенты не проходят реабилитационные этапы, не берут длительные больничные по датам. Вот. Местная анестезия тоже преимущество. В редких случаях самый маленький ребенок, который у нас был пролечен 2 лет от роду, там, конечно, мы использовали общий наркоз. Ну и также один случай на моей памяти, когда мы использовали общий наркоз у пациента с психическими отклонениями. Высокая прецизионность, то есть заявленная компанией Электро, производителем, это субмиллиметровые показатели 0,2 мм, 0,3 мм, что, конечно же, не может не радовать. Нет разреза и трепанации, я думаю, это огромное подспорье в нейрохирургии. Ну и, конечно, когда я вижу вот это окошко, у меня пробегает холодный пот, выступает холодный пот, пробегают мурашки, отсутствие кровопотери, ликварии и инфекционных осложнений. Но это ночные кошмары любого нейрохирурга. Вот, я с ужасом вспоминаю времена, когда среди ночи могли позвонить дежурные, реанимацию, экстренную операцию. Сейчас с появлением гамма-ножа, в принципе, мы минимизировали явление. Безопасность и безболезненность. Что хочу сказать, мы всегда открыты для коллаборации, мы всегда открыты для совместных проектов, для консультаций. Мы все делаем одно дело, мы смотрим не друг на друга, мы смотрим в одном направлении, и, соответственно, во главу угла мы ставим безопасность и исцеление наших пациентов. Спасибо за внимание. Если можно, видео тоже короткое. Это вот уже предпоследнее поколение гамма-ножа. Техническая служба, можно будет видео включить на последнем слайде? Нет, не судьба. Ладно, спасибо.
Спасибо большое, Нурзат Шербекович, что поделились с нами своим опытом. Есть ли вопросы в зале? Наверное, все уже чуть-чуть подустали. Спасибо. Коллеги, Благодарю спикеров за то, что действительно поделились с нами своим опытом, своими знаниями. Благодарю вас, то, что остались и поддержали нас. Еще минуточку внимания. Индира Хайратовна хочет что-то добавить.
Дорогие коллеги, большое спасибо за то, что пришли сегодня, что поддержали нас с 8 утра и до позднего вечера. Мы последняя, единственная сессия, кто остался до конца. Я надеюсь на дальнейшее плодотворное сотрудничество. Большое спасибо за такие интересные доклады и, конечно же, нашим модераторам тоже большое спасибо. Поздравляю всех и нас тоже с этим замечательным днем.
Фото.
Из уцелевших давайте сделаем фото.
Наверное, в этой стороне. Угу. Давайте сюда все подходите.